dust from the mid-season cut has settled, and a new chapter has begun. Relegated surfers refocus their sights on requalification, while rising stars seek to claim their own spot for the 2025 WSL Championship Tour.
That came down to the wire.
80 men and 48 women from various paths convene, all chasing the common pursuit to take on the world's best surfers next season.
There's no gimmies on the Challenger Series. Every round's an elimination round.
For these challengers, the journey to reach surfing's highest level begins here, on Australia's Gold Coast, home to world-class waves.
Oh, wow.
The 2024 Challenger Series begins now.
This is game on.
At the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Happy Friday from Snapper Rocks. We're here for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. On hand, the world's best surfers campaigning to get onto the championship tour. Lakey Peterson, Nadia Aristabe, Oscar Berry, Dakota Walters are still alive in the mix as we move toward the round of 16 for the men and the women to set up some quarterfinal clashes. And the waves are firing here on what is a slightly overcast morning, sure, but we're all super psyched because the waves are pumping. That's what we came for. Ronnie Blakey joined by Felicity Parmentier, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, thanks for having us. Things are looking good out there, mate.
Oh, wow. It was a good thing we waited for yesterday because today, east-southeast conditions, the swell hitting the bank nicely. There's going to be, we've got a low tide at 10:20 and we've got some tantalising barrels behind the rock.
Oh, we do. And we also have head-to-head heats. So that means more opportunity out there for the competitors. Flick, it's going to be so fun.
Oh, there's just so much opportunity. I was stoked with what I saw this morning. It's absolutely cooking out there. It might be a little bit colder. I've busted out the puffer, but I'm ready to go. The voice box has had a rest, and let's go.
We love it. Let's have a look at the women's round of 16 because it is going to be a spectacular matchup fiesta. Have a look at the first one. Lakey Peterson, who knows that she's got a place on the championship tour next year. So she could be super dangerous now. Pressure's off.
Oh, pressure is off, and with these conditions too, obviously she's had success on the Gold Coast before, so this is going to be a cracker. And Nadia as well came really close last year to cracking the CT, but I mean, I cast my eyes to heat 3 and 4, all Aussie matchups, and then 5 and 6. I mean, the 4 most informed surfers from that previous round. It is just it's shaping up to be an amazing round of 16.
It is. Some of the real high-scoring surfers from their run through the contest are meeting here in the round of 16, Bugs. That there could be some finals in that mix.
Oh, there certainly could be. There's obviously a big local input there with Kobe Enright against Bronte McCauley. What an amazing heat. But, just going with Lakey and Nadia, I mean, they've been in the break pack heat for 2 days now. Yesterday we had 4 hourly calls and Lakey went out 2 times, and it's not easy. Like, you've got to be ready to go, and this will really test their professional. But today they're going to get good waves.
Yeah, no second guessing the call this morning. We are on, but let's find out what else is coming our way on a big day here at Snapper Rocks. Good morning, Stace.
Good morning, Ron. Good morning, India. Defending champion, what are you seeing out there?
It's pretty perfect right now. The tide's low and there's a couple little barrels behind the rock, but yeah, apart from that, there's some crazy growers as well, so I'm excited for what's ahead.
No morning surf for you this morning before the event. Is that a regular pre-heat routine for you, or do you mix it up every event?
Yeah, I mix it up a little bit, just depending on how I'm feeling and my energy levels. I kind of knew that today was going to be pretty good and I'd have quite a few opportunities, so I just wanted to save my energy and save my legs for hopefully a few really good waves.
Jet ski assist today, so hopefully you won't use those arms too much. Good luck, India, and thanks for your time.
Good on you, Stace. Of course, we know that we have great heats to look forward to, but we also have another big treat for you. As if the Snapper World Champs heat wasn't enough, Fisher and friends will free surf here at Snapper Rocks this afternoon. It is going to be so much fun, and for all music fans that fell in love with Fisher, you might not know this, but the guy absolutely tears And, of course, rallied to get himself some time in the lineup with his surfing heroes.
Oh, how good. It's going to be such a fun afternoon. He's such a character, and yeah, it's just, what, they're going to have primo conditions.
Oh.
It's going to be beautiful.
It's going to be awesome. Of course, always question marks around what Kelly Slater's going to be riding in heats, maybe more so with Paul Fisher, because he's had some very interesting boards over the years. Let me tell you that. Well, let's get stuck into this first heat, the round of 16, with a quarterfinal place on the line here. Lakey Peterson, the Californian, will take on Nadia Aristabe, who is Tahiti bound. She has qualified for the Olympics this year, Nadia, from the Basque Country, Zeralts, and she's a real talent. Been lifting on the Challenger Series each year. She's been campaigning and had her best finish last season.
Yeah, this is going to be a cracker of a heat. You can already see that there is quite a lot of water moving. They've obviously got that jet ski assist, but yeah, Nadia really impressed me last year on the Challenger Series. I mean, it came down right to Saquarema in Brazil, and she was still in with a shot to qualify for the championship tour. It was but all season, just her backhand is so strong, and yeah, this is going to be a cracker of a matchup, because obviously Lakey, the pressure is off. I mean, she knows she's got that wild card. She's on the tour, but for Nadia, she's fighting for her spot right now, and I mean, she's already on her way to a good result. I mean, 9th if she was to bail out here, but on the Women's Challenger Series, you kind of need to be locking in thirds to really solidify that position at the end of the year. There's only 5 that are going to be taken to that championship tour.
And maybe the biggest confidence builder for Nadia was getting a 3rd place finish, her best ever result in a Challenger event at the last stop of last year. So that would have got her well and truly primed, ingrained a real belief in her that she can get the job done. But Lakey Peterson's going to get us underway here on what is going to be a super jet-packed Friday. And Lakey, Point Break bred, looks fantastic on this wave, has won an event here on the championship tour just up the track at Kira. She's found a nice wall here just to find her pace. And the round of 16, beautiful carve there, ripping it right back through the bowl. And now just taking her time with this one. Measured at different stages, but when it counts, she's laid over some great turns already on this wave, and she's going to surf her way past Little Marley here, right down to where the recreational surfers have set up camp. What a start to the day.
Well, that really just shows the swell direction that's east-southeast, so there's still a little bit of south pushing it, but it's hitting the bank nicely. And what that does is that instead of getting those the ones where they've got to race it down and get around sections, she could just line that one up and just go into a repertoire so solid.
Yeah, I just get so excited when I see this is the first wave of the day, and it's so good out there. I mean, it's going to be an amazing day of competition. I like what you said, Ron. Super measured approach, obviously coming from a place with big right-hand point breaks, so you can just see that in her surfing right here. There were some slower sections, but when the wave presented itself, I mean, she really laid into a couple of beautiful manoeuvres. So I think this is going to be a great opening wave for Lakey, and just going to give us a good indication of where the judges are at. But yeah, beautiful surfing here, and such a long wave. It just makes me so excited because it's pumping.
And you know what's coming. We've got amazing heats. We saw what's coming in the women's round of 16, but the men's too, heavily stacked, some huge heats there. Let's see what Nadia can do in response here. Nice hit out the top. This wave not as tall as Lakey's, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to provide the same kind of opportunities. If it starts to hug this bank and really cup out here, she could get a nice flow happening here on the back end. Just chipping away. You can see there is a bit of texture on that water, Bugs.
Not only the texture, but that was, I feel it was like the first wave of the set, and it had still had that little southerly south swell push off the bank. And it was definitely not hitting the bank the same way Lakey's did.
Bugs, talk to us a little bit about that. Just the fact that you're not always necessarily looking for the tallest wave that comes into this lineup at Snapper Rocks, are you?
Not, you know, the ones that come from behind the rock are really good. This wave here starts out good flick, and this first section looks quite promising, and then it starts to move off the bank. See, it's foam balling a little bit there.
Yeah, that one just was super funky. You could see all the rivets in the face of the wave here, making it super hard for her to read. And yeah, it's like almost peeling off the bank and out to sea, whereas Lakey's was just coming more straight in on, and it was so evident.
And I feel the goofy footers need to get those ones that really offer that square off the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's funny when you're free surfing out here, you could be surrounded by your surfing heroes, world champs galore, just packing the takeoff point and some really good locals. And when a set comes and they say, you go, you know it's an absolute piece. And it'll push you out wide. It won't really have a wall on it.
Yeah.
You know, the illusion is they're being generous. And that's exactly what it is, because they don't give up the good ones.
Or else you're super deep behind the rock and they go, and it's just draining you out with a big backwash coming.
No.
So today's schedule looking pretty good. We're going to set up the quarterfinals for both the women and the men. 30-minute heats. You know the deal. They're looking for 2 high-scoring rides. There's no limit on how many waves you catch in these heats. But what we've seen through those earlier rounds is 4 surfers out there battling with the order of priority, and at different stages. It was a real nightmare for people just deciding, electing when to use that priority, and you'd have people in slower conditions taking waves under your priority, building numbers, and ultimately bumping you out of the contest. Today, the chess match is on.
Yeah, the chess match is definitely on. I think those 4-person heats out here earlier in the week, when it was a little bit smaller, that there was that inconsistency there, and those bigger lulls. I mean, you can study the ocean all you want and try and make a game plan, but because there is the variable there of the ocean, there is an element of luck, right? I mean, some heats, you know, the surfers were advancing and others weren't, and you know, you think you're dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's, but yeah, there's that element of luck. Right now, I mean, there's no excuses, right? You are going to get an opportunity for a good wave. You've got all the things going for you. You've got to line up with only one other person. You've got jet ski assist. You can catch as many waves as you want, and it's absolutely pumping. So it really falls more on the surfer as opposed to the conditions today, I feel like. I mean, if you're not getting through, it's probably a mistake of your own as opposed to a bit of luck.
Definitely, and that Water Patrol team, they've had a pretty quiet week in the lead up to today, but they're going to have a busy couple of days now. It's an all-star team, as is the case with all the Water Patrol teams around the world. We saw Aaron Graham there from Pro Guarding. He was driving the ski that took Lakey back to the takeoff zone. 22.5 minutes to go, and Stace is going to give us an update on the conditions out there and what's coming our way.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Here with an Oakberry surf conditions update, and by far the best day of the waiting period so far. We saw that wave of Lakey Peterson hold its size the whole way down the point, and I expect that to stay the same all day. We saw a couple of waves behind the rock earlier. Men's trialist, equal 45th place, Nick Vasicek getting wave of the morning, Ron.
Oh, as he always does, Stace. Yeah, Nick Vasicek, amazing local surfer, and I know a lot of goofy footers take notes on his approach out here because he's one of the best, especially considering that he does that incredible work behind the rock there and does it all with one of the best styles we've ever seen.
Yeah, well, it's just starting to come into Nick Vasicek range now.
Yeah, another couple of feet on it. But numbers in from that opening exchange. No surprises to see Lakey Peterson getting the jump on Nadia there. 6.83 for Lakey. It was a much better wave. Nadia's ride, it was a tricky one. From the moment she got to her feet, she was really struggling to sink the rail and get up into that first turn.
Most definitely, like Flick, you picked it. Wave choice is still going to be it.
Yeah.
And as Ronnie said, you don't actually, even though they're going to be looking for the sets, some of those little cut-off ones that when you look and see that wall, they're going to hit the bank.
Yeah, okay. Big walls. I think Lakey's score is pretty good. It's pretty spot on as well. I mean, it was great surfing, but judges obviously keeping a bit of a lid on it, knowing just how good the conditions are today.
And how good these two can surf. Lakey up again, looking to back up that number. This thing cupping out a little bit. As we get through the day, these rides are really going to start to open up and potentially provide us some barrel rides. Cool thing is, over the past couple of days with those lay days, there's still been waves. It just hasn't been ideal for competition. Yesterday, it's a real south push in at Bugs. Not a lot of wall on the waves, but behind the rock, there were still some good barrels.
There was barrels behind the rock, and this wave of Lakey and Flick, I mean, it's a shorter ride, but it's a clean section where she is.
Yeah, a couple of nice cracks there. That carving manoeuvre was nice. I like her idea. She's obviously just trying to back up that 6.83 pretty quickly. That one not giving her too much.
And the thing is, from yesterday, believe it or not, the bank got better. Because that south swell, it builds the bank. So what happened there is the bank sort of started to get hollower down towards the Little Marley section. Overnight. It's an overnight sensation.
Oh, I love that. And, you know, a lot of things can happen overnight on the Gold Coast. But that's one of the best things. 19 and a half minutes to go. Lakey Peterson backing up that opening ride, waiting on that score to come through. But it is setting up to be a magic day of competition and a magic finals day tomorrow with what's on hand. The other thing about having waves, even though there was an infrequency of quality waves for competition yesterday, is that all these competitors were still able to get out there, stay sharp, get themselves some reps and get comfortable with some of that extra push and swell in the lineup.
Yeah, it's incredible how good the bank is right now. Even myself, I ran out on a soft top and we're just right down the line, but it just is perfect and so fun, and it was so little down the line, but just ruler edge, it just kept on peeling, crisp, you know, those beautiful waters. It's, even though we didn't run yesterday or the day before, but yeah, the bank just continually getting better and better, even when it was so small. But yeah, all these women and men still out there practicing and ripping, by the way, in just like, you know, 1 to 2 foot conditions, but really impressive surfing.
Definitely 18 and a half minutes remaining here. Taking that Gold Coast flight cam view of the setup here. And we were cheering at the start of the event window here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, because this event is going to be upgraded back to Championship Tour status next year. And right through to 2028, we'll be watching the world's best fight for important points on the rankings to get themselves, obviously, that WSL Final 5 finish. But it's, you know, it's a big opportunity. I felt like the level of hunger for the competitors in this Challenger Series draw has gone up a notch, knowing that news. There'll also be some disappointment, obviously, for them, but who knows what we'll add to the Challenger Series schedule.
Yeah.
That one pushing a little bit wide. I've got to say, what I've loved so far about this heat this morning is, you know, in the smaller conditions, you want to get the work done on the outside, and before that wave starts to dissipate in energy. There is obviously extra energy down the line as well with that bank improving overnight, but just Lakey Peterson settling into a point break groove.
Yeah.
You know, she just seems to have all the time in the world.
Yeah.
She's not rushing it. It's actually really nice to watch.
One thing with her too, and it speaks to what you were saying, Ron, is that she never looks like she's trying to play catch up. It's just she's always, her timing is impeccable, and it's because she's grown up on right-hand point breaks, Rincon, and she spent so much time. It's just really evident, you know, and I think that's, I always think you're a product of your environment as a surfer, and, you know, that's what your strengths are, and you can definitely see it with Lakey. She's just so conditioned to surfing these sort of point breaks. She's obviously had that win, you know, just down the road at Kira back in, I think it was 2018. So she has got good memories of being here on the Gold Coast, winning, and yeah, already I'm loving what I'm seeing. And when she knows when to really put it on rail, and when those big moments are happening on the wave, she's like, okay, this is a moment, I'm going to lay the rail in, this is a big turn moment, but not trying to force anything either. When the wave isn't offering that, she isn't trying to make it something it's not, because that's when it looks disjointed. That's when you don't have that flow or that continuity throughout the whole wave.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. That innate sixth sense of a season point break.
Wave.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bucks. Got the better of me.
Oh, beautiful. that innate sixth sense of a natural point break surfer. They just know when to go.
I definitely don't. Especially on my back end. I'm like, what?
You're a product of your environment. I have a disdain for open water bommies that you've got to paddle 400 metres to get to, and it seems to be something you enjoy doing, so good for you.
Yeah.
Here we go on the outside. This is a good-looking insider, hugging the bank nicely, and Nadia gets a good section to lay into here. Great first turn. And she gets a little stuck there for a moment, and it's going to cost her potentially some more moves down the line. But it was a great start. And she's, you know, you can tell that she's frustrated with herself there.
she was definitely on her way to a good score here. This was shaping up. This first turn just absolutely cracked it. Perfect timing. This one, she obviously went that little bit too high, brought that board around a little bit too much, and this wave here just running off, just hitting the bank perfectly.
Yeah, see, the thing is that also she got caught just that little southwester. There's these tiny little ribs in the face, and the higher you go in the lip, that can catch you.
Oh.
Well, it caught out Nadia then, and that's a real shame. It was probably the best wave that's rolled through the lineup in this heat so far. To kick us off, 14 and a half minutes to go. Aristabe's going to drop her best number and chip away at the requirement here as we see Yolanda Hopkins getting ready to hit the lineup. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back. We are loving life here on the Gold Coast because we've got waves coming our way. There's actually been pumping surf since we started this contest. Even the lay days were pretty fun, but this is what we're looking at the moment.
We are, and this is that increase in the south to southeast swell. And now we've had a larger east-southeast swell fill on Friday, and it's going to ease a little bit tomorrow. But like Bugs said, it's just swung a little bit more around. Yesterday we had that south a bit, it groomed the bank. Today it swung a bit more around, and we are looking at pumping surf today. I mean, it's 5 to 7 foot faces. We've got offshore winds this morning, 8 to 12 knots, picking up a little bit in the afternoon, maybe trending a little bit side shore, but honestly, this morning it has been pumping. What are you seeing tomorrow, Bugs?
Yeah, it's going to go more easterly. It always does. It goes south and east-southeast, and then tomorrow, east swell.
Oh, that sounds good. And we heard you saying the other day when you were chatting about swell directions with Occy, you don't mind it with a bit of south because it helps groom that bank. And
well, that's east. Well, the south yesterday groomed the bank. This is east-southeast today. I don't mind that direction either. Yesterday's a hard one.
Yesterday was hard. Today's not too bad, and tomorrow's looking ideal as we see Nadia up again. Got a bit more speed on this wave, which has helped her stay out in front, but still letting go of some nice critical turns here. Aristabe dropped a 4.67 on a previous wave. Needs a 6.17 out of this wave to get ahead of Lakey Peterson. And you'd say she's probably already done that as she gets going again on the inside. Really nice work. And despite the fact she got a little stuck up on her first wave, her first scoring ride, she didn't back down on that one. She really attacked it beautifully as Lakey now needs a reply. Bit of work on the outside. This wave not really connecting through to the Little Marley section. And Lakey opts out. And the race is on for the takeoff zone now and who can get priority here. But great wave for Nadia.
That was a fantastic wave. And you can see that she's learnt from her mistakes. She's obviously registered, okay, I went a little bit high on those first couple of waves. I got a little bit hung up the top there. That one, perfectly timed. You could see she was really waiting for it. And I loved that wave. In my opinion, strongest wave of the heat. It was critical. There was different manoeuvres. And I think it's giving Lakey something to think about. Most
definitely. Lakey kind of cruised through her first ride, Bugs. And it felt like Nadia, when she took off on her first couple of waves, was still, you know, getting the sleep out of her eyes. She got hung up and then she really woke up with the mistake.
Yeah, this is a great ride by Nadia and Flick, you know, the goofy footer approach here. She's still, this time she's thinking down the line.
Yeah, she is. This is beautifully done, and you could just see her timing here is on. She's definitely learned from those first couple of waves. She's firing up critical manoeuvres and just really good read on this wave.
Oh, the finish.
Wow.
The finish was huge.
And then behind her was Lakey. She's trying to back up that 6.83 or get rid of that 4 she's holding on to. But this wave here, you can just see it's going funky. Not the one that she's definitely looking for in here. She's going to kick right on out after this. And interesting to see who's going to get priority here, because Nadia looked like she was screaming out the back on that jet ski.
Well, Ronnie, but what does happen here, if you get a half ride, you're kind of in two minds, and Lakey decided to paddle back out, and it's a pretty hard paddle, you know.
In the Championship Tour event, quite often you'll see someone make the wrong call on a wave.
Yeah.
They've picked up a dud, but they just stand there and ride it through to the inside to get onto the ski.
Yeah, I think that's a smart decision and a smart idea to do today. You just
Well,
want to...
Nadia's got priority.
Yeah. Wow.
And she also has a big score coming. You know, I just couldn't help but think then, Flick, of the 2005 world champion, Chelsea Hedges, when I was watching Nadia's approach there. Super smooth through her turns, very stylish. Chelsea, one of the most stylish we ever saw on the tour. And the good news is we're going to see her out there this afternoon.
good.
She's going to be in the Fisher and Friends Super Free Surf later on. So looking forward to seeing Chelsea do her thing.
Yeah, well, I went on a boat trip with Fisher and friends.
Oh,
I'll tell you what, Fisher is a good surfer.
glad to have you here, Bugs.
Yeah, glad you're still here.
Abseiling in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah. And Fisher takes shorts on that trip. 7.5 for Nadia Aristabe. She takes herself up into the lead now against a veteran Championship Tour competitor who's won a CT event here on the Gold Coast. Big, big move from the bus surfer.
Yeah, this is major. And she's now back with priorities, 7.5 minutes on the clock. Lakey's on the back foot. She's going to be feeling that pressure right now. And she's not going to want to go down right now to Nadia. There's no way. There's not a chance. So it's going to be a good test for Lakey. There's pressure is on. The waves are pumping. The opportunity is there when it comes. So it's on.
Good test too, you know, Lakey pressure off up until sort of this morning when Nadia Aristabe dropped the 7.5 on her and moved into the lead. I think instantly for a competitor, Bugs, you can speak to this. The pressure's instantly on when you're fighting to legitimise yourself in a Challenger Series event.
Yeah, I mean, the computer's going right now, going, Joy, go. I mean, like trying to get a wave selection on this next wave for both of them is so critical.
Oh, my goodness. So Lakey got herself priority there. Nadia had a look at that wave. There's a bit of foam on the face. 6.5 minutes to go. She'll want to get herself the lead here. She needs a 5.35. Bit of foam on the face. And Lakey looks pretty disengaged. She's going to go for the paddle again.
This is going to be hard. We could just see, okay, so Nadia got dropped off at the back with the ski. Lakey paddled back out, but you could see how much water had already pushed them off the rock. Like, there's so much water moving right now.
That one came from super deep.
Yeah.
It was one that you had to be on behind the rock because it was going to go off the bank. It looked, I mean, how could you not go it?
Yeah. Wow.
Stace watching on. Stace, there is some opportunities to push deep and get yourself in one of these funnels.
Yeah, always tricky being first heat of the day, Ron. Brent Power from Channel Islands. Brent, how's the nerves, mate?
Yeah, they're creeping in, that's for sure. It's hard because the waves are so good and needing a 5. I mean, like, they're everywhere, but you just want to see more exchanges and you just want to see those waves come through. So they're creeping up, that's for sure. The clock's kicking down and, you just want to see it.
You've been working closely with Lakey. I noticed a change in equipment this morning. What's she riding?
Yeah, she's on a modified Rook. It actually has a deep single concave, so it's got a lot of grip and hold. But that one in particular has a little bit of difference in the fins, and there's the concave through the back is a little bit different, so it'll loosen it up a bit through turns, but for the most part, it's something that she's been riding most of the year. Just for beach break conditions, it'll kind of give her a bit more variation through turns.
Thanks for your time, mate. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, Lakey Peterson. I mean, the board's looking good, but it's just since that first wave, the wave selection's been off. And probably in reflecting on this heat now, she maybe wishes she did go a little bit harder on that first ride, as Nadia looks to get rid of her 4.67, taking a chance on one that's hugged the bank pretty nicely.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Lakey did a good job on her first wave. I feel like she's just taken off on a couple of duds since then.
Yeah.
And then the decision to paddle back out those couple of times on those dud waves, I think that's what's cost her right now. And it's not over. Like, there's four minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
There's plenty of opportunity. I think she's going to get another roll of the dice, that's for sure. Nadia's not safe right now.
And is there a question mark on whether Nadia improved the 4.67 there, or you think she did enough?
I mean, I'd have to watch the replay, but I don't think she's improved on that 4.67. I think, yeah, I don't know.
The door just swung open then, Bugs.
Yeah.
It did. I mean, let's look at it. The 7.5 and the 6.83 were two complete rides down past the Marley Rocks. The rest have been kind of half rides.
Yeah.
So this is the test now for Lakey. Is she feeling confident? Can she hold her composure here? 5.35. You know, it's two really good turns. Basically, a big combo on the outside could probably help her get that number, but it's not one she's going to be able to, you know, ease her way to.
It looks like she's having a look here.
Let's see if this one stands up on the outside. It does. Nice hit to get started. Out in front, one of those trademark carving turns. Back to the bowl. This one's starting to steepen. Nice little float. So good variation on the outside already. And she'll want to finish this one strong. Comparisons will be made to that big hit that Nadia threw on her last ride. And Lakey does it. Stomps the finish, but Nadia on the outside. She gets an opportunity to reply here. Second wave in this medium-sized set, and it's pretty nice. And the Europeans are making plenty of noise as she tries to hop the double up and does pretty well to do it, but then just gets eaten alive.
And that's that extra bit of sand down the Marley Rocks.
Well, assuming she did some good work on the outside too, because that was a big reaction from her compatriots there.
I think Lakey, or we'll break down this one. This is what we didn't see. Out the back, Nadia on the backhand. Big opening carve there. Just waiting for it now. Gets up into the lip there. And another time. So already I'm thinking that Nadia's improving on her situation too. Looking for a finish here. She doesn't get it, but if I go back to Lakey's wave, I mean, Lakey was searching for that 5.35. This is, let's break it down now. So up into the lip there. This one a little bit smaller, but really good surfing done on this one. The lip line floater. Gets around this section. Brings it through to the inside. Lays it on rail there. Up into the lip again, and she also gets the finish. So this is looking good. Lakey knows it too.
Yeah, had a couple of sleepy moments through it. The second turn, she wasn't able to fully drive it back into the bowl, but she did combo up a variety of moves to get the finish. Nadia, on the other hand, had a wave that just gave her the opportunity to go wham bam.
Yeah, that was it. That was a great assist. I'm really surprised with this. So Nadia finished that wave with 2.5 minutes on the clock. That with a jet ski assist, that is so easily doable. You could be out there with 90 seconds or a minute to go in the heat.
I totally agree with that. I'm interested to why she's decided to call it a day.
Probably exhausted.
there was 2 minutes.
That'd do me.
Yeah,
That'd do me.
I agree with you, Bugs. I feel like that would have been enough time, maybe for. I mean, Lakey's chosen to paddle back out, right? And if another opportunity comes, she needs a wave. There's 30 seconds on the clock. At least she's giving herself that opportunity.
Well, the numbers come through for Lakey. 5.5 gets her back up into the lead. Nadia Aristabe only needs a 4.83 with 20 seconds to go. She's going to get it.
She is going to get it. And it was great surfing by Nadia. She smashed those first couple of turns. It was critical in the pocket.
Yeah, well, look, she's definitely going to better that 4.67.
Yeah, she is.
What a performance here from the 23-year-old.
It was really good serving. Great first opening heat and pumping waves.
And she turned around a poor start.
Yeah, she did.
Made a mistake, and she has surfed her way back into a strong position here. We are still waiting on the number to drop, and it's coming through now. And it's going to be enough for Nadia Aristabe to cause the first big upset of the day. Gets herself a 6-point ride. And what about the cheers from the European crew? Right behind her on her road to the quarterfinals here.
So epic.
Yeah, look, she's on a locally made surfboard.
Oof.
Yeah, on the Darren Hanley, and it looked fantastic. You know, I think there was probably some nerves early on. That's what it appeared to be.
And I think just figuring, I'm not sure if she had a free surf or not, but also figuring out the pace. I think she adjusted after those first couple of waves, knowing, okay, I went too high on those first couple of turns. And yeah, she really turned that heat around. So that was really impressive. Someone so young, 23 years old, being able to structure a heat like that and come back from a couple of errors in the beginning.
Yeah, and Lakey Peterson, like, you know, she's in it next year. She's in the CT.
Yeah.
She's won in a tournament that featured Stephanie Gilmore, Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright, Courtney Conlog.
Yeah.
You know, she's beat the best of the best.
And she'll have to digest this loss and get herself set for some exciting surf trips. But elation here for Nadia. We're gearing up for another big heat in the round of 16. Erin Brooks will take on Yolanda Hopkins. That when we get back from the break.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
The great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, just speaking gospel. Bugs, mate, what's the best barrel section of the Superbank? Up behind Snapper Rocks, or is it down at Kirra?
It's actually Greenmount.
Wow.
And I think Kelly might have had a good look at Greenmount when he was building his little wave, surf ranch.
Oh, no doubt. But Bugs, you've no doubt spent a lot of time in the barrel up here. Have you ever tried to tally it up? Just how much time you've spent behind the curtain?
Yeah. 7 years.
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me. But it's awesome to have you here for the call, and you, Felicity Parmentier, as we get into the second heat of the morning, and this is going to be a fun one. Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal, an Olympian. She is out there, and she's taking on one of the brightest young stars that we've ever seen come into the sport. Erin Brooks, just so well-rounded, charges big waves, incredibly progressive. And in her first run at the Challenger Series last year, the 16-year-old got herself a victory over in Brazil. She's something special, and she finished 9th overall on the Challengers last year. First run at it, super impressive.
Oh, it's so impressive. I mean, this is a great show down here because Yolanda likes the barrel.
Yeah, she does. She's a tube pig. I heard her say it the other morning. I spoke to her after a free surf, and she's like, I just had my best wave out here, and it was a barrel. It was my first wave of the day, and just absolutely frothing. And I know that she charges, and if there's an opportunity for a barrel, she's not backing down.
Yeah, and back to your point too, Ronnie, if you talk about like... Oh,
here we go.
Hang on.
On the outside, Yolanda Hopkins. That was the one. Well, you've got to commend the effort. She threw herself over the ledge, but it's Erin Brooks who's going to swoop on this one down the line. Couple of backhand hits to get started, but if Yolanda could stick one of those, that's going to give her a real edge here and force Erin Brooks to do the same thing. This is going to be a bit of a low-scoring opening exchange, but I love it. She had to go. The board's still intact. She's back out there.
Yeah, that was a free fall, and I was just about to say, but the barrel behind the rocket snapper is the most intense barrel in the area now.
Oh, watching the drop with the backwash, the reverb coming off the jump rock there, it's frightening.
Oh.
I mean, but when you free fall into a barrel of snapper, you've still got to be leaning and get that inside edge in.
Yeah.
That was probably where she was trying to get to the bottom. I mean, there's a lot to unpack here.
Look how quickly it sucks up on her.
Oh, this is so fast. Such a technical wave if you're going to make her nose kicked under, right?
What happened.
You know what? Probably she was a little bit late, I'm going to say. Like a few more strokes into it a little bit earlier would have done her really good. But, mate, I feel like she was probably coming out of that.
Oh, she was for sure. But here's Erin down the line on the Gold Coast flight cam here. Couple of hits from her. You know, we know this isn't going to go huge on the judges' sheet.
I think this was speaking to what you were saying before, Bugs. There's obviously going to be those big drainers behind the rock. They might not offer too much down the line, and I feel like that was a perfect example.
It's such a perfect example, but you can get massive points behind the rock, spat out of the barrel, and who cares?
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, Yolanda, hats off to her. I literally said it. If there's an opportunity, she ain't going to back down. And she really just displayed that right there. I mean, she's going. If that opportunity has presented itself, you could even see it from the beginning of the heat, just where she positioned herself. She put that space between her and Erin. Erin choosing to sit a little bit more down the line, but Yolanda backing herself. And I like that approach.
Oh, I love the commitment. You know, they paddled out through the keyhole, and Yolanda, you know, so you're sort of coming out fairly wide. She had full intention of going as deep as possible. And, I love that commitment.
22 and a half minutes remaining here. Stace, one of the local boys on the call, mate. How are you? You're frothing or what?
Yeah, I'm frothing. I'm excited to see all these Europeans tearing snapper apart, particularly Yolanda Hopkins just then absolutely sending it, and then Nadia in the last heat taking out Lakey Peterson. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You mentioned to me you had to be on the best waves to beat Lakey. You certainly did that. Walk us through what it's like to surf snapper with no one out.
I mean, when we got here, we saw how good it was. We knew it was going to be good, but I didn't thought it was going to be that good. And when you surf snapper with people, you don't catch any waves, so you know that you have a heat, you have to try to not get overexcited and catch a lot of waves. And I guess Lakey, I knew I had to pick the good ones. So I didn't start really good. I had a bad one, then I fall on the good one. But then I knew, okay, just calm and try to catch the good one, and I managed to make it, so happy.
Talk to us about your positioning out there. Obviously, we've seen waves deep behind the rock and some good waves wider. Talk to us about the different sections.
I mean, behind the rock there is more barreling waves, and my backside barreling is still not good at all. And so I knew I wasn't going to be able to make any barrels, and it's a hard barrel, so my position was to be a little bit more wider and catch wider waves more for turns, so it worked good.
And you did some amazing backside surfing. Talk to us about that quick adjustment after the fall.
Yeah, I mean, I was without priority, and I saw like this little gem coming, and I was like, okay, this is the one, but don't do so much turns to the inside, so try to go more down the line, and that's what I did, and they gave me a good score, so happy with that.
It's a well-deserved score. Did you want to say good night to everyone back at home watching.
Nada, muchas gracias a todos los que me estáis viendo, a mi familia. Un beso muy grande. Hoy no compito más, pero bueno, contenta de haber pasado y ahora a cuartos a darlo todo. Es que ricasco.
Escaragasco. Thank you, Ron.
Escaragasco, a huge result here. What a start to the year for Nadia Aristabe. And she is on her way to the quarterfinals as we see Yolanda Hopkins, another European surfer, trying to follow her and match up against Nadia in the quarters. This has been a roadblock round for Yolanda as a campaigner on the Challenger Series. Hasn't broken into the quarters before. Erin Brooks managed to do it a couple of times last year. And as I mentioned earlier, got herself a victory. And she had a 3.83 on that first wave. Chipping away at this one. And can't hold on for the finish there.
Yeah, well, you know, when Yolanda paddled for that wave, I saw that one behind it. It was the one behind.
Yeah, but I think both of those waves, the one behind was definitely better. The one that Erin got was still a hard wave to surf, especially on your backhand. Let's have a look at what Yolanda got done. This one standing up, she goes up into the lip here, gets a bit hung up, and this one just going funky. It seems like it's peeling a bit out to sea, a little bit sour. She's choosing it. And then right behind her was Erin. Now, this one was just drawing super hard off the bank here. She gets a bit hung up, recovers well through this little section, but you can just see how much water's drawing off the bank here. Gets a bit of damage done here, but can't help but think she's... After that first section of the wave, the timing was just a little bit off. And, I mean, she still surfed it really well, but I think just after that first really sucky section, the whole rest of the wave wasn't quite flowing.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it definitely had a much better draw off the bottom, but there's still that little southwest chatter in the lip.
18.5 minutes to go. We're waiting on some numbers to come through. Erin Brooks, Texas-born. Moved to Hawaii when she was 9 years old. Had a surf lesson and went, yep, I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. And, man, her evolution in her performance, her progression was so quick. At 14 years of age, she won a World Junior Championship with the ISAs. And that same year, surfed in the Penang Cup. She was the youngest surfer in the field, the only female. She made the final. Heavily stacked fielder as well. Had a 4th place finish in the contest. So she's very accomplished and had big performances. Now living in Hawaii on the North Shore. Gets a lot of swell, chases down swells in Indonesia. So she absolutely charges. We haven't seen her get an opportunity at one of those sucky ones behind the rock just yet, but I get the feeling she'll have a nudge if she needs to. But at the moment, just a couple of low-scoring rides that Erin has her out in front.
Yeah, I think Erin's tactic right now is not to get a one behind the rock just yet. I think she wants to do it on the merit of her backhand, you know, attack and going up into the lip. But I like what you said, Ron. I mean, from such a young age, she's just been this phenom, right? And I remember seeing her on social media first, and just clip after clip was just going viral. I remember seeing this, you know, tiny little girl surfing, blonde hair, just absolutely going to town. These clips were just getting millions and millions of views, and I was blown away by what I was seeing this young Grom do. And absolutely charging, going to the Mentawais, spending so much time there, surfing Kandui, you know, basically all the best places in the world that you could ever think that you would want to take your daughter to give her the best opportunity to be as good as she could. I mean, it's been amazing to watch her evolution, and she's still so young.
Yep, the airs, she's got them down. The power surfing is going to get stronger and stronger, but we've seen her throw down huge committed turns on the heaving sections. Even on the Challenger Series last year at Narrabeen, she just, you know, we had some real size in the conditions down there, and she didn't hold back at all. So big, bright future ahead of her. She is up against a spirited campaigner in Yolanda Hopkins here, who we've already seen is not afraid to get deep here on this section and throw herself over the ledge. And you'd think she'll paddle a little bit harder, she'll get up a bit quicker on the next one and correct the mistake from earlier on. But here goes Erin again, trying to get rid of a 3.83. Seems to be having a bit of trouble with the chatter out there at the moment. And that's going to give Yolanda an opportunity with priority on the outside now.
Yeah, well, Yolanda, like I've been really thinking about it, because I know, you know, when you're like a born tube rider and you're hunting the barrel, you can watch and just see barrel after barrel, and you go out, and then if things go wrong, you can just come unstuck.
Yeah, you get stuck just looking for the tube. But I think this one too, funky start to this wave. She gets hung up here, and then after she gets hung up in this section, the wave actually sort of does start to hit the bank a little bit, sort of better. But I still feel like both these women just trying to correct a couple of mistakes. And I think positioning's really hard right now. You can just see how much water's moving. They're probably not exactly where they want to be. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Yolanda wants to be another 20 feet deeper. It's just, it's hard to get there. I mean, look at that water moving across the screen. You can see it right now.
Well, she's eyeing off an insider here. Was struggling to hold position with just the swell surging around the corner here at Snapper Rocks. And this one, it hasn't been groomed by any waves rolling through prior, so there is a bit of a bump to deal with here as Hopkins rolls through to the inside. Let's see if it cleans up a little bit as it moves past Little Marley. Working it over, no major turn laid down just yet, just chipping away at this one. She needs a 5.73 to get herself up into the lead. And just bottoms out there on the sandbar.
That'll be her best ride, and I think it was a good move because she could, as Flick said, she couldn't get to where she wanted to go.
Yeah.
You know, we've still got 2 hours of outgoing tide. That is going to be the challenge. The use of the jet ski will be so critical. You want to get dropped off behind the rock and then come in, but there's going to be like 2 inches of water behind the rock.
You almost don't even want to paddle once you get dropped in off the ski. I mean, I've seen the women paddling back in. It's like, hey, there's so much water moving. I don't think you need to be paddling back into the lineup.
It's going to drag you into position.
Yeah. I mean, this wave, smart move from Yolanda. She knows she's got to get a score on the board. There's only just over 13 minutes remaining. Got a bit of length of ride here. Obviously, we're not scoring a length of ride, but it was just good. She got a series of manoeuvres done. Nothing major, but it's going to give her a foot in the door. It's going to give Erin something to think about. Probably going to be, 4-point ride.
Yeah.
So she's back in the game.
Yeah, well, what it also does is, you're a hitchhiker basically getting a lift down to the skis. As we see Erin here, stronger turn from her on the outside. So this wave had a bit more in it.
Yeah, this one does, and it seems like she's sort of pacing herself a bit better here. She's trying to get the finish, and she does. Super late lit line.
So much cleaner, the face of that wave. It just allowed her to get a bit more of an attack on the pocket of the wall. Just over 12.5 minutes remaining here. Still plenty of surfing to come in this second heat of the morning. You're watching the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We're taking a Bonsoy brew break. Well, don't forget that we have Fisher and Friends free surfing happening later today, but right now We're all up high, and we're going to take a zoom in. We're going to take a trip down to Snapper Rocks here, Bugs.
Well, look, we all know by now how it gets pumped under the river, blah, blah, blah. But what I want to focus on is that yesterday was a classic illustration of how it works once it hits the Froggy Beach outlet. The pathway is built along Froggy Beach. The south swell yesterday carries that sand around the corner at Snapper. And yesterday we were the recipient of a few more swimming pools full of sand.
It's the greatest gift New South Wales has ever given Queensland.
Well, we felt for years New South Wales was stealing our sand.
Oh, they've given it back, and it's been perfect timing as well, because we have 2 days left in this event window. We have amazing matchups, and we have swell on tap, and we're starting to see the numbers lift for our competitors in the lineup here. Erin Brooks dropped a 5.67. Her last wave is the best of the heat so far. Yolanda Hopkins, excuse me. Stitch up. She put a 4.07 on the board. So Yolanda's in second spot, needs a 6.1.
Yeah, Yolanda, I mean, right now she's got priority. I still feel like a lot of these girls have a lot left in the tank. Let's see what Yolanda can do here.
Yeah, lines up a little barrel on the inside. She's hunting it maybe a little bit too hard.
Oh,
that was never the wave, though.
It was never going to be the wave, and I just can't help but go back to that first wave where she took off and, the nose picked under. If she was just a few strokes earlier into that wave, I feel like she could be sitting on an excellent score right now. I just have to go back to that moment.
It might have been a 10 if she stuck it, but I'd almost like to see her just commit to it, because it doesn't feel like Erin's going there at the moment. And just from what we've seen on that last wave from Erin, it's looked a little bit stronger for work on the open face.
Yeah, I also feel like both these women just haven't really connected yet. They haven't really connected the dots. They haven't quite figured it out. They've got more in the tank, and the scores are reflecting that right now. Obviously, Erin's her last wave, that 5.67, that's her best, but there's still so much more out there, and I feel like with 8 minutes on the clock, I'm hoping that we're going to get to see that, as it looks like this one's pushing down the line a bit. Yolanda was having a little look at that. Bugs, you saw something there possibly.
Well, there will be those cut-off waves that actually, they've got some real body, and the focus will be down on that Marley bank, but you've still got to be right on the bank to get it. If you paddle wide, you're in deep water.
Yeah.
Both these surfers will want to find something here in this heat and put up a good number, because they're going to be taking on Nadia Aristabe in the quarterfinals, the winner of this heat. And at the moment, from what I've seen, do you think Erin is showing the kind of power and commitment in her turns that's going to overcome Nadia in that next round? Or
if I compare them on paper right now, no, I don't, because I'm just looking at the scores. However, I think Erin definitely has it. She's capable of it, but I feel like right now, with the conditions we have on hand, Nadia had a better read on this morning. Obviously, the scores reflected that. Yeah, sorry, Flip.
I would think that, I looked at Nadia's board, it had that nice little pulled-in tail. It's like a little round square tail. And I think you need a board like that out there today. I mean, if you've got too wide a tail and too loose a board, this is like hollow snapper now.
Oh, here we go. This one's setting up pretty nicely. Yolanda Hopkins gets a little bit of cover. She wanted more, though, and now gets hung up. So just a bit disjointed here. She'll try and throw something flashy on the end of this ride just to try and convert this into some kind of score. Ducks under the lipper again for a second. We'll step over the double up. This is where it really starts to gurgle off the sandbar. And she doesn't get a lot out of it on the outside. Erin Brooks starting to find her place. And that was a well-timed hit. Bit more power. Seems to have settled into it. This heat now. Committing harder on her turn. Strong finish. And that's a little bit more like the Erin Brooks we've come to know and appreciate.
That was much better. That timing was so much better. That's kind of what I was waiting to see on the first turn. Second turn, I feel like she cut her bottom turn a bit short and she wanted to get up there really quickly, but it looked a little bit off time. And I think Bugs and I were both looking at each other thinking the same thing. But that was, for me, strongest wave of the heat, no doubt.
And there wasn't a rib on the face.
Yes,
like
smooth.
Yolanda's wave here takes all the ribs with it.
This is so
Yeah,
true.
that's a nice little section right there, but it's only a sort of a shampoo, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Almost seems like, you know, that first wave comes through, it grooms the face of the wave, and the second one comes through and it's just smooth. It was so evident when we watched Erin's first turn was beautiful. It was so well timed. This one here, you can just see it. Just a victim of that, you know, hasn't been anything to groom it. It's so lumpy, it's disjointed. Yes, it had that first section, but look at the face of this wave right here. Her first turn right now, sensational.
Oh.
Just beautifully timed. She comes around here, this section gets, you can just see she cuts that turn a little bit short, jabs it in the lip there, just waiting for this inside, and this was a tricky section to hit. Does really well to come down in front of that, and she knows she needs to finish that at this point in the heat. It's a super critical moment, and in my eyes, that's the best wave of the heat.
Yolanda is out there doing the ironing for Erin Brooks at the moment. She's getting all the creases out of her waves, and yeah, Erin's, as a result, looking pretty sharp.
Yeah, she is. Great call, Ronnie. Great call.
But yeah, Erin, you know, it looks like that board, when she's on a clean face, it works really well. She has that freedom to get up into the pocket really quickly, and she can really swing it around. When there's a little bit of chatter, it looks like she's struggling to sink the rail on it.
Yeah, that's pretty good observation, I think. I also think that board's going really well when it is more top to bottom. When she's getting out on the face, it does look a little bit funny. It looks a little bit different, but I mean, wow, that first turn was just crisp. It was clean. It was really well done.
Well, you know, it's a bit of rain coming in now, but I would think the barrel hunter needs to find a barrel.
What I did want to say about Yolanda's last wave, you know, once she assumed her barrel riding stance, you went, wow, if she can get into a big one on the outside, it looks rock solid. She's got the arm bar happening, she's stalling, she's managing her speed on the ride. She looks solid on her feet, but she's got to get herself into one of those sets, and she wants to get in deep.
Look how fast they're travelling now that they're paddling. I mean, what are you about to say, Bugs?
Should have stopped paddling about a minute ago.
I agree.
Closer you get to the bank, too, Bugs, the more the surge will carry you down the line. You almost want to... The good surfers out here paddle out and meet the wave and get underneath that lip, but I don't know, like with that surge so strong at the moment, if you want to get a deep barrel, you might be better off chasing from the outside.
Well, what happens is there's a corner on the outside, just behind the outside rock, where you can kind of hang there, and then you can see the set coming, and then just move into position with the intent. You're going to nail one of those waves.
Yeah. I'd rather be paddling in to meet a wave than paddling out to meet it. I think paddling out to meet it, you risk being too underneath it. I'd rather have the ability to stroke into it.
Get some momentum going.
Get the momentum going. I feel like if you're hunting for the barrel, that's definitely how you want to do it. I just feel like risky business going out to meet it and taking off underneath it late.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting looking wave.
So 2.5 minutes to go here, and decent numbers coming through for Erin Brooks. Yolanda Hopkins had a good look at that one. And we'll have a good look at it too as it reels down the line. Priority lost for the surfer from Portugal, and she's forced now to swing and try and make up some scores on the inside. Nice turn there, but she's up against it because Erin Brooks just dropped a 7 and the requirement now an 8.6. And Erin, even though she's only 16, is a very savvy competitor and didn't get lured too deep in this heat by the tube-hungry Yolanda Hopkins. And she's potentially on her way to improving on a 5.67 here. Committed to taking this wave through to the inside now. Yolanda took off behind Erin as well. She's checking a clock.
Oh my gosh, missing that wave was unbelievable. Like, she was in deep water. And it was that same thing, Flick. Instead of being just right on the corner of the bank, they just moved over. We're trying to paddle back. And you go straight into deep water.
Yeah, that was a missed opportunity for sure. And I've got to be thinking that Erin's going to make it even harder now with that I mean, there's a minute 15 on the clock, but those first 3 turns that Erin rattled off, I mean, this is Yolanda. This was her last wave. She's taken off down the line here. First carving maneuver, lays into a second one. Just waiting for it here. She's bringing it through the inside. She gets a finish. So in my opinion, maybe her best wave put together, but this one of Erin's.
Oh, wow. Another clean one, like probably the third or fourth wave of sets probably to go today.
Wow.
Yeah, this is another solid ride. Just going to put the heat away for sure.
Yeah, she's just absolutely tied a neat little bow on here, and those first 3 maneuvers were just so well timed, really strong, and I think she's, you know, made a few mistakes in the beginning but ironed it out in the end, and yeah, really buttoned it up here. She's really noted that, okay, I need these clean face waves. That's what's suiting my surfing right now, and that's what's getting scores.
Super frustrating heat, I think, for Yolanda, because guess what? She had 2 10-point rides on the offer there. Oh.
Yeah, it's coming to a close. Erin Brooks is going to be victorious. Still has a number on the way. Yolanda Hopkins, she had her opportunities in this heat. Is it, like I feel, is it added pressure when the waves are firing like this as a competitor sometimes?
Yeah, look, I think, especially when it's firing, I love her intent. I love that she went behind the rock. I mean, last score from Erin, sealing the deal.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Flick, to Ronnie's point, there is a lot of pressure when you are tube riding like maniac.
Well, you know, Erin, I think, has noted, okay, I'm on my backhand here. Yes, I'm a good tube rider, maybe not as much as what I am on my forehand. I'm going to get the work done. I'm going to go to turns first, whereas Yolanda has just got the tube stuck in her head, and maybe that was maybe a little bit of a disadvantage of her. I know she had those couple of potential 10-point rides, but when you have that stuck in your brain, it can be a really hard thing to get out.
That was my point. It so is.
Yeah.
And if you get away to a clean start, you're going to get barreled the whole heat.
Impressive start from Erin Brooks, a healthy heat score total, and she is into the quarterfinals here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. More fantastic heats coming your way, and to talk you through it, we're going to bring in Kaipo and Rich. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Yeah, it's Blue Flame is cooking out here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Round of 16 out on the water. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, along with Radical Rick Love, Richie Lovett on the call. Yeah, and what a vision that we've got this morning. What we got going on in the water there?
Yeah, it's all happening. We've been obviously tracking this swell all through the week. It's showing up. We started to get glimpses of it yesterday, and it's arrived. It's turned around the corner, and it is absolutely firing. So those first couple of heats, really gave us a taste of what's to come.
little bit of morning sickness, as we say in the business. And that means there's a little wobble to it, but as the sun comes up, it gets higher, the ocean starts to settle, the wind starts to swing around. We're in for a massive day.
We are. We got the defending champ, India Robinson, up against Macy Callahan out in the water for the challenge. There's Macy, and this is going to be quite a challenge for Macy, as India Robinson's been kind of the surfer that's been in the best form so far in competition here. Of course, I mentioned she's the defending champ here, 23-year-old out of Janjuk. Macy Callahan, originally from Avoca, 23 years old also. She now resides right here on the Gold Coast, so she gets a lot of reps out here at the Superbank. There she is. 4 years on the championship tour, wants to claw her way back onto the tour via this Challenger Series. This is stop number 1 of the Challenger Series. And Rich, you know, as just surfers, watching these in-between waves just peel through like unwritten, it's just, it's like watching delicious dessert getting thrown in the trash sometimes. It's just
Yeah, it's like I said, it is firing out there, and even the small little waves. Obviously, the women in this heat, you know, they're focused on the sets. There's no point taking off on those little insiders, but we can mind surf them all day long, and we will.
Yeah.
You know, Bugs talked about it. The bank here at Snapper Rocks, it's a 9 out of 10, I reckon.
Yeah, I feel like this with the southerly flow and you know, of course, the Bhagwan, who knows more about this stretch of sand than anyone else in the world, just saying that south swell coming through yesterday, and we've had some sand getting pumped out as well in the past, just grooming this bank. There's been an absence of just super large swells, so we haven't had that to tear up the bank either, so just a perfect triangle of packed sand going down the beach. There we see just an example of all the sand getting churned up there. Priority now sits with India Robinson, and India Robinson yet to take her first wave. The winner of last heat is down with Stace.
Higgsy Stace. Hello, Aaron. Everybody's dying to know, what's your favorite game at Time Zone?
I really like the basketball one. I went the other day with Isabella and also yesterday with my dad, and I'm probably going to go again today. It's my favorite place. It's good because we've been off a couple of days just to keep my competitive vibes flowing, but I like the basketball one.
You grew up supporting the Spurs. How are you from outside the line?
I'm not really good at basketball. I'm super short, but my dad's like 6'3", so he's pretty good. He used to play basketball when he was younger, and Isabella is actually so good at that game. She set the record, and she's insane.
That's amazing. Well, speaking of setting records, you're setting records for the most beautiful backhand snaps out here this morning. Talk to us about the conditions.
Well, I drew inspiration from Nadia in the heat before. She kind of came out of a hole. Lakey got those waves before, and then she just showed her surfing in the pocket, so I was like, if she could do it, I could do it. But I was nervous going against Yolanda because she's a really good surfer and she's a charger and she works so hard. She's always the first one out in the mornings, and she even tells me she goes on runs before she surfs, and she surfs at like 5 a.m. so she's probably waking up at like 3 just to work super hard. So it's really inspirational.
No doubt, she's an absolute charger. But talk to me about your career development. You've had some amazing tube rides in your short life, some amazing waves at No Can Do and other waves around the world. How's it been riding the backside barrel out here?
It's pretty tricky out here because it sucks up pretty fast, but I feel comfortable going in backside barrels. I spent a lot of time at bank vaults and rifles, so hopefully if I do get one, I'll be able to come out. That'd be awesome.
Would be awesome. A lot less risk here. The sand's nice and soft. Thanks for your time, Aaron. Have a lovely afternoon and enjoy Time Zone.
Ooh, bank vaults, rifles, snapper. Talk about waves. Aaron Brooks, she's had a buffet of beautiful waves in her early development as a professional surfer, just 16.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know about Stace's call, nice and soft. The sandbar here, man. This is a pretty tightly packed sandbar here at Snapper, and it's kind of like cement when you hit it. But here we go. India Robinson, huge hack to start things off. Great looking wave here. Really, well, gets those birds out of the way. Just has to deal with a little open face here. Bit of cutback work. Now she hits this little low road section, and this wave starts to go again. So the defending champ showing some good commitment on the forehand here. Nice carving turns. Really just sort of setting the story for this heat as she brings this wave all the way down the line. You can see she just wants to bank a good score.
Well, this will be good for us judging criteria to see what the number is going to be for a 14-turn combo.
Well, they'll keep this one pretty conservative, I think, Kaipo. Just this opening turn, really powerful. This was the money turn of this wave. Really opens up the wingspan, drives through that turn. Gets nice and tight, right up high in the pocket, then drops down straight into that bottom turn again. And look out. Getting those birds out of the way. One dive when we were surfing D-Bar the other day. One dive bombed right next to us with a pack of like 6 of us out the back. This thing just right in the middle of us, and I actually could have grabbed it.
Schooling fish, happy birds, it's all happening here. We're going to wait for the first meaningful number to come through. That's going to be India Robinson's first score. Like I said, the 23-year-old out of Janjuk is the defending champ. She took a big win here last year. India also has a great cause. She has her own brand called The Queen in Me. And her brand there is actually a full circle brand in which it's not just merchandise, it's actually a cause to empower young women. So India just not only an excellent surfer, but actually a great role model as well. Look at this wave come through here. Oh my goodness, Macy Callahan drops from the sky. A thick barrel for Callahan. Makes it through that growling section there. And Macy's hanging on here. Local knowledge coming into play. Callahan now on the face with a big snap there. Gets around some more of the white water as this wave reels down the line. But what a drop, what an opening section for Macy Callahan. Macy sticking with this one. Knows it's going to shape up on the inside here. Places her turn. Gets a nice finish there before stepping off.
Wow. Well, that's, you know, when you think about surfing a heat at Snapper Rocks and you dream about that moment, this is the kind of Snapper Rocks setup that you think about. Full tilt, barrels behind the rock, and then multiple turns down the line, and that's exactly what Macy Callahan did on that one.
So here's a score for India Robinson on her opening ride. Remember, she took it all the way down the line. Multiple maneuvers for a 7.67. So the high mark so far in this heat from India Robinson. Curious to see what the number is going to come in for Macy Callahan. Macy not getting as many maneuvers, maybe not as dynamic of maneuvers, but the critical section in which this wave happened is undeniable.
Geez, that was a gnarly takeoff. Slots herself in the pit and gets shot out of the cannon all the way down the line. This one ran off, but Macy could see that there was more work to be done down the face here. Quick snap under the lip, another section to get around. So a little bit stop-start Kipes in terms of the maneuvers and where she placed them, but a beautiful barrel ride to start off. So the first, you know, real barrel ride of any substance that we've seen today, and it's the local girl. Have a look at this, just throaty beast, just gurgling behind her. Beautiful, clean almond-shaped barrel down the line here.
The airdrop into this thing, and it just goes mutant for a second. Wow.
Well, you know, if you're jumping off the jet ski, getting whipped in, you could have been maybe another 10 or 20 yards deeper on that thing. But Macy just, airdropping into the pocket, tucks up, gets a bit of tube time. But the judges really paying India Robinson for that, attacking that first section. Really showing that commitment there. So a couple of scores to come in. Looks like India Robinson had another wave. Let's check it out here. So India, medium-sized wave here, clean snap to start off. Another wrapping cutback. So so much power in her style and her approach here. And again, this wave has that little crease on it. We'll see this all day long. The waves will hit the bank again and get into these little double-up sections. India working this one down the line. Tags it again. Bottom drops out of it. She does well to get one more final turn in, but just folds on top of her for that final maneuver.
All right, so we're waiting for that score that we just saw. That's going to be the backup for India Robinson, and we're waiting for the score for Macy Callahan for that drainer that she got ski ride back out. Of course, today we have ski assist throughout the day, throughout this round of 16 for both the men and the women. So surfers have a choice whether to paddle back out or just ride the wave to the pickup zone and get the taxi, get the Uber right there back out.
The Uber's the way to go all day long. There is a little bit more current sweeping up the coast. I had a quick surf yesterday during one of our hold breaks when we were assessing the situation, and it's totally different with this new swell. You really had to, you know, keep paddling. You're on the treadmill. Stop for 10 seconds and you were halfway down the point. Really difficult to stay in position. Looks like it's settled a little bit now. Macy behind the rock. Just, well, she's got some really good numbers about to drop here. So the judges obviously loving that commitment to the tube, the airdrop.
It's going to be our first excellent score of the day. No doubt about it. One more judge to drop, then we'll drop the high and the low. Looks like the high mark is a 9-point ride, low mark 8.5. Macy drops in again. Another barrel, this one a tighter one, and that one runs off.
Wow, she did so well. She made the drop. She drove down the line, set the rail, travel time.
So we will reveal the score for Macy Callahan, an 8.67 for that previous ride. Pair that with a 3-point ride, and Macy is still trailing India Robinson. India, remember, opened up with that 7.67 for a series of turns, backed up with a 5.5. Callahan now needs a 4.5. A 4.5 for Macy to take the lead with 14 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Lines coming through here, and it is really starting to pump, Rich.
Yeah, this is Snapper Rock starting to really flare up. And, well, you know, on any other given day, there would be hundreds of people out here. Let's get back to that in a sec. Macy.
Remember, Macy just needs a 4.5 here. Paced approach, a little bit of a rail catch there. Just going to stick with it down the line, easing through that turn. A couple of ribs in the face for her to deal with. This wave a little bit separated, hoping for this inside runner section for Macy Callahan. And a little disappointment on the kick out there.
Yeah, I think Mace was almost thinking, oh, there might be some points in this. I'll take it anyway, get down, get the ski ride, and make my way right back up to the top of the point again. She's just loving these barrels. Watch the airdrop again, sets the fins, gets that rail engaged, sitting in the barrel, travel time, and then unfortunately just the foam ball engulfs her. And then this is her wave that she picked up about halfway down the point. Just a little catchy on that cutback. And you can see this wave's got a number of creases through it, so it doesn't have that real ruler edge lip line, that swell line that travels into the bay. It was all broken up, and hence yeah, the wave was a little disjointed in the way she could surf it.
Can Macy Callahan come back after India Robinson? She's got the high score of the heat. We're going to find out after this Bonsoy brew break.
all roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro, seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing.
52 Ks of beautiful beaches here on the Gold Coast, but the focus today is right here at Snapper Rocks for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Here's Macy Callahan. She's trailing India Robinson in this matchup. Macy looking for a 4.5 to take it. Macy with one excellent score already in her score line at 8.67. Kuiper Girl along with Richie Lovett on the call. Wow, it's starting to turn on.
Yeah, it certainly is, Kaipo. The Gold Coast. This is something special, isn't it? 8th wonder of the world. And Snapper Rocks Super Bank, part of a World Surfing Reserve, one of 3 in Australia, Kaipo. The other one up at Noosa and down Manly Freshwater. The World Surfing Reserve here on the Gold Coast stretches from where we are right now all the way up to Burleigh.
I love it. Freshwater Beach, you know, really the origin of surfing in Australia. Here we go, India Robinson. Big steep drop. Sharp angle top turn here. Kind of sniffing out for a barrel. She's gonna pass up this section here and goes up into the lip for a beautiful carve. Robinson skipping through this section. The power surfer from Jan Juk getting a little shut down here. And I don't think she's going to find any more open face. Looking to better a 5.5. Turning it over to Macy Callahan right behind her. Macy with a beautiful carve. Swooping top turn again for Macy. Make it 3. Local knowledge maybe coming into play here. Looks like she's picked off a great runner on the inside. Beautiful rail work on the sharp eye, and Macy jumps off.
Yeah, that was a great exchange. Macy getting the pick of the quality waves in that set. As you said, the local knowledge, you know, Macy resides up here now, obviously, you know, has really molded her performance around, you know, what Stephanie Gilmore does and her approach to these point waves. But you can see Macy's looking for these slightly smaller waves that are hitting the bank perfectly. India's ride, one of the bigger sets, and as the tide continues to drop, this wave just pushes off the bank, unfortunately. But the opening section looked promising. For a moment there, I thought she was going to find a little tube right here. Comes around this section. She's jamming these turns in the pocket with a lot of power. But then, unfortunately, this wave just runs off, goes a little wide on the sandbank, and no more opportunity for India. So she has to hit the eject button. Macy, on the other hand, you can see this wave just hugging the reef better, hugging the sandbar better. Clean snap. Comes around this section, another one up higher in the lip this time. Showing the variety there. A more direct cutback, back into the foam. She's got a couple of nice swoops down on the inside as well. So looking for a score here, looking for a 4.5, and gut feeling is that she's probably got that.
Yeah, I concur. Just hopping off the ski there after the short trip back around. So we'll wait for a score for India as well as Macy to set the heat. We're at the 7-minute mark in this heat.
Yeah, the point I was going to make earlier, Kipes, is that, you know, any given day there'd be hundreds and hundreds of people, and a fair chunk of those would be the locals, you know, getting the lion's share of all the sets. So as a competitor in a surfer heat right now, you can actually rip into those waves that you watch on a daily basis.
That you'd never get.
That you would never get. So in a way, you're almost adapting now to a situation that you're not that familiar with.
Right.
You know, certainly Indy Robinson wouldn't have had the opportunity to surf snapper at this caliber with these grinding barrels behind the rock here. So she's actually going through a situation where she's trying to get used to a new situation. You know, Macy, on the other hand, is a little bit more familiar to this.
Well, Macy waiting for the number. Her need has been upped She needs 4.83. Macy, one more time, finds a barrel. It's a beautiful one. Coming through this section, and she goes. That's going to be it for Macy Callahan. Talked about the local knowledge coming into play right now, and that was tremendous. This is going to be a huge number for Callahan. She will turn the heat, no doubt. Wow.
Wow. Firstly, I'm so sorry, Kipes. I could not help but scream when Macy was in that barrel then. Oh, my gosh. I didn't mean to do that over the top of you, man, but
nah, that's what we're anticipating.
Radical.
Yeah.
That was so sick. You could see that wave just lining up so beautifully, and Macy just picks an absolute nugget. Wow.
Yep, a heavy-weighted, pure gold nugget right here.
Oh, so Macy drops down, negotiates the takeoff, then sits in the barrel, completely disappears. So much travel time. And then comes out with a beautiful, stylish cutback. But this water angle, this will tell the story. Look how slotted she is. Like, she could not have been any further back in that barrel. If she was 1 foot further back, that foam ball would have just taken her down, but timing perfect. Just sitting in the eye of it. And that is one of those waves that you dream about at Snapper Rocks. Macy, a beautiful flowing cutback here. And as a surfer, they are the moments, they're the feelings that you chase, that you dream about.
And it was a really technical barrel. You saw it spit inside while she was deep in the barrel. That means that, like you said, Rich, that foam ball was right behind her, gaining speed, putting out all that vapor, and she threaded it perfectly for the completion, because it would have been very easy to get caught up in that thing and have it backdraft suck you back into it.
Oh my God, it's like those movies like where there's, you know, all this water rushing out of the tunnel and they're trying to escape out of it. Great angle here from up above, and you can really see how deep Macy gets on that one. India Robinson, she had the box seat, watching her competitor just sitting in the pit. I'm sure she was kind of, you know, semi-stoked for her, but at the same time just going, this is going to be a giant score. So, you know, really setting the pace here with 3 minutes to go, and we are definitely going to see a lead change here. This could potentially be the highest wave of the event so far. She's not done yet. She wants more.
Callahan drops into a little bubble here. No harm, no foul. We'll still wait for 2 scores, actually 3 scores, but that'll be an inconsequential one. It's really going to be that previous ride that's going to be the real number. Now, I'm feeling, so a 7-7 checked in fourth. That's 3 rides ago, okay? So that's not the barrel. So Macy already took the lead with that 7-7. That was on a wave with turns. We're waiting for the barrel score to come through here, which could increase Macy's lead over India Robinson. Robinson right now, as we speak, needs an 8.7, but that requirement likely to go higher when Macy's barrel score drops in.
It has to be excellent, surely. Has to go in the excellent range. Without a doubt, it's just how high on the scale it's going to go. But this is what we came to see. Strap yourselves in for a day of amazing competition here. We're going to move straight into the men's after the women's round. And these waves.
Oh my God, there it is. Macy Callahan, it's a perfect 10-point ride. 10s all across the board. I know there's a CS, but give her an esky.
Oh my goodness, here she goes again.
Just ride this one on in, Macy. 18.67 two-wave total.
Or don't. Keep surfing, because we're having a ball watching it. She's got just under 2 minutes on the clock. She still has enough time. I would be soaking up every second of opportunity with only 2 people out in the water when Snapper Rocks is doing what it's doing now. Perfect 10-point ride. I was kind of going, are they going to drop this? It felt, it felt almost perfect.
There was the emotion. There was the emotion to it, right? And how technical it was. And so not all 10s are created equally. There's 10-point rides where we throw out the high and the low. You average out a 10. And then there's the rare animal of the perfect 10, which surfers on tour have been hunting constantly, and it's very rare to get. Perfect 10 means all 5 judges give you a 10. This is it.
It was just so well ridden. You know, Macy just the most amount of barrel time you could possibly extract out of this ride. And the replay just shows it in all its glory. She's just disappeared. We're admiring the wave, and there's Macy's just way back in there, just admiring the view from inside the barrel. You know, that is, you know, they're the feelings. They're the moments as a surfer. You want them, but to do it with the jersey on,
yeah,
that's something special.
With everyone watching, with 5 different camera angles, with slow motion and water angle, perfect 10. Macy Callahan, thank you for making our morning so far. And this, Rich, is wonderful signs for the rest of the day.
Yeah, this is just a taste of what we're going to see throughout the day. And even into tomorrow. You know, the swell does actually come around a little bit further to the east, so it is, we're poised. We're poised to, you know, really deliver in terms of professional surfing. And Macy Callahan, she just had the most amazing heat there. Perfect 10-point ride, the first one of the event.
Beautiful. On the way to the quarterfinals, Macy Callahan, and the show continues here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Let's take another look at this 10-point ride as we go to break. Enjoy this.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by SNS Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Well, buckle up, strap in, because there's been some turbulence, and the turbulence has been happening right on the beach. People stomping their feet, clapping their hands for this young lady right here, Macy Callahan, coming out of her heat, earning a perfect 10 all the way across the board, and that signed the baby, Macy.
Oh, wow.
Kuiper Girl along with Richie Lovett on the call, and we're just as excited as you all are. What a great day of surfing. The day continues. Heat 4, round of 16 for women. Isabella Nichols coming up against Nikki Van Dyke.
Yeah, this is a big one. The two Aussies, two former championship tour surfers, you know, both Isabella and Nikki Van Dyke have had, you know, years competing on the championship tour. They've fallen off, and now they are campaigning to get back onto the tour. Big heavyweight matchup, this one.
Yeah, Isabella Nichols, 26 years old. She spent 4 years on the championship tour, wants to get back on. She got back on last year via the Challenger Series, where she ended up taking the last place available for women. She ended up 5 at the end of the year, and that was enough to get onto the championship tour. For the women, we take the top 5. Nikki Van Dijk, 29 years old, 7 years on the championship tour, and Van Dijk would love to join the elite, the top of the pyramid, all those surfers on the championship tour. Here we open up a replay.
Yeah, replay here. Nikki just gets a little cover to start things off. Nice flowing cut back here, just S-turning down the face, staying back into that power source, waiting for this wave to run again. And Nikki just looking at a mid-range score here. Just working this one down the line, but always good to just get that first ride under your belt. Somewhat of a warm-up wave, I would consider this one. But Nikki, again, you know, obviously hails from Phillip Island down there in Victoria, but, you know, spends so much time here. Isabella Nichols just goes down, tries to knife that takeoff. This is a replay, one of her opening rides, and again, just, wow, did well to negotiate that little section and just unfortunately could not find a way through that barrel. Just gnarly drops out here. Super shallow sandbar section, but we love it because that's what creates these beautiful crystal cylinders. These spinning barrels just folding in on itself. We talk about, you know, the wave going below sea level at really low tide here. It sort of goes off the bank and the wave just actually, the trough of the wave is actually lower than the sandbar sometimes.
Yeah, lots of beach, low tide right now at Snapper. Looking for the tide to continue to drain right now. It's 9:12 local time, and the tide is falling until 10:25 a.m. So we still have water leaving the bank. It's just going to get shallower out there and a lot thicker and more double ups. Speaking of thick double ups, she found a couple out there on the way to a perfect 10. Let's hear from Macy Callahan.
Thank you, Kaipo. A career-defining performance, Macy Callahan. You machine.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm like pretty speechless. That was probably the best heat of my life. Yeah, coming down here, that one was for Huey Vaughan, apparently. He said that chicks weren't getting behind the rock enough, but hopefully that one proved to all the boys out there that was good enough.
It certainly was. It goes without saying, the level on the championship tour has reached new heights. The Challenger Series needs to reach that. We've got waves on tap today that replicate the World Tour, and you certainly showed that you belong there.
Yeah, I mean, hearing that this is going to be a CT next year, I really wanted to give a good last crack and hopefully obviously be there next year. But I'm just probably going to get some good waves. Like, yeah, this is the first big comp for me of the year, and I'm stoked on how it's going so far. And yeah, I'm just really happy I've gotten my head start snapper.
Talk to us about the rhythm. It was one after the other. You went into the trough.
I went into the trough. Yeah, I mean, I'm so used to picking off the scraps from all the boys, so I was really happy just to like have some space out there to myself and really, yeah, hone into one.
Tom Whitaker, Mick Kane, Gabe Garcia, all giving you the rev up this morning. How did you filter all that information?
Yeah, honestly, Mick was just like, you're sitting behind the rock. You've got 30 minutes jet ski assist. You're sitting behind the rock and you're going to give it a go no matter what. Just give it a good crack. You'll be happier if you tried. So I'm super stoked, yeah.
Oh, I'd try. You did talk us through the 10. That was a full toboggan ride.
Yes, that was fun. I don't know whether it was luck or, I don't know, local knowledge, but I've only been here for like 6 years. But so I'm just really stoked. That was really fun. I want to do it all over again.
Well, you're going to have to sit back and watch the action for the rest of the day. Quarterfinals will be tomorrow. Congratulations, Macy Jane. Well done. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, good stuff there. And I like the call out on career-defining moment, and also, you know, Macy just backing it up and saying, hey, that's the best heat of my life right there.
That was the luck. You know, Macy is just an amazing surfer, and I feel like for her, it's a confidence thing.
Yeah,
and this is a defining moment here. You know, she was giddy. Yeah. She was giddy with, you know, just being so ecstatic with what she did, and she surprised herself, I feel like. That is a huge injection of confidence for her.
Yeah.
She actually just needs to settle again before tomorrow. Totally. But, you know, that is just, like Stace said, that was a career-defining moment.
That was You could tell by her exit, there's a mix of endorphins and adrenaline running through her right now as we look at a replay. This happened during the break for Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, Bella just getting to work on this one here. Just a couple little ridges down the line here. But she's getting some work done, some smooth turns. Layback hack under the lip there, and then she just gets tripped up. She was just setting a line, and then one of those ribs just kind of pushed a board out of the way from under her feet. She's back on the ski, so you know, no real leader at this point in this heat with 20 minutes to go, Kipes. No one's really grabbed it and gone, okay, I want this. So I think we'll see this heat open up. I feel like Nikki's going to you know, really be inspired by the performances of Macy Callahan, and she's going to want a couple of those real gnarly nugget tubes as well.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us, we're in Heat 4, round of 16 for women. We're going to go into the round of 16 for men, and then we have a special event for you at the end of the day. We're going to have Fisher and Friends Freesurf. That's Fisher out there. You might have known him as Paul Fisher when he was a professional surfer, but now he's a worldwide sensation as a DJ. Fisher is going to be out there with Kelly Slater, Steph Gilmore, Mick Fanning, Chelsea Hedges, Joel Parkinson, and the goofy foot king of all, Aki. His Majesty is going to be out there.
We get to do it all again. Wow. And, well, Fisher, he's been on an absolute tear the last couple of years, hasn't he?
Oh, boy.
Good stuff. Looking forward to that.
He's got some great vintage board designs also in his quiver. I don't know if he's going to bring that one out, but that could be pretty cool. 19 minutes, 40 seconds. Van Dyke out in front with a 4.83 and a 2.93. Isabella trailing, just needs a 3.44. No breakout scores as of yet in this heat number 4.
Yeah, this one's just taking a little time to get underway and really establish who is going to be moving on to the quarterfinals. But, you know, two, I'm going to say veteran surfers, but really experienced surfers in the CT format. And what an opportunity, getting just a smorgasbord of waves here at Snapper Rocks. A couple of lumps moving around the point, but you can see that swell line just broken up a little bit. So then you're looking for something with a bit more line to it. Something moving into the bay. Here's a little corner hit. No.
So these double up kind of split ones, Rich, what's causing that?
It's just the sort of two directions in the swell, and then also the way it refracts off the rock behind the Froggy section as it comes up the coast. You know, and as they come in sets, so when the sets arrive, they're more defined swell lines, and the in-between waves, in between the real distinguished sets, you know, they don't have as much form in them as well. So a couple of reasons why that we see those little break lines in the swell.
Yeah, so on a normal day out here, just the normal civilians would be catching all these kind of in-between split up ones, but the locals know.
They know the ones.
They know the ones. They know the ones with the line, and they'll just sit out there and wait for the special ones.
Yeah, on a free surf, there's not one wave that would go unridden at this place. There would be a human on every single wave.
But although it's perfect out here, as we watch a little perfect one on the inside, there's a huge difference between a lined up long snapper wall going all the way through Mali and Rainbow, maybe even all the way to Green Mountain, versus, you know, some of the other section which are nice waves, but they're not like the epic all-time ones.
Yeah, yeah. You really do need to just pick the ones here. Looks like Isabella Nichols. Wow, that one just really threw out. Didn't let the women into that one. Kind of went a bit mushy down the line too, so perhaps a good choice not to take that one. But Kipes, when we get, so this swell has been generated from a low pressure system that's come around bottom of Australia and moved up the east coast. We get these cyclone swells at times, and that's when you really see a lined up swell, like continual lines, one after the other, really established. And that's why I kind of called it maybe a 9 out of 10 rather than a 10 out of 10. But, you know, there'll be moments when the tide turns today, and this swell will get pulled in as the tide comes back in. So we'll see the the swell size kick up a bit. In my opinion, it should anyway.
Yeah, and just what a place, what an arena to have a competition. And the great news is, coming into this event, we found out that this event will be on the CT schedule next year. Van Dijk drops into this one, tucks in, catches a little bit of a rail on the way in there. You can see that kind of stopped her forward momentum. Wave clamping down ahead of her. This one spinning down the line. Second wave of the set looks like it was a bit cleaner. And Isabella Nichols decides to hold on to her priority out the back.
Yeah, so Nikki just got clamped on that one, and by that we mean a big section just shut down in front of her. See this wave here, gnarly drop, she gets to the bottom, sets the rail, almost goes a touch high, kind of got caught up high in the lip. You really have to turn quickly off the bottom and set your line a little bit lower in the barrel. As soon as your rail gets caught in the face, there's so much water moving up the wave so fast. Can just take you up and over, but that wave just closed out anyway, so.
Well, it's anyone's heat right now in the fourth heat of the day. We'll see how this eventuates. We take a Bonsoy brew break, and Vahine Fierro, she's getting ready for her match coming up against Luana Silva. Be back after this.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia.
Back here at Snapper, Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Women's round of 16 on the water. Heat number 4, an evenly matched heat. Nikki Van Dijk up against Isabella Nichols. Kaipo Girl along with Richie Lovett on the call here. 12 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, and beautiful snapper at hand. Here we go, Nikki Van Dijk. Van Dijk pulls into the barrel, travels through that first section. Well done for the tour veteran in this case. Easy cutback for Van Dijk. Comboing it up here, smooth inside section, and letting loose on the DHD. Lucky baby blue board there for Nikki Van Dijk. Looks for the finish and gets a nice finish to tie that one up. Van Dijk in the lead, will increase her score line with that last effort.
Yeah, I feel like that wave, Kipes, was the first one of this heat where, you know, from start to finish, there was some good work done. Nikki obviously getting the little barrel ride to start things off, and then she executed some beautiful smooth turns down the line. And just goes to show you, each heat is unique in its own way. Nikki, beautiful tube ride. This wave just continues to offer more down the line. Rips a nice flowing cutback. And again, sets up this next section. The wave starts to run off. Quick snap under the lip there. And a second. So a series of smooth turns. She does some nice work all through the inside section here. Comes down and gets the all-important finish. So that's going to be the best wave. I love these water angles here. And just a dreamy little barrel. So gets that toe side rail set and just positioned perfectly in that little almond-shaped barrel. Gets the clean exit. You could see she was dragging that inside arm, just feeling the water, feeling where she is inside the barrel. And it's a real thing, getting used to being positioned inside a barrel. You know, a lot of recreational surfers, you'll see them get in the barrel and they'll jump off because they go, what am I doing in here? Too excited, I'm not too sure what to do. But you really just have to, you know, breathe and calm your nerves. Keep that line really smooth inside the barrel. And yeah, decent score coming through here for Nikki.
There we go, 6-3-3 with all the judges' individual scores. Throws out the high and low. Nikki does extend her lead over Isabella Nichols. Nichols now sitting with priority, needing a 6.83 to turn the heat. And we're at 10 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, so Nikki Van Dyke, she's got a 2-point lead over the best scoring ride with Isabella Nichols. So Bella's going to have to bounce back here and find a decent wave of her own if she wants to stay in this heat. Because you get the feeling that Nikki's starting to settle into her rhythm here.
Well, what a season it's been here on the World Surf League, and you can gear up for the season with the official Championship Tour collections from the WSL store. As we see Isabella, nicely done under the hook. Paced approach now for Nichols. On her way to the number, she needs a 6.83. Isabella working it over, starts off with a nice barrel ride, comboing it up with some turns. This is the strike back for Isabella Nichols up against Nikki Van Dyke. Hanging with this one until the very inside. Legs got to be burning there, and you see pokes the nose on the shallow bank on the inside there, but nice start and nice pace for Isabella Nichols. We'll see if that was the number. What do you think, Rich?
Yeah, that was, well, by far Bella's best wave. Got the little barrel, very similar to Nikki, and that started with the tube ride, then some good work down the line. I'm definitely going to give the nod to Bella in terms of the execution or the critical nature of the turns down the line. Just felt like there was a little bit more power and aggression into the way she was approaching the lip. But let's see, double up section here. Sets the rail, starts dragging the hand, gets that barrel time. Comes out, readjusts the foot placement. Gets herself in the sweet spot. Now she's set to start rifling off these turns down the line here. You can see there's just a fraction more speed to Bella's approach with these turns down the line. Does well to keep the rail engaged on the bumpy little section. Number of little wind affected ribs on the face. Tags that final moment there, but just gets caught. But another great view here. You can see dragging both hands there. So trying to slow up. Now she's covered. Now she's getting that beautiful tube time, that vision, looking out. That's the vision that surfers live for. So the only... When we start breaking down the technical tube riding, it's when you're backdooring a section or you're coming from behind, you're traveling with speed without dragging the arms. That's when you get really, really deep inside the tube. Whenever the judge... this was Nikki behind her. So, wow, gets an absolute nugget and gets swallowed up. But yeah, back to that point, where whenever you're dragging and slowing down, it's maybe not as technical. So this is a replay of Nikki. So she found this while we were watching Isabella down the line. So just trying to build on her score line. You can see this thing starting to lay down a little bit. The wave not really offering too much on the inside. She's doing some great little maneuvers down the line, trying to look for something substantial as it closes out.
Nikki Van Dyke looking to back it up, but she's going to hear some dreadful news as she gets the ski ride back out, because she is now trailing Isabella Nichols. That last wave for Isabella went up into the excellent range. An 8.17 for her effort. 2 8.5s from the judges. We're going to throw out one of those. We're going to throw out the 8-point ride, and 2 8s and an 8.5. That average is an 8.17. Excellent Isabella Nichols. She's in the lead.
Yeah, it all sort of happened a little late in this heat, but it's happening now. This is starting to really heat up. Isabella Nichols, well, she had to bounce back after Nikki's 6.33. She's done that and some. So she's put almost 2 points on the highest scoring ride. And they've got very similar backup scores. We're just waiting for another score of Nikki's to come in, but I don't think it's going to change the situation too much. I don't feel like it's the 6.18.
It's great stuff here, and you just remember that this will be a championship tour event next year, but it's already showing so much promise as a Challenger Series. Of course, the World Surf League, fans all over the world, and if you're a fan, you can gear up for this 2024 season with the official Championship Tour collections from the WSL store. WSLstore.com is where you can do the shopping for that. Back your favorite surfer with authentic WSL jerseys made from recycled materials, and shop the exclusive new Icons collection. You can find that all on the WSL store. WSLstore.com. Be a fan, get a jersey. I know you all have a favorite one. And yeah, you got a favorite jersey, Rich?
Yeah, the leader's jersey.
Yeah.
Whoever's leading.
the yellow one. We always want the yellow one.
Yeah, no, they're all. It's a great thing that you can, you know, run your favorite surfer and really buy in, get their number and all that stuff.
We're going to see number 11 here.
Yeah, we are.
At the end of the day, Kelly Slater's going to be surfing with Fisher and Friends. He's one of the friends of Fisher. He's got 11 on his jersey, so you can get those Slater jerseys over at the WSL store. I'm sure that's one of the top sellers.
Yeah, absolutely. Steph's would be a huge seller as well.
Steph, we got number 8 out there.
Yep.
That's another collectible jersey. Matter of fact, you can. I don't think you can expedite your shipping, but go ahead and bring your jerseys down here and maybe get some signatures this afternoon, because we're going to have. Last time we had 24 world titles in the water. Fisher and Friends, we're going to up that to 25 world titles out in the water this afternoon.
Yeah, with Chelsea, yeah.
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 Good stuff.
Well, this heat's counting down, just under 4 minutes.
Well, yeah, and Isabella Nichols has heat control. She's got the lead, and she's got priority. She's going to let Nikki go on this one. Nikki needs a 6.18. And that is going to hinder the score right there. So she's not going to get the number there.
Oh,
time for one more lap, maybe.
Now she's in that position where, do I paddle? Do I come down the point? It's like Isabella having a look at this one.
Yeah. Kind of almost couldn't help herself, but then got the contest head on and just went, wait a minute. Let me hold priority right now. I know it's tempting to go on one of these and just get a surf in, but you kind of want to control the lineup. You got the lead and you got priority.
Yeah, and you know what? It's tempting in another way too, because a 4.33, she'll be looking at going, I want to ditch that score. You know, I really want to lock this heat down, but she needs to make sure she does take off on the right wave. She might have a crack at this one.
She likes the look of this one. She's going to take it. A little tube seeking at first. Couldn't find the barrel, so now going to go to some turns. Caught up there by that rib. And I don't know if that's going to do it.
Oh, okay.
So priority error at that point.
Interesting moment here. So it's debatable whether she will build on that 4.33. And when she was riding that wave, you could see Nikki Van Dijk was making her way back into the takeoff zone. So she will have an opportunity now to find that 6.18.
So will this could be a costly error right now for Isabella Nichols at the GWM 2-minute warning.
So anxious times here for Isabella Nichols. Ideally, she would have loved to, you know, have replaced that 4 with a 6, and then all of a sudden you know, that 6.18 requirement turns into an 8, and things start to get a lot more difficult for Nikki Van Dijk. So a little door has swung just ever so open for Nikki Van Dijk.
And Nikki realizes this. She's been spending a lot of time over here surfing this wave. So I think it's not going to be difficult to identify a really good wave when it does come through.
You sort of know, as a surfer, as a competitor, you've done this so often. You know, you've got a pretty good read on the conditions and the lineup. You've been out here enough. You've done the warm-up. You know, you just go, oh, this is it. You have a sixth sense. You just automatically go, this is the wave. Looks like a couple of swell lines starting to approach, but we're down under a minute. Good looking set here. Will Nikki have a crack at this one? That one, she would have been looking into that barrel. Perhaps just not quite deep enough.
30 seconds. She's going to need to pull the trigger right about now just to give herself a chance. Here we go. She's going to be coming out from behind here. This foamy little one. 6.18 is the mark for Van Dijk. Here she goes. A few top turns down the line. Needs a little bit more connectivity, a little bit more pizzazz. Inside section offering up, but it's just a bit soupy there.
Yeah, you can see that wave joined up with the wave in front of it. And, you know, feelings just based on what scores we've seen so far. Kipes for, you know, bower riding and turns, combination of both. You know, a 6.18, is it going to be enough? She did some great maneuvers on it, but I think you hit the nail on the head. There was not that one big aggressive standout moment that really got us off our seat. So Bella won't know this. She'll be a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
Thinking, you know, what did she do on that wave? And just anxiously waiting for some numbers here. And looks like it's become official.
There we go. It will be Isabella Nichols on to the quarterfinals, where she will be facing Macy Callahan in quarterfinal number 2. The action continues here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We're going to take a break, but we're going to bring in Ronnie Blakey, world champ Rabbit Bartholomew, and His Majesty, the king of all of those with their right foot forward. Aki's going to be here, called next heat. Don't go anywhere.
All roads lead to the surf. before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Welcome back to the show. Mark Occhilupo's been busy. We sold out Snapper day one of the event window. We had huge crowds down here. He's been touring with Jack McCoy on the 25th anniversary of the documentary. Sold out shows up at Noosa and another sellout coming our way this afternoon. Ock, you're back out there.
Wow, can you believe that? I am actually in a group message after the first one with Kelly and Joel and Mick and Steph, and I'm really bad at that because I don't know what to write when I'm just texting one person, but when it's 5, I don't get involved.
There's a couple more people in that conversation now. Paul Fisher, the DJ, is going to be out there with you guys. He's a good friend of yours, but also Chelsea Hedges joining you in the lineup.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I was trying to say there is I think Kelly requested that, and whatever Kelly wants he gets, but now it's Fisher's. It's called Fish and Friends, and I'm glad I fall under that category because I've known Fish since he's been young, right? And that boy was always going to turn out to be famous.
Yeah.
Without much talent, right? But I just
got
knew.
a bit of talent, mate.
No, I just knew. I mean, he's a good surfer, right? But he wasn't, like a world tour surfer.
No.
But we'll get to see him surf this afternoon. But like just talent-wise, he was coming at you live all the time. And I knew Rab. I knew he was going to be famous at something, right? And he found it.
He's exactly the same on stage as he is off. That's him. He's found the perfect niche for himself.
He always had a lot of energy to give, and he's going to give it to us this afternoon in the lineup and show us just how well he's still surfing. But right now, the pace is being set by the world's best campaigners trying to get on that championship tour, and we have big matchups coming your way. Luana Silva, she's been on fire on her run through this event. And Luana just has been relegated off the championship tour. It's been a good turnaround so far. 9 on her first wave of this contest. She's up against Vahine Fierro, who we've seen in CT events the last couple of years over in Tahiti, where she's gone back-to-back semi-final appearances. She's a phenomenal tube rider, and she's got a great backhand too.
I really got a lot of time for Vahina. She surfs chopers so good. I've known it since she's been a really young kid over there when I used to compete at Chopu, and I've been surfing free surfs a lot, and she's been out there, and I've been trying to get her waves and been successful at that. And she actually asked me, have I been to Huahine where she grew up? And I haven't. Way back, in the days when we were making a Jack McCoy movie, I was there with Sonny Garcia and Poncho Sullivan and Rab, and they went to Huahine. They were lucky enough because you're not really allowed to go there without a local. They had, Sonny had a local, I forget who it was, I should know the name, but that invited them over there. So they, because if you don't know someone, you can't surf there. Waves are unbelievable there. And Vahina said, when you come, you've got to come to Huahine, and I want you to get some waves there. So I want to take her up on that Rab.
Oh, I got to go there in 1980. It was,
no way.
It's so special. It's the most special place.
Let's have a look at how Luana Silva kicked things off here. The waves, they're firing as we watch the Bonsoy replay.
The waves are firing today. I didn't have a free surf, which is unlike me, but this wave for Luana looks good, and these girls haven't really taken advantage. Macy Callahan got a 10.
A 10 and a 9.
Wow, a 10 and a 9. I saw her barrel, and I didn't think it would be that high because for Snapper, that's pretty much an average barrel. I mean, we get really good waves here, Rab. I'm proud of how good the conditions are today, and you must be too.
Oh, they're really stoked when I came down this morning and saw that it got some more east in it overnight.
Yeah, Luana's had a positive start to this heat, 6.33. Yeah, I agree with you, Ock, on the numbers, but I think what we have is the judges encouraging these competitors to get deep on that, behind that rock, and have a go, and you'll be rewarded if you can get that barrel. We're going to get back to you, Waka, on that. We've just lost your audio for a moment there. But we do have beautiful conditions here. We're going to see big scores drop. Look how clean this is right now. 22.5 minutes to go. Luana Silva looking to back up that first ride. Big section here, and she has a great forehand, which she'll put to good use on the first turn. Winds through that carve. This wave will stand up again on the inside. It could go a long way, this one. She looks to come bowled up. Oh, just gets tapped down there. Slightly mistimed that one, but can make up for it here and does. Luana lives in Hawaii, represents Brazil. And she's an amazing talent. Championship tour worthy. And she'll have to fight her way through the Challenger Series once again to get back there. But she's done it before. She's done it a couple of times now, so you'd have to think she'd have a fantastic chance, Bugs.
Yeah, most definitely that Luana would be really targeting this event for a big result, no doubt about it.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay, Bugs. What did you like about this one?
Yeah, well, it's just a nice clean wall, and Luana really sets up that first manoeuvre. Super strong first manoeuvre. Series of cutbacks here. She goes up and beautiful little slice there. Just as you said, just mistimes that a little bit, but this one here just hits it so sweet.
Oh, nice. You know, it's all about how you recover, isn't it? It's a really solid finishing turn. But Luana, you know, you look at her, very well-rounded surfer, but you'd think with that really strong forehand approach, this is a big opportunity for her to bank potentially her best result this season if the conditions are on like this. Yeah, no, as I said, this is one that she would so target. She'd like to come away with this with a, you know, at least a top 3 result.
Yeah,
you're back, Ock?
I am back. I've got electricity, I think, inside me at the moment. Because everything I touch, I get electrocuted.
Mate.
And I put the headset on, and I busted it.
Mate, well, always when the waves are firing, the electricity starts to flow through all of us. But you in particular, I can feel your excitement levels. You're buzzing.
I am buzzing. We've got another heat, yeah. So, like, I didn't go for a free surf this morning because of it. Like, it's kind of weird, you know. Like, it's kind of like surfing a final. Like, I know the crowd's going to be big. It's not about winning, and you guys probably don't believe me there. but I don't, you know, I just want to surf good, and it's like you got to build yourself up for a final with the crowd, you know, factor. And so I'm excited. The deuces are going to start flowing soon for sure, and I'm already excited. Yeah.
Well, we've just seen an excellent number drop for Luana Silva. A couple of big hits, strong start. Extremely strong finish and a very healthy lead in the early stages here. Vahine is after a 2-wave total of 14.4 here to get herself up into the #1 position, but this heat has not started for her just yet. But we had a great exchange toward the end of that last clash, and it was Isabella Nichols coming away with the victory, Stace.
That's right, Ron. Love your point there, Ock. It's not always about winning, Isabella. Today's pumping. It's all about performance.
Oh, there's so many amazing waves coming through. Like, even standing here, I got one eye like, looking out through the glass and the other at the camera. I just got so excited at the start. I think watching Macy's crazy barrels from behind the rock, me and Nikki are both like, we just had wide eyes going, oh my gosh, this is so sick. Best conditions I've had for a contest in a really, really long time. And look at this, oh my gosh, I can't. And yeah, I mean, this is what you dream of, having snapper like this with 2 people out. Like, there's nothing better. And so yeah, pretty good point. It's about surfing well today and catching some fun waves. And I guess, like you said before, if you do that and capitalise, then you're most likely going to get through the heat as you're looking up at the board up there.
Got chameleon eyes going on down here. Vahine teeing off there. Mate, I want to know, Isabella, we saw Macy taking off straight into the tube. You had waves that had like a nice open face but then barreled down the line. How do you manage, you know, your body positioning and your footwork on the board just going between turns and tubes?
It's actually really confusing, to be honest. Like, there was a couple of waves at the start of the heat there where I thought I'd paddled hard enough, and obviously not. And I had, like, yeah, some of the craziest wipeouts I've had in a long time. Just got way too excited, and I think just thought that I could sit a little deeper. I guess I probably needed to be like either a lot deeper or a little bit wider. I was in that little throw section, but yeah, as we were paddling out, Macy was literally, as we were paddling, Macy was getting drained, and it's hard to manage your expectations out there. It's honestly, sometimes these are the hardest conditions to surf a heat in, because you like, almost have to be like way more selective than what you normally would, which is hard for the spectators, I know, to watch so many amazing waves go unridden, but yeah, that's the joy of the sport.
It is indeed. You've earned the right to be selective. Congratulations, Isabella. Thank you, Ron Dog.
Thank you, Stace. Well, that electricity, it's not just alive here in the booth for the call, it's also buzzing through our competitors at the moment who are enjoying some of the best waves they've had for competition in some time today. As we see a replay of Vahine's last ride, Ock.
Yeah, this is quite a nice ride here. She connected it well. Like you see, the westerly wind is still blowing this morning, so the conditions aren't super clean yet. They will turn around to the southeast and it'll be perfectly offshore. You know, it usually happens around 11 o'clock, Rab.
Yeah, it usually goes south and southeast early arvo.
Well, today on a cloudy day, sometimes that westerly wind can hang in there.
Yes.
It's okay for the barrel, but, you know, to turn, you know, it's really, you need that heavy kind of footed stance, you know, and Vahine's quite light, but she's making it, you know, making good work of it right here.
She is, yeah. You can see the bumps in it, even in comparison to Luana Silva's previous ride. She just had a very clean canvas to work with, but you're right, Fierro is going to get a good score. She still managed to put those turns in all the right places, and it looks like she's going to break that combination quite easily and give herself a very achievable number to get herself up into the lead here. It's a 7.87.
Wow, they liked it. Yeah, that was a big score. It's funny, you know, guys, like, it's the same with both winds. You know, when it's onshore and you wait for a wave to come through to clean the lineup up, when it's offshore, you've got to do the same thing. You know, it's still that, you know, whatever period is in between the waves, and that wave will clean up the next wave. So it's funny, you know, yeah, it's funny like that, Rab.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, if you get a 3 or 4 wave set, it is the later waves that are going to be just pristine. Ruler edge, you know, drawing off the bottom, barrels galore.
15 and a half minutes to go. Just some of the insiders that you see just grinding through the inside. I know for all the surf fans watching on at home, you know, it starts to make you feel a little bit sick. You just want to get one.
Like Chinese torture, right? It really is. I mean, you know, the locals are, you know, they started early this morning. I saw Nick Vasicek out there get a couple pretty good, nice ones this morning. Probably not up to his standard. I saw him not come out of a really good one, and I saw him get a shorter, pretty thick, nice one. But you know, the local boys, they give it up. You know, I mean, it gets like this a fair bit. So
yeah, it's been a good run too, hasn't it? Yeah. It's been a good run. Luana Silva, back foot just slipping off the board there. Just under 15 minutes remaining here. We are watching Heat 5, the round of 16. We're on the lookout for quarterfinalists at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Sport can be such a powerful tool to help create change and do good for our planet. And as surfers, we certainly want that. WSL supporting local communities through an annual grant program. WSL Pure provides critical funds to NGOs around the world to help protect and conserve our One Ocean. And you can find out more by visiting wsl1ocean.org. It's been fantastic to get involved in some of these great days, helping conserve some of the beautiful coastlines around the country, but also ducking into the hinterland, different stages too. And the hinterland here on the Gold Coast is, you know, equally as beautiful as this amazing stretch of coast.
It is Springbrook. It's not too far from here. It's only about a 20-minute, 30-minute drive. And the waterfalls have been cranking lately. We've had a lot of rain here on the Gold Coast. So beautiful. You can take a big walk right down and have a swim if you want. Or just go a little 5-minute walk just to actually see the waterfall flow.
Yeah, you've lived like Bugs at different places on the Gold Coast, Doc. You spent a bit of time in the hinterland yourself there for a little while.
Rabbit and I lived at Bulambil Heights. Rabbit showed me the block of land that I bought when my father passed away. Probably the smartest spending of money I've done in my lifetime right there.
It was a bit of
I don't know, mate. We've had some pretty fun times. It's been some good nights as well.
But it was a pretty classic. We drove up. I said, look, we're going to get, let's get a piece of dirt. We drove to my place. I said, we'll get on the blower. And as we drove around my corner, Mark went, there's a block right there. And I went, oh, there's plenty of blocks. He went, no, that one right there.
Yeah, I had my heart set on the one.
Bought it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the blower for everyone.
We lived there for a while. Yeah, we lived there for a while up there at Bulambil Heights, which is about 15 minutes up from Coolangatta. Right on the top, there was a golf course called called Terranora Lakes Country Club, and there was a big what do you call it?
Goanna?
No. Like they used to have bands. There was pokies there, Rab. You got to know about this. Because there was no pokies in Queensland at this time. You had to go to New South Wales to play the poker machine. So it was a huge draw card. They had huge bands there, right, at Bulambil, at the Terranora Lakes Country Club.
Well, we live right on the back of that golf course, and you just step out the back and
play
hit
golf.
a few and play 9 or 10 holes. And
yeah.
That's another good feature of the Gold Coast too. Some incredible courses here. Kelly was out at Sanctuary Cove yesterday. A lot of the local surfers, Sheldon Simkus, they're members at Tweed, but the Glades. I
had Kelly up there. I had Kelly come and play at Bulambil Heights. And we all know how good of a golfer he is. He was reading my putts for me. He never played there before. They all break to the ocean.
Let's have a look at the numbers here for these two incredible talents. Great heat. Just the goofy, regular contrast here is so fun to watch. Vahine getting it done with a series of backhand hits. Luana, a couple more options with her forehand. Nice mix-up of moves from her to earn herself the best number of this heat so far.
And I just want to finish my Huahine story. So I didn't get to go that time. I had the flu and I was in a hotel in Papeete. Sonny, Garcia and Poncho went over there and Jack filmed them. I don't think it made it in the movies, maybe due to local reasons.
Yeah.
They got it pretty good. But,
maybe an embargo on that one. But you saw Zhao Chianca there. He's Luana's partner and obviously trying to help position her in this lineup at the moment because she's vulnerable at the moment. Vahine only needs a 6.54. She's got priority at this point in time. And I think on paper, just based on the way Luana's been surfing this year, she looked great even on the championship tour, despite the fact she got bumped off.
I agree.
I think she would have been the favourite going into this one for me.
Oh, geez, I disagree. I've been, that backhand effect. And unless Luana's going to hunt that barrel, I think Vahina's got her on turns, to tell you the truth. But we can disagree. Can't we, Ronnie? We can.
Sure. I expected you to, of being a goofy footer. And also with maybe a trip to Huahine on the line.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a pretty interesting wave approaching right now. It's got a nice wall to it. I think there could be a bit of interest. Sometimes these go under the radar, but as you said...
Oh, look at this! Vahine, it's a good-sized wall, draws off the bottom into that first section. Great turn to get started. Gets the opportunity to attack again, and does. now this wave is going to reach out, but it looks like it's setting up nicely through this inside shallow section, which has only gotten shallower overnight, and she drops a big turn and unfortunately just falls over that hillside rail.
Crucial.
Mia Manabre watching on, and he knows how crucial it was to stick that final move. She was on her way to a big score.
She was. I mean, she might still maybe just get it. I'm not too sure, but you know, that was a few points left right there. That was a big turn. She had to go for it. Let's see. Yeah. I was thinking this is a perfect backhand wave, really. You know, like it had a good pace to it. This turn was probably the biggest turn, but I was a bit worried here. And I'm like, hang on, nah, it's going to double up. She'll get another turn, and it did. But she fell. Maybe she didn't get the score after watching that running.
Oh, this was like the high impact finish too that she needed, Bugs.
Oh yeah, that would have been a closer. She would have most definitely got the score there, but it was a beautiful looking wave as it approached the bank, and as you said, Mark, just made for backhand surfing.
There's waves here that you want to be really patient at the beginning, and then there's ones that stand up like that where you just drop to the bottom and you've got to get up and you can get extra turns done. And Vahine kind of took her time a little bit to get to that first section. It was still a great turn, but she could have potentially fit 3 moves in.
Yeah, I know. You know what? It's hard, man. When the waves are perfect, it's harder to surf. Like, everyone can surf good in, you know, average waves, because that's what we're surfing all the time. You know, when the waves are this perfect, it's a different type of surfing. You know, like, you've got to, you know, you've got to move when you can. You got to do the moves when you can do the moves. You got to do the barrel when it's barrel, and you got to fit it in perfectly. You know, then you're seeing 10-point rides, but you know, it's a different way. You know, when the waves are perfect, your mindset changes. You've got to surf the wave perfect.
This number is going to just break Vahine's heart here. It's going to get very close. She needed a 6.54. She got a 6.1, and that number that was, you know, potentially going to, you know, get her out in front by a pretty good margin is now worthless.
Yeah, it was definitely going to be a 7.5 plus.
Yeah, it's a great point you bring up, Hock. Often we talk about it when we have CT competition at Jeffreys Bay, that, you know, it's a wave that everyone can surf pretty well, but only a handful of surfers that can surf it truly brilliantly. And when the waves are this good, you are exposed somewhat.
I know, like, I mean, that's when it really benefits that you've done like a few years of free surfing, you know, and getting filmed, because when the waves are perfect, you have to surf it perfectly to nail a shot to get in the film, right? Like, I mean, and that's practice, you know. I mean, you know, when guys compete, they often are not surfing perfect waves enough. So, and girls, sorry. Yeah.
4.5 minutes to go here, and Luana Silva, she really dodged a bullet there, and she's going to have priority, and she's really back in control at this point in time, because she's only looking to get rid of a 6.33 herself, and with just that, even just a slight edge on their best numbers at the moment. They're just bonus points if she can up the requirement here.
Well, the fortunes really swayed there, because Luana could be in a completely different situation than being in control.
But Vahine, she's got a big year ahead of her, obviously campaigning on this Challenger Series once again. You know, she's never finished outside the top 10 on the Challenger Series. First run at it, 2021, she got to 9th place, gone back-to-back in 10th position, ensuring that she doesn't need to do those regional qualifying series events. But I'm sure she's had a gutful of it. Her best finish in a Challenger Series was last year. She got a runner-up finish in Bolido. But she's a former World Junior champ. She won that title here in Australia, so she loves to compete here. She quarter-finaled at this venue last year, and she is going to be competing for a medal at the Olympics in Tahiti, and with back-to-back semis at the CT level, you'd love her chances.
I really like her chances in that. I mean, wow, is Moana in it? Is Moana in the Olympics? No. Yeah, so, yeah, well,
that's a hard team to break into, the American team.
Yeah, for sure, I guess. Definitely. And I believe Kelly's been trying to break into that for a little while.
Well, yeah, it's kind of probably extended his career just chasing that Olympic spot. But really looking forward to seeing Kelly out here this afternoon. You know, with the conditions improving, that he'll bench the twin fin. He'll definitely get on a thruster out there this time, I'm guessing. Maybe even a quad.
No, but it's a free surf. I just wish in his heat that he rode a thruster because, you know, like, he's got to, you know, mix it up with the kids. And when Kelly surfs a thruster, I seriously believe he could have won this event, you know. I mean, he makes it hard for himself on that little twin. It's very loose and it doesn't really, you know, do the carve that we all know he can do. But this guy right here, Fish and friends. I saw, you know, Fish, you know, I last saw him when I was in America a couple of years ago. We were all hanging out with Nutty Walker. He grew up here with Nutty Walker and Damon Nichols, and a few of the crew. Taj used to come and hang with those guys, Burrows. Fish is a classic, man.
Yeah, well, Nutty's going to be out here, but he works with JS over in the States.
Correct.
And Fisher and yourself, Parko, on the JS team.
You were there.
I was there.
You came. You were on that trip. That was so fun. We played golf.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Fish used to take my kids to Dreamworld. It was Uncle Fish.
Oh, God.
When they're little guys.
What were you thinking, Bugs?
Well, no one had more fun at Dreamworld than Fish.
Fisher's your babysitter? Are you kidding?
Oh, that's so
Dino was there.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Two of the most responsible people that the Gold Coast has ever produced, Dean Morrison and Paul Fisher. Just over a minute remaining here. Luana Silva out there with priority, out there with the Dolphins. And she is just in control at this point. If she needs to, she will take opportunities away from Vahine here. She's sticking pretty close, making sure there's not too much separation. Vahine is on the cell here, and it is going to be a hard wave for Luana to pass up. She gets into this one kind of late, but races down the line here. And there might be an opportunity for Vahine on the outside. So Luana will try and convert this into a number. Trying to better a 6.33. Tucking into the tube, doesn't really get covered. So at this point, unlikely that she's improving on a heat score total. Gets a nice finishing turn done and now looks over her shoulder to see if Vahine on the outside is going to get an opportunity.
Here she goes.
Wow, beautiful turn there in the pocket. And tapping away such a tricky wave to ride. She's doing extremely well. That sidewinder wash, just so hard to actually drive around the bowl and get back into the pocket because that whitewater's there. Well, Vahine finishes off nicely there. The 24-year-old giving it a good shot, but she'll likely be thinking back to her 6.1 and that fall at the end of that ride as a real missed opportunity to get herself into the quarterfinals here.
Wasn't a great way for a backhand technique there. It was kind of, that pocket was really tight, and then the foam ball kind of overtook the wave. Didn't have a lot going for it, Rab.
No, when the foam ball overtook the wave, the scoring opportunity dissipated. These first two moves are slick, though. Look how clean this wave is, mate.
Oh, love that.
This right here, that's a super difficult manoeuvre to pull off.
With that foam ball, for sure.
And now, as you said, the foam ball just swallowed the wave itself.
Really, like you said, Bugs, slick work on those first two turns, but you have to cast your mind back to the 6.1. Much bigger wave, huge combination of moves on the outside, and you know, even with the fall at the end, it just felt like it had a bit more in it, her previous ride, didn't it?
Yeah, it was that one fall for Vahine on that real good one that cost her the heat, unfortunately. She does get a result. I mean, it's a keeper. You know, do you think, or maybe one more round, yeah, touch and go?
Oh no, you've got to get to the semis.
Yeah.
Quarters you can count on, but they're not the results that'll get you onto the CT.
Okay.
The numbers come through for Vahine, and it doesn't go into the top two. So Luana Silva is going to march through to the quarterfinals here. Another solid heat score total for Luana with another excellent number. We'll take a quick break here and look forward to watching Bronte McCauley take on Kobe Enright in the next heat.
Bronte McCauley out there in the red and Kobe Enright in the blue.
How much fun was this? Day one of the event window, the afternoon was all about seeing the icons out here at Snapper Rocks for the World Champs Heat. Kelly Slater, Stephanie Gilmore, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, and Mark Occhilupo. We know what it was like to watch. What was it like to be in that lineup?
It was so good. The crowd was epic. The conditions were epic.
What about this?
Yeah, well,
Whoopah!
I didn't burn Joel, just, for the record. It was my turn.
You were sharing.
I had priority. We're all back out there. Right. And then a few others. I guess Fisher's got some friends. I'm interested to see who's going to turn up in the lineup. Steph, I had a perfect vision into that barrel. Look at me paddling over that wave, and I looked straight into Steph's eyes there, and she just had the biggest smile.
She surfs with a smile on her face most of the time.
She does.
When she's not reaping her way through a big frontside arc.
Happy Gilmore, that's why she got the name, but that name's changed to the Queen of Snapper and the Queen of Women's Surfing, really. Kelly Slater. The board looks great, but, just to compete, he's going to be hunting barrels today, you seem to think. Yeah. There's a lot of nice tubes out there, but the crowd came for him, and they probably will come again. Who are they coming for, boys? Fish or Kelly?
I don't know. You could almost mistake them for one another. But, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Have a look at the lineup that we're going to enjoy watching this afternoon out here. Fisher, Slater, Gilmore, Parko, Hedges, Fanning, Occhi. Do not miss it. Get down here if you can, expecting big crowds once again on what will be a memorable afternoon. There's been plenty of those this week. It's just been such a great window so far for waves. The performance levels on the Challenger Series, have been super impressive. And I think they're going to get better over these next couple of days as we get closer to crowning our champions.
Yeah, for sure. We're back into man on man and woman on woman. But just how good is it? It's going to be CT next year. That's what we're going to be seeing. So get used to it.
Early
well, we won't
fall
get used
here
to
from
that.
Kobe Enright, who positioned herself deep, and Bronte McCauley, you don't want to give her too much room to move. Strongest backhand in the draw. And she finds a nice wave here, Bugs, to kick things off.
A telling blow. This one, the first wave for Bronte. As she said, she was the strongest throughout, and she wails down past Little Marley into Rainbow now. Finishes it solid.
Yeah, so impressive. Been campaigning beautifully on the Challenger Series the last couple of years, getting closer to a spot. Heartbreakingly close last year. Finished 7th. The year before that, 8th. She has done a number of years on the championship tour before, Bronte. But she's always kind of struggled to crack that top 10. Always hung around just outside the top 10 picture. But it felt like in her last couple of years she started to do her best surfing. And, obviously it's just a consistency thing that's preventing her from getting back to the CT.
For sure. That her first heat, I think it was, or a second with Vahina, and they both got back-to-back 9s. That's the best I've seen Bronte surf nearly ever. Like, she is in really good form. The waves have gotten bigger now. I wonder if she's on the same board, but she looked pretty good. There's a 7.5.
Strong start for Bronte, who, when you think about her success at the championship tour level, the fact that she's made 6 semi-finals, even though she's never cracked a CT final, it sort of suggests that she has the kind of surfing that can upset title contenders when she's on. But she's got to beat a hometown hero here today, Kobe Enright, competing at home, Coolangatta, born and bred. And Kobe, on the other hand, she's had some great success on the regional QS, won it in 2023, but has never put together a full campaign on the Challenger Series, Bugs. What's the story with that?
It's hard to say whether, she loves being home, I know that, but Kobe, if she put a whole year in, I think she could really make it.
Well, here she goes, ducking in for a moment. That wave was pinching, though. So unlikely she was going to find an exit if she fully committed to that barrel. And it's going to be 3 throwaways for Kobe to kick things off. Bronte's taking the early lead here, but a great heat for Luana Silva, who's into the quarterfinals, and she's with Stace.
Thank you, Ron. Luana, somewhat heated debrief there with Jow on the stairs, or did I misread that?
No, you did not misread that.
He just tells it to me straight, which I appreciate. Yeah, I was just going over the heat and what I did wrong and what I can improve on for the next one.
What'd you do right?
I got an 8, so that was right.
Do you feel that was part of your wave selection, which you've been on fire with this event, or do you feel like you're starting to lift your performance?
I think that was just part of the wave selection, I feel. So like easy to pick such a perfect wave, I feel. But to surf it, it might be a bit difficult, maybe a bit of nerves, but I'm stoked with my performance and I just want to keep elevating my performance in surfing.
Certainly done that. On to the quarterfinals now tomorrow. What's your plan for the afternoon? There's a lot going on down here.
Yes, I think I'll just get off the beach, rest a bit, and come back down and watch his heat too. So yeah, I'm stoked.
And you're running an Occy-esque wax job there. Are you aware of his famous quote?
It's one board, one wax job, I'm pretty sure.
Back to you, Ock.
Classic, yeah. She's got it. She's running with it.
You like to just stack it on, didn't you, Ock, back in the day?
Yeah, I wasn't big on taking it off. You know, like the thicker it gets, you know, your feet mould into it. And I really liked it thickly waxed up. Yeah, one board, one wax job. Yep.
Luana should feel good about that performance because she didn't get near her best and she still got an excellent score.
Absolutely. That was a well-served heat, well managed, but she could have done better.
Here goes Kobe Enright, a really messy wave. Just a couple of little moves there, but Kobe yet to spring to life. It was just a free lift down the line, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was it hailed a taxi.
Going to be using them this afternoon in our first round heat. I don't know if you noticed, but we all decided to not use the skis because it was that clean and the waves weren't running fully all the way down the point. So we all agreed to, I think it was Kelly and Mick hopped on the skis and then we said, actually, let's cut it. Yeah.
That's a heck of a board of directors you got going there.
Yeah.
Executive decision.
Yeah. Will Hayden Smith would just get no say with you lot. But so skis this afternoon?
Yeah, we'll use them this afternoon, I reckon.
That's gold, because we want to see you guys catch more waves. And taking off on the outside, looking to back up the 7.5 is Bronte McCauley. What a start to the wave. Nice hit in the pocket. Slows up a little bit, doesn't offer the opportunity to thread a big combo, but wow, 3 moves. The last one super strong, getting that board vert. And that should be another healthy number to establish a dominant lead here.
Yeah, that's going to make it tough. You know, it's only been, you know, a quarter of the heat gone, but she's had her 2 pretty good scores, Rab. I mean, now she can be really selective.
Yeah, that's a good backup. You know, the 7.5 was brilliant. This is another really good backup for Bronte. So she's in a good rhythm.
Yeah, found the winning formula on the Challenger Series last year too, getting a victory over in Bolito. But like I said, you've got to maintain that consistency. With only 5 spots up for grabs on the Women's Championship Tour at the end of the Challenger Series season, you've got to back those wins up with quarters and semis if you're going to make the grade.
Wow, that's tough. Like, yeah, I kind of forgot that it's only 5 and they need that good a results. I mean, that's just a stellar year that you need just to get on the championship tour.
Oh, for sure. Bugs, you were touching on it in golf. There's moving day for these competitors. That there is on the men's side. You were pointing out. You felt like, you know, a 9th is almost a result.
Well, what it would do is say if you got a 9th and you back it up with a 1st, that adds up to 2/3.
Exactly. Yeah, you're kind of maintaining a good average.
That's right,
if you will. It
brings your average up from 9th, but you need a top 2 result.
Yeah, and for the women, it feels like it's a round later before you start really banking. On the outside, late drop from Kobe. Can she tuck in? Doesn't get any cover there, unfortunately. But she does have the kind of full rail drawn out calves that can fetch excellent numbers here at Snapper Rocks. That was really the first opportunity to draw one of those moves out, and the wave wasn't very steep. It is steepening up now, though. And Enright starts to put some hits on the bowl. And the wave coming to a close. Little closeout, floating re-entry there. But it feels like still she's going to struggle to match the combinations and commitment to those backhand hits that Bronte's throwing down.
Yeah, that was kind of bad wave selection for, you know, for Kobe. The wave was bent out to sea. I could see it. Needed to get in the barrel straight away to get, you know, the larger part of the score on that wave, you know, and she missed that. So after this, you know, miss of the barrel, it got a little choppy, and then the wave bent out to sea. So when it does that, you know, through that little Marley section, it's just so hard to ride.
You just think back, Bugs, to so many of the CT events that you've watched here, and, you know, the locals, the surfers that really got a stranglehold on this place. They could still make numbers out of these bigger sets that pushed off the bank because they were so deep behind the rock that they got that scoring opportunity at the start of the ride.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. I mean, you get way, way deep. You've already got half your ride done, and you got the big points done. Look at this.
Bronte McCauley tucks in, and she knows how to pull into the pit. Backhand, having grown up at Gracetown, of course, North Point, right there in her front yard. So she would have had some sessions out there, but that wave well and truly stretched out, and it was going to be hard to find an exit.
You know, we forget about that part of Bronte. I mean, you know, or I do anyway sometimes. I mean, she spends a lot of time up at Nalu, and I forgot that she grew up right there in front of North Point. So she can ride a barrel. I mean, you know, and her strong point's her backhand, you know, turns, but, you know, when it comes to barrels, she's got that too. So why isn't she, like, right up there in the top echelon of women's surfing? Because, you know, she's got the goods.
Yeah, I really feel like it's been a confidence thing at different stages. She had a funny arrival on the world scene. She got the call up as a replacement surfer, so she was sort of filling this temporary spot through her first couple of runs at the championship tour before graduating full-time. And I think she got beat up pretty bad through those first couple of appearances. She almost got a full year. But eventually, when she cracked it, you know, it took her a while to get herself into some semi-finals. I think she broke through in Maui for her first semi-final appearance, and never really got to that final heat. But always went away and worked on her surfing and continued to evolve her performance. But now just bringing that more regularly is kind of the goal for her, I believe.
Yeah, I was just trying to, you know, like a full year. That's what I want to see, because, you know, I'd love to see her at Chopu. I'm sure she'd be real good out there after, you know, I've seen such epic footage of her from Nalu. And that wave is very intimidating, just like Chopu.
Well, it sure is, and that footage of her at Nalu is really amazing, because you know it's a gnarly.
We've spent some time up there, Rab.
Oh, Toomey, I mean, that's a gnarly wave. There's no doubt about it.
15 minutes remaining here. No takers for this one, and it is Kobe Enright looking for a 9.37 at the moment. As we look forward to more big heats coming your way in the round of 16, Alyssa Spencer will take on Sophia Medina. That's coming up next. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break.
all roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro, seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing.
Welcome back. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside the 1999 world champion Mark Occhilupo, also the 1978 world champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and out in the lineup we've got a local in Kobe Enright trying to fight back here against the Western Australian Bronte McCauley, who has a couple of mid-range sevens to hold a strong lead here at the moment. Oh, good backhand display so far.
Really, really good, yeah. She's solid. 2 mid-sevens, looking good. Rab, what about 78 world title? What was your favourite event that you won that year?
Oh, well, definitely would have been the Stubbies, the home event. I mean, I'd lost to Michael Peterson in the semi-final the year before, where we both got perfect 10s in the semi, and then had the classic final I had with Michael Ho. It was just a really good start to the year. It's a fun feeling.
Here we go, Kobe Enright. Maybe on the best looking wave we've seen her on, but unfortunately she goes down. She's got so much support here from the Snapper Rocks crew bugs. She is an absolute anchor in the Snapper Rocks Board Riders Club team. She always delivers, but individually she's having a hard time out here at the moment.
She's having a really nervous heat. That 6-point ride was actually a nervous ride, but it got the only good thing about it really was that it got her out of combination. Like she still needs she basically needs a 9.5, you know.
Yeah, no, she needs to kind of reset and just start it. And if, you know, I was her, Kobe knows how. She doesn't do it much, but just get right back there. She's got the wingspan to get herself into one of those waves behind the rock. She needs to do it.
Yeah, well, it sort of just never recovered from that first super deep paddle in she took on. She
went over the falls, yeah.
10.5 minutes remaining here, and Felicity Parmentier out and about, and it's a World Champ Fest at the moment, Flick.
Oh, it is a World Champ Fest. I've managed to find one of the most stylish surfers of her time, Chelsea Hedges, 2005 World Champ. You're going to be out there later this Arvo in the Fisher and Friends heat. How are you feeling, mate?
This is how I'm feeling, Flick. I might just try and hide in the tube behind the rock somehow, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm watching these waves go down, and it's so impressive. Like watching, Bronte versus Kobe out there at the moment, and like Macy's tubes earlier was like getting me pretty excited. I mean, what's not to love about surfing snapper with 6 people out? How do you say no to that?
You definitely don't. Tell me about this Arvo, obviously. I think it's going to be primo conditions. Have you got a bit of a game plan? I know we're not keeping score, but we kind of will be. What's your game plan?
Well, my game plan is, just to not embarrass myself out there. It's, I hope everyone's lowering their expectations for my my performance this afternoon after watching the heat the other day. But, it was just phenomenal to watch that, go down. And the crowd was insane. Like, Steph's tube is so sweet too. Like, she's the queen out here, and just going to be an absolute ball to go out with Fisher. Like, obviously he's, renowned world DJ now, and God, like, I think we picked him up from the airport once in Hossegor. Myself and Ellen Black. He was stuck in Hossegor Airport and had to give him a lift to Hossegor from Bay Ritz one time. But it's just going to be a really fun heat, and obviously Vok and Mick, Joel, and it's going to be, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to be hiding.
And who's going to get priority? How are you going to establish that? Are you going to be asserting any dominance? Who's going to be the most fired up, do you think?
Oh, you've got to give prior to Fisher, don't you? It's Fisher and Friends heat. Yeah.
It's a world champion, Friends.
It's Fisher's all the way. Give him the first run for sure.
Well, thanks so much for having a chat with us, Chels. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Flick. Chelsea Hedges, just the absolute queen from the Northern Beaches. Best ever from Avalon, that's for sure. And she's been living up here for some time, always had great performances here on the backhand. She'll be competing in that heat, and sorry, Fish, but you are going to be last in the priority order. We're going to let these icons of the sport have their way with it, see what they can dish up, and then you'll have to try and match it.
Oh, it'd be so good to have a mic out there and see what he's saying out there, you know what I mean? It's going to be hilarious.
just don't let him bring his own microphone, because he had a pretty interesting one back in the day. He used to wave in people's faces around surf events. Just under 8 minutes to go here, and that's going to go down around 4 o'clock this afternoon. So highly recommend you make your way down here if you can. If you can't, you've got to stay tuned to the broadcast as we look out the back and see Bronte scratching once again. Beautiful looking wave. And she drives up into that first section, times it beautifully. Goes to the carve, gets back in the foam. Driving back into the bowl. That's maybe the turn of the heat so far. Bronte McCauley hammering down the line now. Great combinations, mixing it up nicely. And she is on her way to an excellent number here. We'll see what kind of finish she can put on the end of this one. It's actually fading away, but I don't think it's going to matter, Ock. That was one beautiful turn midway through that ride.
Yeah, I'll give that the seal of approval there. Really good technique, good rhythm. Yeah, I'll rate that.
Awesome to see.
Well, you know, she wasn't going to go on anything less than something she'd get an excellent score on, and I feel she's definitely done that.
Just the speed that she comes out of these first couple of turns with.
Yeah, you know, that cutback that you do, you just don't know. You're blind there for a little while, so you don't know if you've gone too far. But she timed it perfectly. She needed to get back there so she could get into that vertical kind of rhythm, and she did it. And, yeah, I'll give that an excellent score for sure, you know.
Oh, how high is it going to go?
Well, because they went a bit high early in the heat, so, you know, they're really going to have to kind of use the incremental end of the judging score wrap.
Oh, yeah, this turn here is unbelievable. But she gets another two really amazing hits towards the end of the ride. It's just a beauty.
And the numbers starting to roll through for Bronte. And she's going to love it. Kobe Enright's not. It's a 9.23. And Kobe's back in combination now. And there's only 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough ask for Kobe now. Now she has to go deep and get a barrel, because it's the only way a natural footer can answer that kind of assault on a wave. 9.23. She got a 9.33 in her first heat the other day.
Just get back there, have some fun, try and get the 10. Do it for the crowd.
Yeah, I like it. Good strategy, Ock. And that's the guaranteed way to create a real point of difference when someone's throwing 9 points at you with turns alone, is to get yourself in a chunky pit behind the rock and get spat out.
Yeah, you know, I was trying to, when my microphone, my headset busted earlier on in my session here, I was just saying it is risky, right? So people ask, why don't they go back there? Some guys and girls will go back there. At the start of their heats, we saw Yolanda Hopkins go back there, and she got whipped. You know, there's reasons. You know, you might not make the drop, right? That's one reason. You could be too deep. That's two reasons. The third reason is the other person's probably going to have priority 50% of the time and they're going to block you anyway. So there's three big reasons why they don't go deep. You want to make a heat. You know, you don't want to be a hero. You know.
And it's all, those decisions are based off your experience in this lineup, Bugs, because if you're a regular out here and you're really comfortable taking off behind the rock, you go deep every time.
Yeah, I really find with tube riding anywhere on our point breaks here, you know, if you get that first barrel, you just go into this unbelievable barrel zone. You blow the first one and it can just all come unstuck.
Yeah, and you know, Yolanda Hopkins, that might have been her best shot at a high-quality wave behind the rocket snapper, uninterrupted, maybe ever. And it was always going to be difficult to stick that move, but you'll never see Nick Vasicek, Joel Parkinson, Stephanie Gilmore, like the regulars out there behind that section blow that drop. And I think it has to do with the paddle. When you watch Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson paddle out there, they paddle so hard. They are down the face. They make sure that they get some momentum before getting to their feet. Otherwise, the lip takes you.
Yeah, and set that edge too. You know, like those free fall drops at snapper, it's hard, really hard, almost impossible to get under the lip. The lip comes down quick. And you want to be setting that edge and pulling straight into that barrel. I can attest to that because I can do some free fall drops out there and make a lot, but you know, you won't be getting that barrel straight off the top like that. You know, I'm always forever hunting, and it's just such a challenging wave to have that backwash coming at you, to paddle in that deep. You know, you never get bored with this wave. It's so challenging.
And one more thing is that, I mean, Yolanda did everything right except lifting the nose. You know, she was nearly, you know, leaning into it, but she didn't lift the nose.
Yeah, and then you've got guys like Mitch Parkinson who actually delay the entry and don't set the drop, so they fall into the pit. And they're just the masters at somehow picking up on that surging energy and reconnecting or re-engaging that rail at the bottom.
Yeah, well, that's next level too. Like him and Nick Vasicek and, you know, even Damon Harvey, you know, they're born out there. They know it that well, and you know, these guys that can surf really big waves. They learn from here.
Yeah.
You know, like they've had such success in Hawaii and other slab waves just from this, because this is a really technical one because of the backwash. You know, it's a tough wave.
And the conversation was really about what's the high percentage play to get yourself through these heats and into the quarterfinals. And the high percentage play for someone who doesn't surf here all the time is to actually not attempt to stuff yourself into those throaty pits on the outside, but maybe just move down the line a little bit, get the scores. But you're right, Kobe's in a position now where she should get as deep as possible, because she could have a real moment here, and that's all she can get out of this heat now.
Yep, you're so right. And it's all about, you know, it's hard to contain yourself. You know, you want to, you know, you want to get through a heat. You want to be a hero and get the best wave of the day. I mean, what do? It's going to be interesting, you know, when the men come up and see what strategy they use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it will be the same thing. There'll be some competitors who are really comfortable out there, and some that are kind of going, well, okay, this is going to be tricky to get into this one. Here goes Bronte, though. This is a bit of a victory lap, this one, because Bronte has done the work. A 9.23, trying to better a 7.87. And this wave just too small, but she's just happy to chip away at it anyway. There's nothing more fun than getting this line up to yourself with one other competitor. And this has been a fantastic start to the year. Bronte working with Matt Cattle at this event, another great goofy footer. And they're doing good work at the moment. Composed. That was a difficult draw. It would have definitely had Bronte kind of thinking a little bit, you know, I'm going to have my work cut out, because the waves are firing and Kobe knows the place so well.
Kobe, you know, born and bred here, she knows this wave so well, and I feel she just kind of had a really nervous seat, perhaps. Being that sole local in the event adds that added pressure.
Just under 6 hours, Ock, until you hit the lineup. Does the preheat routine start now?
Pretty much, it does. You know, like I said before, it's like surfing a final. So I'll go back and watch a few heats, and, you know, Jay will be giving me shit, you know. What are you going to do, Dad? What are you going to do?
I love it.
And he'll be like, he'll be like, can I get in? Can I get in? I'll be like, you'll have to ask Fish, get a ticket. It's like getting a ticket for the concert, right? Nah, but it's World Champs only. Sorry, but hopefully, Jay.
Fish.
You never know, Jay. Maybe one day.
World titles and Grammy nominees. They'll get a spot. But Ock, absolute pleasure to have you in here.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Great to see you.
So good. Thank you.
And we have more big heats coming your way. Don't go anywhere. The action's going to continue from the round of 16 in just a moment. Bronte McCauley surviving this one. We're going to bring in Stace and Rich for the call.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and what a sensational morning it has been. If you're just joining us, the women's round of 16 has been away since the day broke here at Snapper Rocks, and we've seen firing conditions, 10-point rides. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Richie Lovett. Rich, good morning.
Morning, Stace.
Wow.
What a morning it's been.
Electric. I'm buzzing.
Kidding?
Can't even imagine the waves that we've seen so far today. We knew today was going to get better. We've been, pontificating all week about what this swell was going to do, but I think it's surprised all of us. It's absolutely firing. We've just come off the low tide. It's coming in all arvo.
Yeah, it's going to be firing all day. And, these are the moments as a competitive surfer. This is what you live for. This is what you dream about. You imagine having these heats in perfect little... well, it's not little. It's actually, snapper at a really good size.
It's like perfect size for high-performance competition. We've seen some tubes behind the rocks, some runners down the line. Rick, I want to know, it sounds silly to say, but when the conditions are this perfect, how much does it rattle your brain as a competitor?
Well, your expectations already are through the roof. You're out there going, oh, man, I need to bank a couple of excellent rides here, a couple of 8s at least. Because there are those good waves out there. You talk about making opportunities. Have a look at this thing. Oh, it was just unable to get into that one. And this is a replay of Sophia Medina, her opening ride. Just a couple of cutbacks to start things off. Foam on the face. Always a little difficult to ride. Keep that rail engaged. Keep... the momentum and the manoeuvres really smooth, but now the wave cleans up. So more cutbacks. And again, now she starts to mix it up a little bit, going for the layback. Quick snap off the lip. So better work done down the line here, and just finishes, comes off, unfortunately.
Judges pretty reserved in the score there, a 3.83. They're sending a pretty clear message with what they want to see today, particularly off the back of what we've seen earlier, Rick. But while we wait for a little break in the action, Kipes is out and about. He's got his gills wet, I believe. Kaipo, where are you?
Woohoo! I'm out in the lineup right now, and Stace, I have to manage my froth so I don't over froth, because I got the front row seats right now this afternoon on the lineup, watching stuff go down like this. Alyssa Spencer, here she goes on her first ride. Let's see what she's got, Stace.
As a proud representative of the right foot forward team, Kaipo would be frothing to see Alyssa Spencer streaking down the line here as she looks to tee off on this wave. It looks like it might have a little double up down the line, but she opts out after not getting the major there. And an interesting decision here, Rick. Do you paddle or do you wave the ski?
There's a point where I feel like you go, okay, I got to weigh up the timing issue here. She wasn't far enough down into the bay. She hadn't ridden the wave far enough. The sweep has softened a little bit. It's backed off just a touch, so you can still paddle out in, just a couple of minutes. So I think she's made the right call not to go all the way down the line and jump on the ski.
How's the water temp, Kipes? Enjoying yourself?
Water's warm, it's tropical, it's beautiful. Like I said, I got front row seats right now, just like I'm going to have front row seats tomorrow night for the Out to Lunch Fisher concert. I couldn't be any happier of where I'm at. It's warm, it's beautiful, it's gurgling behind the rock right now, some thick barrels. We'll see how this goes, but I love it out here. Absolutely love it.
What's the plan? You're cruising out there all day? You're going to have front row seats to Fisher this afternoon surfing or what?
Yeah, we're going to be, hopefully we'll be doing in-water interviews while Fisher and friends are shredding up and 25 world titles are gracing Snapper Rocks this afternoon.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a rich comment for me to make, but if anyone can talk underwater with a mouthful of marbles, it's Paul Fisher. So I look forward to those in-heat interviews. Thank you, Kaipo. Beautiful scenes from the water down there. Shout out to Sammy Smith and all the jet ski team bringing those shots live from Snapper, and can't help but think of Kaipo's good mate John Schmooker in that situation. Big shout out to the Schmooker family. Shmoo was the man from that angle, and always think of him when I come here because, yeah, this event was a CT when I was a kid, and we're going to be a CT again next year, Rich. And yeah, I'm stoked for all the Groms coming up that get to see all the characters that travel along with the World Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is just a taste of the Challenger Series. We've got a lot of the best surfers in the world, but not all the best surfers in the world. And in 2025, they'll be back here at Snapper Rocks, and it is, having personally surfed that event 10 times over as a championship tour event, it is something special. You look forward to really, you know, putting your best performance, high performance surfing on display. And when the gods cooperate and Huey delivers a nice clean swell, well, there really is no better high performance wave in the world.
No, I agree. And we saw that performance on display in the last heat from Bronte McCauley. She's catching up with Flick.
That's right, Stace. Bronte went on an absolute tear again. Arguably one of the harder matchups of that round. You and Kobe both in fine form, but you got the win. You found another 9.
Yeah, it was such a hard draw. I feel like Kobe knows this wave better than anyone, you know, living here, growing up surfing snapper. So yeah, I knew it was going to be tough, and I got pretty lucky getting that 9, so that really helped me, like, push me over the line. So yeah, stoked to get through.
And you're working with Maddie Cattle here, another great goofy. Tell me about how that relationship came about.
Yeah, well, I worked with Maddie in the COVID year when the event was at Narrabeen. So that was the first time I'd worked with him, and I really enjoyed it. And I just messaged him and said, oh, like, are you coming to Snapper? And he said, yep. So I was like, oh, can you coach me for Snapper in Narrabeen? And yeah, he was really keen, but he's just such a nice guy. Like, he's down the beach every morning filming, and just a really good soundboard before the heat. So pretty lucky to have him in my corner.
And there's been some amazing goofy footers surf out here in the past. Is there anyone that you look up to really emulate?
Yeah, definitely Chelsea Hedges. She was like my favourite surfer growing up, being the fellow goofy, and I watched her in Shimmer and used to watch her on tour, and I watched her win Margaret River, and I feel like she could almost like still be in tour now, or for at least another 10 years. So yeah, I definitely look up to Chelsea. I think she really squares off the bottom nicely, and she's got a really great style.
Well, so do you, Bronze, and you're absolutely smashing your way through this draw. Back to you, Stace.
Thanks, Flick. Well done, Bronte. And these surfers just too humble. I can't say there's too much luck involved with the 9-point ride. No. Rich, I'd say, you know, I mentioned it the other day as, oh my God, a wave goes underneath our competitors there. It's her tempo in heats has lifted. I think we all knew that Bronte had that in her, but there just was something just missing there. And she's taken some time off and she's come back, and man, she's looking like another
sharper
gear
than
better
ever.
than ever before. So yeah, well done to her, and g'day to all the McCauley family tuning in back over west. It's it's a good thing to see. And then on the flip side, Kobe Enright in that heat just couldn't get her rhythm going. And I'd say, you know, Kobe was the benefactor of other surfers in her heat sort of not completing the start, and that's how Bronte got her start. Kobe went over the falls. Yep. That's how Kobe was actually getting through her heats. So I'd like to know from your perspective, Rich, how hard is it to bounce back from a start like that when you go over the falls on what is quite clearly a good score? Then you hear the score get read out, and it just, oh God.
Yeah, it's definitely a shot to the ego and a shot to the game plan as well. You know, you never want to, you know, envisage yourself, with a bad start like that. But at this level, you've got to be able to have the confidence to bounce back. And, you know, you go to plan B, go to plan C. The next thing is to get back on another wave and get back into gear. You know, get that confidence back, ride the wave, even if it's perhaps not the biggest or the best, but just ride a wave, get your feet in the wax again, complete the ride, and get back into rhythm.
As we see the surfers repositioning themselves here, we're going to throw back out to Kipes. Kaipo.
Yeah, so Stace, a little bit of intel from the lineup right now. Saw this morning there was a lot of sweep heading down, and so the surfers a lot of times are using the skis. Right now, the sweep, the rip, way less. Actually, almost a reverse rip heading into the wave right now. So the conditions changing a little bit, the direction and the sweep of the water changing a little bit out here as well.
Yeah, spot on, Kipes. Great call. With that tide turning and coming in all afternoon, and the direction a little more out of the east today, you will see that reverse rip. However, it's this optical illusion, because the moment you get to the keyhole, it's game on again. You've really got to dig in to get behind the rock, and that's what we're seeing here from these two surfers. And I would say priority is actually having a negative effect on this heat at the minute, as we see Sophia Medina up and riding here off the edge of the keyhole. This looks like a good wave to start with as she just gets around that first section and brings this one through. Her first ride had a similar look to it, Rich. It was really slopey, lots of out on the face work on some flatter sections. So unless this wave doubles up through the inside, I can't see the score going too high. Today's a day where we've seen surfers start the wave with big majors. And unless you've got that on the ride, I think you've really got to consider committing to it. As she looks for a little shampoo on the inside. And she'll look to get a second score on the board there, Rich, and wave the jet ski. I like the call to wave the ski here. I think that earlier in the heat with first priority and sitting down the line, it's sort of no matter who you are, it's hard for the surfer in second priority to really want to paddle any deeper.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that the priority rhythm's broken now, because I definitely think that the women in this heat, we saw that wave before, even if you're not getting barreled, you still want to be taking off behind the section so you can come around it and fully maximise the steep part of the wave.
Yeah, you get that slingshot from back behind the rock. If it's not a tube, at least you're coming into that manoeuvre with speed. So Sophia drops into this one, comes around this section, just a sort of a mid-face cut down. Now she starts to do these big sort of open arm roundhouse cutbacks, but you know, in the wave that she saw, that she rode first up, the judges said, we want to see more. We want to see a more vertical attack here. The wave not really offering her the ability. Now it really starts to bowl up on the inside. The snaps, they get a bit tied up through this inside section. A little tuck under for a real short second and then back out. So she's completed 2 rides here. Now she really does need to start building. But I can guarantee this, Sophia Medina has probably, you know, only ever had this lineup with 300 people.
Yes.
And this is the first time she's had waves of this quality at Snapper. She'll be looking into them and going, okay, I need to figure this out during this heat.
Yes. As you can see, the beautiful angle here from the Gold Coast flight cam, and drop Sophia off right behind the rock there. Wow, that's every surfer's dream. Look at that. Just straight into the spot. Are you joking?
So that's pole position right there.
And she's got to be careful here not to just shoot down the line, which you can kind of see that already. She's already keen to get down the line, which is, again, it's not always about getting tubed behind the rock. You can get some really fun waves from there that actually have better scoring potential. So with her kind of closing the gap to her and Alyssa, it's actually limiting her scoring potential, because there's some waves that come from there, Rick, that don't reach that wider bank, yet they're still really good scores. So I'd be mindful of that and how she positions herself here. You still want to keep the distance between you and second priority.
It's a catch-22 though, because Alyssa's got priority, so technically she kind of has to get down there and sit with her, unless she gets a real nuggety one that passes under Alyssa.
I would argue that there's enough daylight between where Alyssa's sitting now and where Sophia could get a quality ride. I think Alyssa is really, really wide. And she's going to make her force her hand here.
There you go. So
up and riding Alyssa Spencer on the edge of this ride, bringing this one through. This wave's got a beautiful double up to it. We've seen Alyssa's repertoire on the World Tour. We know she's got the big quality manoeuvres as she brings this one down the double up and looks to square up off the lip there. Doesn't quite get her timing right. And as you see, the wave comes through into the bay. It will get a little flatter, and that little bit of chatter on the top of the lip can make it difficult to turn, but Alyssa's making short work of it as she comes through the inside. There's still no real major on this wave from mine at this point, as she looks to get the finish there and hope for another few more sections down the line. And it certainly will. The wave's going to give it to her, but at this point she really needs to turn the shoulders and give this wave what it deserves as she calls the ski and looks for her to get another lap around. Coach Matt Myers there, happy with the patience and Alyssa to get that wave. We are past the halfway mark, Rich, and a good time to get that ride.
Yeah, best wave of the heat so far, without a doubt. You know, Alyssa, she got some really nice turns done. It was quite a measured performance from start to finish. Beautiful wave, allowing her the opportunity to start winding up on that backhand. Let's check it out. You can see there, wow, the thing just barrels behind her. She cuts down first. Now she starts to wind up. Great snap there. Really hooked it up in the curl of the wave. Good wave knowledge here. She keeps going down the line. Doesn't let this wave run off too quickly. Finds that open face again. Now she starts to get the rails wet. Keeps this momentum all the way down, looking for this moment here, cracks that one. And then it goes again, hits that low road, and she gets a few more turns done. She comes all the way down, past the little Marley rocks and into where the free surfers are being envious of our competitors.
El
up in the
Capitan,
go
Benny
zone.
Goodman there on the jet ski, getting Alyssa back around the lineup. As you and Ronnie mentioned earlier, all these teams around the world do fantastic jobs of keeping these surfers safe in all conditions. And as we wait for Alyssa to get back to the lineup, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break here. This is the round of 16, heat 7. Just starting to heat up here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And as a career frother, I am frothing. You know why? Because I'm wet, waiting for a set, and you can bet I'm going to come correct. Balls from the sand, sand from the balls. I'd rather be on a ski than driving in a car, guys. This is lovely out here.
8 Mile Kipes, that was absolutely brilliant. Might need to get him down to the bar later on. Freestyle rap night. Thank you, Kaipo. Welcome back to the show, and what a show it's been this morning, Rick. 10-point rides, beautifully put together waves from Bronte McCauley, Luana Silva. It's all been on show. The action is only going to heat up for the rest of the afternoon, Rick.
Yeah, so we've just gone past our low tide, I think around 10:30. The water's going to start filling in, and yeah, it's interesting, this lineup. You know, it has its moments where it's absolutely perfect. You can see this sort of little turbulence right under where the competitors are sitting, and we have this rip that tends to move down the rip on occasion. Every couple of minutes, this rip will come through the lineup and then go down the line. So, you know, it's those in-between moments when things smoothen out. That's when the competitors really look to find a good wave. Here's live action with Alyssa.
It's a great point you make, and she takes off on this wave. It does have that little crinkle in it, but she makes good use of that section, and 2 really solid turns to start this wave. 2 of the best turns of the heat so far put together there. I think Alyssa would be fired up after that last ride. I think she would even know within herself that she selected a long wave, but didn't really get the chance to square up completely. And those 2 turns there were sensational. Didn't get the length of ride of the last wave, but certainly really good opening combination there, Rick.
Yeah, you can tell she's really starting to build her confidence as we get under the 10-minute mark. She's starting to feel that rhythm, that connection with the water, the connection with the board. So a little check turn, gets herself in position, squares up. That was a more acute angled backhand hit done in a more critical part of the wave. So instantly, you know, she really is starting to open up and feel the confidence building. Great turn. She's one of these precision surfers, always placing her turns. Just so perfectly on the wave here. Really great style. And then, oh, Sophia out the side. Just, you could see that wave. It was set up for a beautiful little tube ride. She just unfortunately caught an edge. You know, just that takeoff Stace. When it's so shallow like this, it's an airdrop. You have to put all your weight basically over your tail pad, right above your fins. Then that moment from landing to shifting onto your toe side rail or your heel side rail in the case of the goofy footers, it's milliseconds.
It is, yeah. And you'll see, you know, some of the best in the lineup out here. They create that space between the wave and their board just to get that like skate-like adjustment to kind of get the tail out of the wave and click in. And you saw that from Macy's ride as she fell into that wave. All the pressure on the back just to keep that nose up.
Yeah.
The hard part then shifting your weight forward again to make the wave.
That's exactly right, because it's not like more often than not, it's airdrop, tail connect, set the rail and go, rather than point on an angle and glide into it. You know, at low tide like this, it very rarely happens. You know, and it's like we talk about knifing in and, you know, setting the rail early, but they're basically airdropping.
For sure, as we see Sally Fitzgibbons warming up here, some of the most spectacular rides around the World Tour on the championship stage. Honolulu Bay comes to mind. I can recall her getting some incredible barrels through Europe, and everyone's got their different warm-ups, and I think that at the moment she's just looking to stay in the here and now, because I know, as we said earlier, Rich, once you get into that empty lineup, your thoughts can go anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keeping
just under 9 minutes.
Hand-eye foot coordination going there. Sal will be itching to get into this.
4.3 for Alyssa Spencer's last ride. She sets up a pretty good heat for herself here. She's left Sophia Medina chasing the biggest number of the heat, as we see some more lumps on the horizon coming in. How was your pre-heat routine, Rich? Any soccer balls?
No soccer balls. I just, you know, I like to get eyes on the conditions for the good hour before I had to surf. Just always thinking about how it's going to be. I'd always try and surf my warm-ups around the same tide as well. Just so
what about comp day? Would you jump in the water every time?
Yeah, every time.
Every time.
Yep.
What if you couldn't? Tahiti, Fiji, like, is there somewhere that you can just make it happen?
Some places you have to, yeah. It's unfortunate that you can't, but I always felt better if I had a warm-up surf, good or bad, actually.
Yep.
I just wanted to feel the board, and I'd made almost, you know, a 90% choice about what I was going to ride, and I just wanted to ride that board quickly.
We have seen a lot of the competitors go up an inch today, or even just a little heavier boards. Can you speak to that?
Well, on conditions like this, where it's, you know, there is a little bit of wind and wave chop on the face, the swell has more power to it today than we've seen all week. So just having that little bit of extra weight and connection on the board, that inch longer, a little bit more confidence. The board just sets the line a little bit better. You know, a shorter board's going to skate around a bit, maybe feel a little bit flighty. So not a surprise that we're seeing people just going up in equipment.
Sophia Medina here up and riding. Beautiful first calf. She actually lost priority on the earlier exchange as she looks to slow down for the pit, as this thing is absolutely grinding through the little Marley section. Comes around the section there. Beautiful open face, swooping turn, and a big finish. Unfortunately comes undone. And I want to say that Sophia's style really suits this wave. She's just had a little bit of trouble identifying the quality waves at the minute, but as we've seen from a couple of those calves, Rich, there's plenty of firepower in her surfing.
Yeah, she's got this real power base. And, you know, we're watching a young woman at the start of her career who's obviously evolving in her surfing with each kind of week that passes, you know, and this is great experience for her. You can see here, just does the double hand grab, really trying to slow things down. Was just sort of out in front of that tube ride again. Cups out here. Unfortunate that she just could not stick that last maneuver. But yeah, she's evolving, man. She's a different surfer than she was even 12 months ago. This is great experience for her.
As we wait for her to get out the back. Kaipo, how you doing?
I'm doing well out here. So Sophia Medina, just a comment on that. You're getting a little confused, right? Luckily she got that wave, but she lost priority and paddling for a wave previous that had no future in it. You know, you could tell. And so maybe a little bit of lack of experience out here, maybe some anxiousness right now, trying to come back at Alyssa, who has priority right now and is up with a 6.33 and a 4.3, according to the Apple Watch.
What a great partner to have here. Thank you, Kaipo. These surfers have got all the intel they need. They've also got the beautiful tones of Terry Tapatis letting them know out of the beach commentary there. what the situation is. And like you said, yeah, Sophia's so young in her career, and she's already had so much good experience. And you know, not only from her brother, but also her father.
Yeah.
You know, there's a good track record there, and she's been to a lot of these locations. You know, with her brother when the World Tour was running here, and then other locations around the world. So as you said, Richard, you know, her development is coming along so well. And you know, it's only a matter of time before she really stitches heats like this together. This one is by no means out of the equation at the moment. She's only chasing a 6.8, however, with second priority and 3 minutes on the clock. The ball is definitely in Alyssa Spencer's court at the moment, as she's only looking to better a 4.3. It's a pretty straightforward equation here for Alyssa, isn't it, Rich?
Yeah, and you saw Matt Myers there after Sophia rode that wave. He was giving the signal to Alyssa Spencer, just sit tight. There's no real need to ride a wave unless it's an absolute gem and you know that you're going to drop a big number and replace that 4.3. But she'll just hold firm here with just under 3 minutes to go. She knows that she's in the box seat. It's a you know, a 6.8 is a fairly significant score in the scheme of this heat in particular. You know, it would be the best ride of this heat by far. But, you know, a nice long tube ride, a couple of hits down the line, and you can easily attain that 6.8.
And we saw from Sophia's last ride, the 3.73. She's got the courage to hit a big end section.
Yep.
She's obviously keen to get in the tube if one presents itself. It's just a matter of got a bit of work to do now. Could she get priority back off Alyssa, or potentially sneak a wave that Alyssa doesn't like the look of? Unfortunately, with Alyssa only looking to better a 4.3, it does make her decision really easy on the next wave that comes through. As we see Sophia look to reposition herself here. Probably not a smart move to get on the other side of Alyssa, but Alyssa way too savvy. She's not going to let that happen. Rick, the benefits of Alyssa positioning herself there as opposed to the inside of Sophia.
Yeah, well, just right there, she's in a blocking situation now with priority. She can basically hold Sophia off and just keep an eye on her, just see what she's doing. You know, if a wave comes through and Sophia doesn't even challenge for it, she can just sit there happily with priority and hold it. But she'll eye this one off and think, okay, well, no, I don't think she's got the, I don't think this wave is good enough to get the 6.8, but we'll see.
I like this here from Sophia. She's making Alyssa make decisions, and she's made the decision to not use her priority here. So Sophia's going to take full advantage of it as she brings it through down the line. A couple of nice turns to set the wave up, and another beautiful carve. I would love to see that turn on a bigger, steeper section, because I know she's got the power in there, and it would certainly garner a big score. She's going to have to hope that luck is on her side here with less than a minute on the clock. She's made the good call to not opt for the ski and just paddle back out. There's not enough time to do the full lap. And she's going to have to hope that there's a little something off the end that potentially rolls under the top of the point and doubles up down the line, Rick.
I think Alyssa would have been a little bit nervous about that one. She would have seen some spray coming off the back of the wave for the first couple of turns that Sophia did. But let's watch here. So the wave stands up nicely. But carved down, a bit of a wrap to start things off. Timing was good on this wave, actually. She really started to get in sync with the wave. Nice carving turn there, as you said, Stace. She's got that big power hack. And just trips up on that final turn. But yeah, with 10 seconds to go, this one is one and done. Alyssa Spencer will move through.
Indeed, Rich. It was a valiant showing from young Sophia, but it will be Alyssa Spencer from the USA taking out heat number 7 of the round 16. That's her best result at this event. She's a hard worker, Alyssa, and always comes to this event nice and early. And this year was no different. So it's good to see all that hard work paying off, as I'm sure she'll look to no doubt hang around and cheer on the rest of the Myers camp this afternoon, and potentially hang around for our Fisher and Friends heat this afternoon. Who wouldn't? The athletes are going to have one of the best seats in the house, as we see Alyssa Spencer on a victory lap here, bringing that one through to the inside. While we wrap this one out and get ready for the next heat, the last heat of the round, we're going to take a break here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Don't go anywhere. Heat 8 coming right up.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by SNS Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and the waves keep pouring in here at Snapper Rocks, the bottom end of southeast Queensland, and what a wonderful week we've had. Started with a bang, a couple of days off to enjoy the scenery, and what a fantastic Friday it's lined up to be and will continue to be as we see Sally Fitzgibbons, the Australian, take on Tessa Thyssen from the French Caribbean. It has been a quick start already for these surfers as we look to see more waves coming around the corner. My name's Stace Galbraith, joined in the booth by Richie Lovett. Rich, beautiful water angle here of Tessa Thyssen's opening ride.
Yeah, another one of the goofy footers here. Jams around off the bottom, off the top combination there. Really cupped out part of the wave, and she just attacks it. I like the intent, the opening intent for ride number one here for Tessa. Just brings it all the way through to the inside here. Sometimes they go again. They hit that next little section on the bank. Oh, you could launch a rocket with some of the power and the waves here.
Indeed. As we see Tessa there having a valiant effort. We love to see it, and we've seen a quick start already from Sally Fitzgibbons, just a one-point ride. But you know, to make note of that and to see these attempts already, you know, drawing back to Macy Callahan's heat, Rich, she, you know, didn't just luck into that perfect ride.
No.
She had many attempts, as we see Sally here, Rich.
Okay, Sal drops down, pulls into the barrel, full backdoor section, but it just closes out on her. And then Tessa goes straight down, and that just shows you the steepness and just how shallow this sandbar is.
We love the attitude to see it this early in the heat. It's great signs, and I think with this amount of time on the clock, and as you said, Rich, only one other competitor in the lineup, you've got to make use of that, and these women are off to a great start already. I'm sure they'll have a bit more luck as this heat counts down, but in the meantime, Kaipo, what are you up to?
I'm still out here in the water, Stace. But I'm telling you something that I see a difference in approach between Sal and Nadia in that Sally's hunt for barrel, she's way deeper, right? And that's going to be, I think that's her initial strategy. We'll see if she breaks from that strategy. But right now, it's all turns for the goofy foot out here, and that may be a key to success in this heat, I think. Sometimes you just got to go to turns.
Yeah, I totally agree, and it's at this point in the heat where I think you can opt for the lower percentage play and hope that it comes off, but then if not, as you said, you've got to switch up your game plans and know that you can take it to the rail. I do think, though, and I'll stick with the call, in that there are some great turn waves breaking from the deeper position. It's not always about the tube behind the rock. You can get some great-looking waves, and if you're lucky, Rich, you get a big tube for sitting there anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, Sal's the type of surfer where she wants to go out and get barreled. She's, you know, got to be careful that, you know, her A and B plan don't get too mixed up here. You know, she's got to find a way to get through this heat. She'd have to fancy herself when it comes to just sort of going turn for turn with Tessa. Sal's opening rounds, she was really in form, you know, showing, you know, a little bit more aggression than we've seen from her in the competition jersey over the last year or so.
So with your strategy, is it based on the time ticking down or how far in front your competitor is putting themselves? So at the instance, Tessa's got the better start here by a mile.
Yeah.
However, do you see that 5 being counted, and do you just stick to your guns, or do you start to chip away?
You know, if I'm Sally, I'm thinking, oh, okay, she's got her backup score. That's the way I'm thinking about it. But I'm also thinking, I want to start this heat with a bang and instantly go in as the favourite after the first ride. So I'm going to hold firm. There's still 23 minutes on the clock. There's no point panicking. Sal's ability to come down the point a little bit and rack up a couple of sixes, she can do that within 8 minutes. Totally. So I think she's doing the right thing here. She's giving her a chance to really get an excellent score and set herself as the leader in the heat.
For sure, and I think we'll look to see that play out as she, it's just good intention. You can see both these surfers looking to hold and even increase their position, to the south behind the rock there, and look to maximise some of these beautiful waves that we've seen coming through all morning. But it would be hard. I'd imagine it would feel lonely out there. You're so used to sitting there with shoulder to shoulder. It's usually pretty good banter, maybe even a few expletives and whatnot, but it's a vibe. But it was in a heat. You're solo. You're not talking to anyone.
And there's the positioning of it all as well. Okay, so when you're out there with a crowd, you generally, you're looking at people who are in the right spot. The locals are always out there in the honeypot, So, Sal and Tessa are sort of working it out, going, okay, I'm pretty sure I'm in the right zone right here, but until that sets roll through, never really going to know, and that's when she needs to be able to dart up and down, maybe move 10 or 20 metres up and down the line up here to find that real money zone.
Seen Tessa Thyssen working with Jan Martin and Sally and her father, obviously having a great relationship over the years and coaching there to great results. So what was your strategy on the road, Rich?
Well, mate, unlike days of like today, we didn't really travel with coaches. We were whoever you're travelling with, and for me it was Jake Patterson and Luke Hitchings and a bunch of the boys. And Tommy Witz, we were all travelling together, so we were each other's coaches. Which sounds weird, especially when you're surfing in a competition together, but we had that level of friendship and trust, and it's more often than not just a sounding board at this level, and just this is what I'm thinking, yeah, it's the right decision, whether it's just thinking about this board or that board, or what do you think about this strategy for this heat. So things have definitely changed in terms of the surfer's ability to lean into so much other knowledge via coaches.
For sure, someone who's been doing that to great effect in her career is Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa's with Flick.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. It was a bit of a funny heat, bottom of the tide, but you got the job done.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was like crazy watching those heats before, like girls just getting 9s and 8s and Macy with the 10. Like the waves were absolutely pumping. So I kind of had like the expectations of those waves in our heat, but it did change a little bit, and we kind of had to like shift our game plans, I think, to kind of just start building scores halfway through the heat. But a win is a win, and I'll take it.
And we were just talking, this is probably the best you've surfed snapper with absolutely no one out. Was it easier or harder than what you thought?
I mean, I think it's almost a little bit harder than I thought, because it's like, you want to pick the best waves. You want to be on the best waves of the heat, and there's just a lot of good waves coming through, so like just choosing the right wave I feel like is hard, and it's hard not to grom out and want to go on like every good wave you see come through, so trying to just like calm yourself down a little bit and be like selective is the hardest part, I think.
And we were just also saying that, this is your best result so far at this event. Last year you got a 9th, you're now on into the quarters. I know it's early days, but obviously the big goal is to get back on the CT. Any bite-sized chunk goals for the beginning half of the year?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the last few years I've had pretty rough starts to the Challenger Series, so to get a result in one of these first 2 events would be like a big stress relief for me, I feel like, and just would feel really good to kind of have that switch and like start the year with a good result. So I'm already on my way there in the quarterfinals, so I'm definitely really happy, and I feel like I haven't really had like the opportunity to show my best surfing in this event yet, so I'm hoping that maybe the next heat I'll get a couple better waves.
Thanks so much for your time, Alyssa. Good luck in the quarterfinals. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Flick, and congratulations, Alyssa. And I'd have to agree with her. She hasn't really had the chance yet to really open up, but that's a dangerous sign for her competitors, Rick, if she's made it to the quarterfinals this far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a bit of a double up coming through. Sally having a look.
Oh, my word. Well done. Oh. Great takeoff. Driving from behind the section. Go, Sally Fitzgibbons, you beauty. Thanks for coming as she brings that wave out the open face. Sensational roundhouse cutback to wrap up that tube. And a sizzling high arcing turn there. She's going to get another double up here. This wave has plenty of energy in it, Rick. What way do you go? Oh, boy. Get around it, Sal. There's plenty more off her on this wave. Beautiful snap in the lip as she comes through the little Marley section. There could even be more to go, Rick. You see these waves with the little splits in them. They look a bit rough, but then they get good again. I can assure you of that as this one comes down. One of the longest waves of the event so far. Big variety of turns and the snap to finish. Sally Fitzgibbons take a bow. That was absolutely sensational.
That was nuts.
Kaipo, how was that?
That was what she was waiting for, right? Patient out the back, completely slotted, then went to rail, and that's what a veteran does right there. Waiting for the prey and then pouncing on it. Absolutely destroyed that wave. I love it.
How was that from your angle, mate? Was there any point looking into that tube where you thought she was gone?
No. She did a good job. She did the little push part on it. Both hands out in front, making sure she has forward momentum as that wave started to pinch a little bit. Just technique impeccable.
Oh, it was indeed, Rich. And your thoughts?
Yeah, you could see it doubling up, slots perfectly through that barrel. Wasn't too high, it wasn't too low. It was right in that money zone, and then Sal comes out and finds a lot of open face here. This thing doubles up again. She stays on the high road. And, well, for a second there, we thought she was going to tuck in. Good decision that she didn't, because that section closed out. It wasn't a straightforward wave to ride as it reeled down the line here, and Sal had to work for these moments. She got some really nice turns done, mixing things up, gets the closeout snap, and most importantly, finds that finish.
Wow, and a beautiful angle from our man Benny on the ground down there. As Kaipo said, pushing the cart, pushing the trolley in this part of the world. It's a technique used by all the greats here, and to get those arms out in front and guide yourself to the exit, Rich.
Yeah, you could see that Sally was a little bit forward. It may have missed it on that replay there, but if we get it up again, you know, Sal jumps forward on the board, keeps all that momentum forward in the tube, ensuring that she keeps all that speed and that forward drive. And then as soon as she comes out, she does this little subtle hop back onto the the money position on the board, the sweet spot as we like to call it. And now she's driving. You can see here almost just trips up a little bit. She was sort of in two minds. Do I go for the barrel or do I hit the turn? She connects with the lip there.
There it is, the scores in. No surprises to see a 9.33. I'm with the 9.8. That was sensationally done. And no doubt she's in that rhythm now, as we saw from Macy earlier. Not every ride was a big score, but if you're positioning yourself there and you've got the confidence to go back there, if you give yourself enough opportunity, it is going to pay off. The waves are that consistent.
Yeah, 100%. And sometimes it just takes that ride. Just do it once, and then you go, oh, I've got this, and I'm on. And she would have taken a ton of confidence, making that drop, getting that barrel, and then, you know, this is going to set her up. And it was what we were talking about just a couple of minutes ago. You know, do you wait? Do you hold tight? Do you keep your priority? And you know, do you wait for that really good wave? Now she's in control of this heat.
Walk us through that drop, because she paddled really hard. She did all the hard work. She got in early. It was almost looked like it caught her by surprise, Rick. What's it like in that moment when you're almost going over your toes, but you can see this wave has got serious potential?
Yeah. You're just thinking in your mind, I have to make this drop, keep the tail of that board in the wave, keep the nose up so I can set my line. So it's doubling up at this point, and on all these rides, so what Sal's jumped forward here. She's driving through, she can see the exit, and then straight through the hole there.
Another comment I want to make, Rich, is just her foot positioning, like you mentioned. How hard is it to go from being in the tube and forward on your board to then shuffling back over your fins and letting go of a beautiful turn like this?
See that little skip that she did there, right as she came out with heaps of speed? It's, you know, at this level, it almost happens instinctually for these surfers. You know, they just know that they need to get back in that sweet spot so that they control the board.
Tessa Thyssen on a great-looking wave here off the keyhole. This wave's got plenty of power in it as she looks to do a nice opening carve, but just with the changing of the tide still and the rip currents that are in the lineup, they can be your best friend or your worst enemy with just a little bit of air getting between her rail and the fins there, Rick.
Yeah, just tripped her up, and she got caught on her heels. She'll need to, she wants to stay in this heat. She needs to get back out, perhaps sit a little closer to Sally, and really, you know, try and find one of those backhand tube rides. We're really yet, we've seen some great backhand surfing, and a lot of the natural footers taking advantage of that, you know, facing the wave and having that ability to sort of tuck in and get nice and low and tight the barrel.
This heat's starting to take some shape here, but while we wait for the ladies to reposition, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break and we're going to wheel in the O2 because I need a breath, Rick.
all roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Live action, Sally Fitzgibbon's up and riding. A beautiful carving turn out of the lip there, and another smash to back that up. Great variety there with the third wrap as this wave tapers out through the inside, but a fantastic start there for Sally. I know we've been speaking to her a lot about her equipment and how hard she's been working with Glenn Pang in the off-season and during the start of the CT leg, and it's certainly showing there. The craft and her body and turns are just looking amazing, Rich. Great way to back up that 9.33.
Yeah, and at this point, well, we'll get back to that live action here.
Tessa Thyssen off the bottom, snap under the lip and comes around that section. Unfortunately, that wave not really allowing her to show up a full repertoire. She got off to a good start in this heat, Rich, but just hasn't been able to find her rhythm after Sally's 9.33.
Yeah, well, obviously Sally's had a ton of experience out here, surfing, you know, Snapper Rocks since she was a kid and multiple times in competition. So she's got a good read on which waves are the ones that produces, you know, these beautiful sections. She gets slingshot down the line here. Great carve off the top. Drops down into the trough again. Quick snap. Was able to stay well in control. But, you know, Sal looking really good in this tournament. From the opening round, she has been in attack mode. Nice little slash there. Gets some tail release. So, again, showing us something new. Even though it's a small little wave, the manoeuvres are done with confidence and purpose.
No doubt about Sally's fighting spirit over the last couple of seasons, you know, being on and off the tour and wildcard appearances and then winning ISA gold medals. But there's an extra 15% in these, Rich. Sally's on fire.
Yeah, she's clearly, you know, making her intentions felt. But you can see each one of these turns, it's got a little extra spice on it. It's a slight variation on what she's doing on the manoeuvre before. So keeping the judges entertained. And things are about to get really difficult for Tessa Thyssen here.
Great vision there of Sally getting repositioned behind the rock. And, I mean, as we mentioned earlier, we know what her intention is. Tessa off the edge here. This wave looks like it could have something going on. She's just got to be careful that she doesn't, you know, lose her priority sitting there, because that'll give Sally free license to sit wherever she wants. Sally not quite at the takeoff spot yet. It'll be interesting to see what the priority judge does here as far as, you know, electing where the takeoff spot really is, because we know where the better scores have come from today, Rich.
Yeah, you know, it's been a real barrel fest for the excellent rides. And Sally, she wants more.
Getting back to it, Rich, I think this is some of the most polished and sort of venomous I've seen Sally in a while. She's, you know, the smaller wave that she surfed then, just how she carried her speed and everything. You put that wave together and she's structuring a great heat. We're still waiting for that score to come in, but that's going to complement the 9.33 nicely, and it's going to put Tessa in a real spot here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tessa, she's not out of this yet, but this next wave, it's critical. She's going to need a big score. She's actually going to need an excellent score.
Yeah,
really,
depending on where the score comes in, she might even be looking to just, as we mentioned earlier, like, I don't know if that 5.5 will hold. She might need to do it in 2. No, I don't think she'll be comboed, but it's just been a little trickier today for the goofy footers to, you know, rack up those excellent scores. We saw the 9 from Bronte McCauley, but aside from that, it's been a lot of 6s and 7s for the goofies.
Yeah, well, she actually is in combo stace. It's happened. Sal's dropped a number here, 6.67. So the requirement now, it's 2 waves. And the goofy footers, we know that they can unlock the secret to Snapper Rocks. There's some amazing names. We only have to think of the great Mark Occhilupo. I think back immediately to Mick Lowe.
Yep.
And his success out here. Obviously, Gabrielle Medina. We've had champions who have taken on this wave and come away with the victory.
It's definitely a wave that suits the goofy footers when they get into rhythm. Obviously, we've seen Matt Wilkinson and Owen Wright on the men's side of things do some real damage. Bianca Batendag, I believe, has placed second here before and put on some amazing performances on the women's side of the draw as well. But I'd have to call a spade a spade. When it's tubing, it can definitely disarm those combinations of backside turns.
Yeah, it's just, you know, on your forehand, while you're facing the wave, while you're taking that drop, you know, it does, you'd have to say, favour the natural footers. And one other thing to note too, you know, on those really good rides where we've seen Sally and Macy, they're taking off, pointing their board straight. You know, they're not knifing it. It's straight towards the shore, and then they quickly make that direction change, lock that rail in, as we see David Silva preparing for his match-up. We're going to get into the men's in about 6 minutes.
It's going to be a great first heat in the men's. It'll be Josh Burke from the Barbados. First, David Silva from Brazil. Josh Burke has been off to a flyer in his heats, and I know what his go will be, as we can see the blue rashi there. You don't see the red rashi anywhere on screen. That's because he'll be electing to paddle out at the beach around the corner just to assert that inside position. And we'll be looking forward to bringing you the whole round of 16 from the men this afternoon, followed up by Fisher and friends at 4 p.m. Paul Fisher and just a couple of other surfers, Rich.
Yeah, only, what, 28 world titles or something?
28 world titles. Sally Fitzgibbons outside, beautiful airdrop there, just a little late on that occasion. That wave was absolutely below sea level.
That was a gurgler, wasn't it?
Bodyboard wave. Great attempt there from Sal. Second priority, she knew she could roll the dice on that one.
No, she served a perfect heat here. Just time management has been excellent. Got the 9.33, backed it up sensibly with that 6.67 just to put a whole ton of pressure. And you'd have to think with under 5 minutes to go now, it is going to be almost impossible for Tessa to get back into this heat.
Tessa's got to get into just perso mind. Snapper with one other person out and get yourself a keeper wave that you can remember your trick with. And if you're lucky and you do it quick enough, maybe you get on the ski and go again.
Well,
but her back is against the wall, Rich.
At this point, she's got nothing to lose. So, you know, have a crack at it. Attempt one of these if a set comes. Really try and, you know, get into that pig dog position, which we call on the backhand.
Sal having a look at this little corner here, opting not to go. They're the waves that every grommet in a free surf would be all over, but not today. These are the world's best, and they know what they're looking for. It's 4 minutes on the clock, and you probably can do 2 waves in about 2.5 minutes, Rich. Anything less than that, and you're going to have to cut some corners on the jet ski, which we've seen before. Shout out to Champ if you're listening. Outside, Sally Fitzgibbons opting to let that one go. With the men starting this next round, I know they've been down here all morning paying close attention. We did see the low tide at 10:30. And, you know, typically everyone comes to Snapper wanting to surf the low, but I wouldn't be scared of a bit of water on this bank, Rich.
No,
I think we're going to have a great afternoon.
It's so shallow at the moment, so I don't think the high tide is going to worry us too much. We've only just come off low, really. Well, not long past it. So the waves, well, you can see all the photographers, spectators out there. Here goes Tessa.
Tessa Thyssen now up and riding. Looking to enjoy one of her last rides for this event here. Unfortunately, just not being able to find the wave with some extra scoring potential on it down the line. As we saw in the last heat too with Alyssa Spencer, just a little difficult sometimes to identify those waves that only have the turn sections available. Sometimes, you know, those waves behind the rock that the natural footers have been able to select, they're really clear cut.
Yeah.
You know, this thing looks like a bomb and I'm going. Whereas the double ups, you know, are a lot harder to unlock, and, you know, that's where you see that local experience start to come in.
If you're not confident on your backhand tube riding, you're naturally going to steer away or kind of shy away from those real gnarly ones that look like it have that barreling section. Whereas Sal, you know, we're talking about one of the greatest surfers to ever come out of Australia. Certainly one of the greatest surfers in the world, who's had a ton of experience, you know, down where she lives on the south coast of New South Wales. A lot of reef breaks down there, and she's put her time in.
And cooler water too. you know, surfers from that part of the world, they come up here and just dominate when the waves are good. You know, host a good local surfers here, obviously, but when the travelling surfers come here from the south coast, from Victoria, they're just in board shorts or bikinis and they're just cheering.
Well, they're like, hang on, we do this in rubber and over rocks.
Yeah.
We're doing it, what?
Board shorts and sand.
Board shorts and sand? What? This is unreal.
Yeah. So coming up to 90 seconds on the clock now. Both of these surfers will just be hoping there's one more set just for the fun of it, because it is such a fun wave to surf. Where, you know, when there is no one out, you've got the canvas all to yourself and you can do whatever you please without someone, you know, obviously peering into your eyeballs, hoping that you're going to fall off.
Yep. Absolutely. You take any wave out here at this point, pay good money for it.
Big time. Worth the price of admission alone. Come up to a minute now. Sally Fitzgibbons just eyeing off one more opportunity. Tessa Thyssen is unfortunately comboed at this point. She had a great campaign to this stage, and I know she'll be looking forward to the next event down at Narrabeen. She's been doing great work with her coach, Jan Martin, and no doubt looking to put together a strong season on the Challenger Series this year.
Yeah, great performance from Sally Fitzgibbons. Great heat management. She's got the 2 scoring rides. Not much either side of that, so really picking the eyes out of it. She put herself on the best wave of the heat, knifed in and performed just perfectly.
As we said, both these surfers just trying to hunt off one more ride. It doesn't look like it's going to be the case as we count down to 10 seconds remaining. It's all been Sally Fitzgibbons in this heat. She didn't get a ton of waves, but the waves she caught, she made them count. As she looks to have this wave after the heat. A little victory lap here for Sal. And as I mentioned earlier, she's been working hard on her equipment and her performances, and it certainly showed in that heat. She absolutely owned that one from the 9.33 to the 6.67. It was a great performance, Rich.
Well, she's one of the informed surfers, or arguably the informed surfer in the women's field at the moment. Just strong performances in every single one of her heats. She's not showing any flaws or cracks in the armour. She's going to be tough to beat.
Indeed she is. Before we jump to a break, we're going to check out our Bailey Ladder bracket update and get a look at the women's quarterfinals. Some amazing matchups here with some names that you'd be well familiar with, and then some other names from around the globe that have really stood up. Nadia Aristabe, for me, Rich, she's been a dark horse so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up against the youngster Erin Brooks, that's an interesting heat. And, well, the next one, well, arguably the heat of the round, Macy Callahan, Isabella Nichols, you know, 2 local surfers here. Well, not originally from here, but local now. Luana Silva, Bronte McCauley, natural first goofy footer, and then the last heat. That was a pretty special one as well.
Yeah, really looking forward to getting into these matchups. We will see those hit the water tomorrow. But in the meantime, we're going to get into men's action as we see a replay here of Sally Fitzgibbons' 9.33. We're going to take a short break at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro and bring in Ronnie Blakey and Wayne Robert Bartholomew.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Welcome back to the show. The women's quarterfinal heats are set. We got a good look at those before we went to the break. Great matchups established there. Now we transition into the men's round of 16. And what a round it's going to be. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside the 78 world champ, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, thanks for having us, mate.
Wow, so good. You know, we waited yesterday. There was too much south swell today. It's getting better every hour.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. And obviously those barrels, they're still out there. You can find them. But we're going to see some fantastic heats here, starting with Josh Burke up against David Silva, who's just been pushed back to the Challenger Series. Who do you like in this heat and why?
Well, I like them both. I mean, Josh has really just been coming through surfing some really solid heats, and David Silva, he's just got that incredible experience, but it's a good clash between the heel and the toe.
Yeah, it's going to be just that, and we're going to see a bit of it throughout the round, but some great matchups. Have a look at heat number 5. I'm just instantly drawn to that one. There's some great emerging talent that we're going to see here on show in this round of 16, but for me, heat 5 is one that can't be missed. 2 CT worthy surfers meeting up in that one.
Yeah, there's some fantastic heats in this round of 16. Of course, the winners go through to the quarterfinals. That is big. That is getting towards the pointy end of the tournament.
Yeah, they're keeper results once you're in the quarters, that's for sure. But heat 1, Josh Burke up against David Silva. Josh Burke been campaigning on the Challenger Series for a few years now. Hasn't really had any huge results. He got to this round of 16 back in 2021, Ericeira, but yeah, hasn't really put it together on the Challenger Series, but continues to go back to that regional qualifying series and earn his place in the draw. As we see this one during the break, deep was Josh Burke. I've seen him in a CT, that was last year in El Salvador. And got into this one as well, Bucks.
Yeah, this was a nice little, not a little fluffy one, not a deep barrel, but got himself well positioned there. And this wave doesn't look like it's going to go down the line, so 2 good moves.
And he's up again here. So a 317 on his previous wave. This one's got a few more points in it already. Josh Burke, 27 years of age. And the Barbadian takes this one through to the inside, just chipping away at it. Stands on the tail, starts loading up. He's had some great heats already in this comp. It doesn't ride out of that final move, but some good combos put together on the outside.
Yeah, well, you know, you asked me who I liked. I mean, that's what I like about Josh Burke. He's really been just getting going in every heat he's had. Just comes flying out of the gate, not scared to just take it all on. And David Silva, what I like about him is his backhand attack.
A ferocious backhand. That's seen him get to the final of a championship tour event on a sand bottom right-hand point break. He could be deadly out here. But it is going to be Josh Burke winning the opening stages of this heat as he climbs onto the back of the ski. Let's check in with Kipes. How's it look from out there, Kaipo?
Yeah, really impressive with, initially with Josh Burke and David Silva. Josh taking the inside. He's looking for the barrel. That's what's been working for him throughout the entire competition. Last wave run was incredible. Found a little bubble, and then the fins peeked out the back quite a few times as he was snapping on down the line. David Silva yet to get his account started out here. It's going to be a little bit more difficult, I feel, in this shorter period swell for the Goofy Foot to put it all together.
Oh, Kaipo, you must be loving this weather, even on an overcast day here on the Gold Coast. You've braved the elements down at Bells in that cool water with that howling energy from down south, and then, of course, over in WA, and it's tropical out there at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, this is easy. This is fun. I mean, I kind of got a perfect point, some clear water right here. Don't have to worry about any closeouts or frigid water. Like, yeah, it's my pleasure to be out here front row today.
It's our pleasure listening to you, mate. We're seeing some scores come through for Josh. A replay of that wave, but did some great work on the outside. I don't think you get punished for not finishing that one off, but you do want to execute on every section you're trying to lay down a turn on.
Yeah, well, I think we're still waiting for scores. And looks like a healthy number for Josh Burke.
Yeah, something in the 6-point range for Josh, 6.17. David Silver still with a number on the way, but the glass off bugs, it's come through for us. It was a little chattery out there for the women in the round of 16, but it's certainly cleaned up these last couple of hours.
Yeah, well, that last heat, we saw that Sally Fitzgibbon barrel. That was just pristine, not a drop of water out of place, and it's a beautiful look out there now. If you look down Rainbow into Greenmead, there's still a little bit of chatter, but not at Snapper.
Well, let's get a little bit of an idea of what it's like behind the curtain out there at the moment. Sally Fitzgibbons putting together a couple of huge numbers, a 16-point heat score total. She's with Felicity.
Yeah, Sal, wow. 9.33, getting barreled. Has to be one of the best feelings in the world.
Oh, best ever. Like, you only get that one shot too because it's eerily like a bit of distance between like those good sets. So you're behind the rock and you get a little itchy going, is it that one, is it that one? But that one just looked super obvious, like the draw on it. And then, yeah, just put the head down. I was like, got to get to the bottom of it. I know this thing's going to draw real bad. So, yeah, it's just a cool feeling. And then I've watched so many waves like that as a Grom and on tour. And like people coming out of tubes in their heat and the crowd just goes kind of bananas. And yeah, and so I came out and I could hear our local crowd cheering, and yeah, that's why you keep doing it.
And talk to me about what it's like. You're sitting out the back. You mentioned it went a bit quiet for a while. What kind of self-belief does it take that, okay, when this wave comes, I'm going and I'm going to huck it and I'm going to pull it?
Oh, yeah, a lot of self-belief, just holding your nerve and trust, because Tessa surfs amazing on the backside and she could combo plate one like further down the line. I saw Bronte, got a 9 for turns and 7. So you're weighing up all these decisions in your head and you got your eye on them, but you know what's out there. So, yeah, you just got to kind of hold your hand and just feel like, nah, trust this. And when it all works out, it's pretty sweet.
Well, it looked like as soon as you got that 9.33, you started surfing with a sort of confidence that, we think is probably the best we've seen so far from you this year. You might argue and say, hey, I've had that all year, it just hasn't clicked yet. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, it's just hammer time in every heat. Like the way everyone's surfing, like I treat every heat as a final. So if I get another opportunity, I'm just attacking all the way because I just want to evolve my surfing. That's why I'm still here. So it kind of goes beyond like just getting to the podium and winning a contest. It's like I want to push myself into that next level. So having those guys all around me and pushing me in these heats and pushing back, that's what the game's about. I love it.
Well, getting barreled like that, you're definitely taking it to the next level. Good luck in those quarterfinals, Sal. You're well and truly on your way. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Fleck. Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons. I felt like in her do-or-die run at Margaret River, she had some really strong heats where we saw her, explode out of her impeccable form and really surprised us with a couple of moves. She kind of lost that as she got to the later stages of the event, but she's tapped right back in here at Snapper Rocks, and she's had some big finishes here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, she sure has. Sally fits Snapper so well. She got a 16-point total. I think she can even do better than that. She got that 9-point plus ride. Josh Burke.
Oh, on the outside, tucking in this wave, just sort of clamping, breathing. And Josh Burke getting swamped by it. David Silver without a big number just yet. Waiting with priority on the outside to get some work done here. David Silver, he's had multiple victories at the qualifying series level. He had a victory last year on the Challenger Series to get his place back on the championship tour, winning it at Irisura. But 8 qualifying series wins and some of the biggest events too. Bolito, the Sydney Surf Pro back in the day. He's had a couple of big wins at home as well. So he's very comfortable and dominant in that second tier of competition. You just love to find that kind of confidence when he tackles the CT.
It's so true. It is a different mindset for sure, and he's in a comfort zone here, and you've got to keep, as you evolve, as Sally Fitzgibbons just said, you've got to keep evolving your surfing, expanding your comfort zone.
Oh, getting a bit comfortable out there at the moment, maybe a little too comfortable. Josh Burke throwing the fins, tricky to ride out of that one. With that wave just so cupped out. So a 6.17 in the bag for Josh Burke. David Silver yet to put up a good score, but you get the feeling that's about to change. Off the bottom. Whip sharp out of the top always. David Silver on the back end. An approach that has earned compliments from the GOAT, Kelly Slater, on the back end. Even got David Silver on his boards. But this wave, you know, not even a magic carpet's going to help you turn a big number out of that one. Josh Burke on the outside with a beautiful carve to get started here, but this wave splits in two as well. And David's just getting himself down the line here, but he may as well rip into a couple of turns on the way.
Yeah, I think he's just heading down to get the Uber. I don't know if we'll see much of a... There's been a bit of a investment of their energy into this heat, but so far nothing special.
Well, David Silver, he'll make his way back out on the back of the ski here. Josh Burke, he's already near the takeoff zone. The WSL would like to acknowledge the Gunjanburra and Minyangabul people of this area, the Bunjalung Nation, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. And we want to extend that acknowledgement to First Nations people who are here watching the contest live and also tuned in on the broadcast from around the world. Not a whole lot to celebrate for Silver in that ride. And it's still going to be, well, David Silver's got a number on the way too for his second wave, so that might help set him up here. Not a whole lot in it at this point in time. There's just under 15 minutes remaining.
Well, both surfers really have just got one wave to show for it. A 6.17, you know, you wouldn't think that's going to even count towards the end of most of these heats, but it's been a little bit slow on this heat. I think Sally alluded to the fact that there are some really good sets, but the gem waves are a little few and far between. You've got to make sure you're on them.
Getting into position now, David Silver. It's Josh Burke with priority, and at the moment has the lead, but we got scores on the way. Just over 14 minutes to go here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. WSL 1 Ocean doing fantastic work as we travel the world in pursuit of finding the best campaigners for the championship tour. We've been doing some fantastic activations along the way, supporting local communities through an annual grant program, providing hands-on opportunities for our surfers to learn about some of the amazing work happening in local areas to preserve and protect the beautiful environments, coastal and hinterland. And this area, Bugs, is special and has been well and truly looked after by everyone. Clean beaches here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, we've always had really pristine beaches. The Gold Coast City Council do an amazing job cleaning the beaches all the time. Then the sand dune restorations, you know, the beautification of the actual foreshore itself, very important. And of course, as you've alluded to earlier, an amazing hinterland.
Yeah, to find out more, visit WSL1ocean.org and you can get involved too. Just over 11 minutes to go. And Kaipo, a bit of a low-scoring heat so far. None of these guys has really grabbed the bull by the horns.
Yeah, I feel, Ron, that, you know, maybe it's just the tide now it's changing and starting to come in. It's really evident, too, that this the period on this swell is very short, so the waves are real close together. And so that gives some difficulties compared to what we saw this morning. I think that's what's going on out here. But, yeah, it's the playing field ever-changing, and that's the nature of our sport.
Yeah, that's right. You've got to adapt. And at the moment, Josh Burke doing a better job of it than David Silva, holding on to a 6.17. And remember, I mentioned he's been campaigning for a while. He's never really had a massive finish. He hasn't cracked the top 50 on the Challenger Series before. And this is as good a result as he's had, a ninth place finish. So a big opportunity for him to start at the top of the ranks and get himself into the quarters for the first time here.
And I think he's really targeted at this event. I mean, we've seen him surfing right through from the early rounds, and now we're in the round of 16. He's going out there with a lot of intent. He knows this is his chance to break through to a quarterfinal.
Strong unit. Like, he is throwing down some big turns, but even in this heat against David Silva, I think he recognises that he's up against one of the toughest surfers in the field, and he's going to have to, you know, throw some risk at us and the panel.
And that's why I think he's been ultra selective as well, because he knows that if David Silva gets a grip on one of these long waves, he's well and truly capable of getting an excellent score. So Josh Burke, this is the time for him to use the priority well. He's just got the edge. He knows that his opponent hasn't even cracked the 5-point mark yet. That's a, you know, it really puts David in arrears here. He probably needs a couple of waves.
Bugs, we were talking about 78, your world title run. You said that, you know, the most memorable event for you that season was the Stubbies. The Gold Coast is where we first saw head-to-head competition, and we've moved now into this round of 16, and the chess match has begun. How did it change the game?
Oh, my gosh. You know, like, we actually came from 6-man heats. There were some events in Hawaii with 8-man heats, so it really changed the game. We'll get back to that in a sec.
Yeah, David Silva, he needs a 4.68 to get himself in front here. Puts it all on the line with a huge backside float. Jumps off the roof, and there's no mattress there for him to land on, and he just goes down.
Oh, wow, he went down so heavy. He'd be so surprised now with 8.5 minutes remaining that he hasn't got a scoring wave.
Yeah, I didn't see it. He's so rock solid on that backhand. I just thought he would have for sure dropped a couple of sixes on us by now. But Josh Burke is, you know, not shutting the door on him just yet. He's only hanging on to a 6. But have a look at that first turn. Nice and vert. Got a little stuck.
Yeah, look at the speed he's got now. See, this is really difficult to hit that at speed. This is ultra speed. Still would have felt fairly comfortable, but he got too far over on that outside edge, and needed to land that board flush to get around that next section.
But let's talk a bit more about head-to-head competition, because it was a massive game changer.
Well, as I said, we came from a period, not 4-man heats, 6-man heats, and that was just such a hassle fest. Going to, head-to-head, man-on-man surfing, it was just such a luxury to be out there with one other surfer at Burley Heads and all around the world. I mean, we basically, from that first Stubbies event, we went man-on-man every single event. That became the format. There was no losers rounds, but we was so stoked to have that format.
Hard to zero in on rivalries with 6 surfers and more in the lineup. It really was just a gang war, basically.
Oh, it was amazing. Like you'd have back then, you'd sort of have, say in the Australian titles, you'd have 3 semi-finals with 6-man semi-finals. The winner would go to the final. The rest would fight it out in this ugly repechage situation, and it was gnarly.
And from that, you know, we've seen rivalries born. You ended up having some fantastic rivalries yourself. Who was your fiercest opponent?
Oh, Sean Thompson and I had a fantastic rivalry. You know, we really, when we surfed against each other, we brought out the best. And it's obviously Mark Richards. You know, we had something amazing. We had a lot of finals. He got the better of me in most of them, but I had a couple of some very good semi-final wins against him. Dane Kealoha and Michael Ho. You know, it was such an amazing era. Shane Horan. You know, as I said the other day, no matter what era you're talking about, for the world title, you're only ever surfing against 4 or 5 other guys, like in any era.
Bit of movement on the outside here. Having a look again, it's David Silver. Failed to finish off his last ride. He's up against it here at the moment, and he's going to go down, but it might not have been a bad thing to fall there. That wave didn't look fantastic down the line. Just peering out over my shoulder now, and it was a fizzer. Didn't have a steep enough wall for that backhand. Just under 6 minutes to go. Yeah, I like talking about those big changes in the sport, and you've had a front row seat to many of them. You were competing during a lot of them. Jet ski assist is something that was introduced while you were heading up the championship tour.
Well, it came in, you know, what it was, I really looked at that we had to make this more entertaining. It had to be entertainment. So, like, I studied it and went, well, look, that best 3 format, that third wave, I studied it and I said it's averaging at about 3.5 to 3.8. I said, that's not good enough. And it started to affect the second scoring ride. So I went, best 2, jet ski assist, get more in the rotation. Let's have some entertainment.
Love it. And yeah, you're right. You have 6 surfers out there in the lineup. You see a lot of surfing. Oh. You get something back when you go to head-to-head. You get rivalries. You get a better illustration, I think, of, you know, form when you're seeing 2 people fight it out for the win and they're getting multiple opportunities, but you also want to see them catch as many waves as possible because that's what we love. And
such contrasting styles. And, you know, it's back in an era where everyone, like, there was no stock standard surfboard. Everyone had their own design going, and it was a really exciting time. Obviously, compared to the surfboards today, we're on, you know, basically Arthur Dungers, but I mean, these are Formula One surfboards now, but we'll get the job done.
Oh, mate, it was entertaining. Tiago Carri, he's heading out. He's coming up in that next heat against Joel Chianca. Big test for the Frenchman up against the Brazilian.
Yeah, Joel, so good to see him back in the saddle, and this is the event. And I figured he targeted this one in another way too, because he. It's a nice place for him to come and over a sand bottom, you know, reasonably user-friendly wave. I mean, you know, you take off too far deep behind the rock on a solid day, it's not that user-friendly, but no. It's got its own challenge about it, but it's still, you know, well within grasp of Joey, you know.
Yeah, and his partner Luana. Clearly, he's here enjoying his time with her, and she's already into the quarters, so he wants to keep the rhythm alive for the surfing power couple. Just over 3 minutes to go here, and David Silver just hasn't put it together in this heat. He needs a 4.68. He is you know, capable of dropping an excellent number here on Josh Burke at any stage, but he's been out of sorts by his standards. Let's see what he can do with this one. Beautiful first turn, drops out of it, tucks into the barrel for a moment. Almost an awkward tube stance though. Doesn't find the exit.
Very surprised to see him not. That was a fairly simple backhand barrel. It was sucking dry. It was nearly below sea level, but his board got stuck in the face.
He doesn't need much. You know, he might have been on his way to the number. I like the first turn, speed, and, you know, got up there quickly.
He was definitely on his way to the number. I mean, you know, he mightn't have done anything yet. And this first turn here, so slick, jams it off the top, sees this barrel section here, and like his board just stopped. His forward momentum just absolutely stopped.
So
and
2 minutes to go, and you know, he's still in that position of having to chase down this score. And Josh Burke, you know, he's in a powerful spot now. He's only trying to improve on a 3.17 to add to that requirement.
I actually thought Josh was in trouble right there.
The GWM 2-minute warning popping up on screen here. Something standing up. Josh, he's going to go.
Oh.
But he has had a shocker there with priority and opened the door for David Silver now.
Oh, that is a shocker. You know, he had to go, but he somehow got himself in this weird position, and the wave just slapped him on the back. But David's not going to get that one. There's a little ridge between the two surfers there.
Oh, and Josh gets an opportunity to clean things up. It's going to fade away, though. You think back to the wave that David Silver fell on, that 2.3. Josh Burke could have converted that into a 5 quite easily. But now he's just gifted the Brazilian, the more experienced competitor who has a habit of really collecting big results on this Challenger Series. He's gifted him an opportunity here with less than a minute remaining.
And here he goes.
And this is the wave he's opted to go on, up into the first section.
Unbelievable. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Miguel Pupo's just...
Cannot believe it.
Shocked.
And he's still in it. He's still in it. With 40 seconds to go, he could turn around on this wave here and win the heat.
Well, surely Josh Burke cleans things up now. Well, that wave's got nothing in it. 25 seconds to go, and it doesn't look like there's a whole lot more in this heat. Josh Burke had got the work done early with the 6.17, but he just held the door open for David Silver to walk through, and David tripped over on the front stairs.
Oh my gosh, that is unbelievable. Turned into such a dud heat.
Very uncharacteristic stuff there from David Silver. Such a strong backhand. He'll be disappointed with that. He had his opportunities to get himself back into the heat, but Josh Burke has held on for a victory here, albeit a sloppy one.
But one of the biggest ones of his career.
Yep, he's going to be on his way to his best ever finish in a Challenger Series event. We're going to take a quick break here. Joe Chianca and Tiago Carrick will be out there next. Stay tuned. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Bond University,
not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show. Ronnie sitting alongside Bugs, calling these first two heats of the round of 16. We are looking to set up quarterfinal number 1. We've just seen Josh Burke make the jump, and now we're going to watch Joel Chianca up against Tiago Carrick. And Joel getting things started early here. A fast running right at tide, nice and low at the moment.
Yeah, it's still very low. Looks like he lost his footing on that one, Ronnie.
He did, and he's just going to pick one off here to get down the line. Joel Chianca just exploded onto the scene as a rookie. Blew our minds with his performances at Pipe. One of the highlight heats of the 2022 season, serving against John Florence. Pushed John all the way. Didn't survive the cut in his rookie year. Came back to the Challenger Series, came back to the CT, and last year cracked the final 5. It was an amazing turnaround for his career, and unfortunately for him, suffered a horrific wipeout at the start of the season, and it's kept him out of the first 5 events. But he is back here at Snapper Rocks and getting himself funneled behind the rock there.
Yeah, he got a nice barrel and beautiful position, just lost his footing there, and this cost him dearly because he would have got around that next section big time. And here's the second half of that wave is played out right now, and he really goes to town on this one though, Ronnie.
Yeah, picked up an insider just to get himself down the line. He's really strong. You can see how alive he is through his rides. He just has amazing energy, Joel Chianca. Oh, he's a bit hot out there, hot and bothered.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't wear a wetsuit out when it's 25 degrees in the water. Absolutely, your head blows up.
Joel Chianca there, he's got some time here. He's had a pretty positive start to this one, a nice little pit. And then he's backed it up with a couple of turns on an insider. Kaipo, you could talk to us about just the water temp out there at the moment. First time you've been in boardies on the back of a ski this year.
Yeah, hanging tough. I mean, it's beautiful. The water temp's nice. I did want to comment on that first barrel with Joao. I was looking straight into that barrel, and there was much more on offer for him. His fins in the barrel, he came through a section, and they cavitated a bit. And that lack of forward momentum cost them. But big heads-up play for Chianca. He caught the next wave, went to turns to get some scores. So he's doing a good job of being adaptive to what's going on, but there was a little bit of a slip up on that first wave, and it looked like it was equipment.
Yeah, we just saw a slow-mo replay of it. We saw him shuffling his feet to get in position, and it was like his wax was too sticky or something. He couldn't get the foot forward. It sort of slipped over or moved to the hillside rail of the board.
But I tell you one thing, though, he made up for his second one. Ronnie, he's got a 6.17.
Yeah, 6.17 on an insider, and that just sort of tells you how much the judges appreciate Joel Chianca's explosive work in the pocket of the wave. 6.17, got him out front, giving him a good little edge here over Tiago. It was pretty fresh to the Challenger Series scene, and you know, the application of some pressure early on. We'll see how he handles it.
Yeah, well, now it's all up to him. He's got priority. He's got the whole ocean to himself. He's got his own destiny in the palm of his hand. A great challenge for the young guy.
Yeah. We'll see how the 22-year-old responds. He's out there with priority at the moment. But Flick's out and about. 23 minutes to go. What do you got for us, Flick?
I have got winner of last heat, Josh Burke. Look, probably didn't win how you wanted to. A lot of time had ticked away. How are the nerves at the end yet there because you hadn't squared it away?
Yeah, that's not the way I want to win. Of course, I would like to get barreled. but I had in mind that if it wasn't going my way in terms of getting barreled, that I had to like grind it down, and I started off with the 6, so I knew that I had that 1 score, and yeah, it just happened that there wasn't a lot of waves coming through, and I knew that if I just sat next to David, or that whatever wave came, it would take off of him, and I think he fell on a couple, and it just went my way. So yeah, I'm happy it's going my way.
And look, you're through to the quarters now. It's your best result on the Challenger Series so far. You're matched up against the winner of this next heat. What are your takeaways from the heat you just had and going into those quarters?
I mean, I just got the job done in the last heat. So, I mean, there's not much to really take away. I had to get that heat out of the way because I had so much good heats this contest that I knew that heat was coming. So I'm glad that heat's out of the way, and I'm just looking forward to my next heat, and hopefully I can get back onto the surfing good waves, you know, and getting good scores, because that's how I like to win, is when everyone gets good waves and good scores.
Well, when you're taking off on the waves, you're looking really good. So good luck in the quarterfinals, and yeah, back to you boys.
Thank you, Flick. Josh Burke survives a tricky heat there. He's into the quarterfinals. We'll see if he can tap into some of the form that got him through to the round of 16. Really had some great showings earlier on. Out there in the lineup, though, you've got a surfer who's really elevated his place in this surfing world with amazing performances on the championship tour, even a victory last season.
Yeah, so impressive. Sort of, you know, 2 seasons ago, he had a couple of amazing heats at Bells. Really showed, and they were, you know, he had a losing heat there, where it was he would have won every other heat.
Yeah. No, Zhao Junker's definitely going to hang around the top end of the championship tour ranks for some time, and great to hear that he's been awarded that wild card for 2025. Tiago, I mentioned he's pretty new to the Challenger Series scene. Had a run at it last year, surfed all the events, but didn't have a whole lot of success. US Open was his best finish, but it was still an early round exit, a 49th place. So he would have learned a lot, Bugs, and worked on a lot coming into this new year.
Yeah, I think year 2 is a really interesting one, as we see Joao.
Gianca, well, throws down that nose pick, grab rail reverse out of the pocket, just explodes through the section. Might just improve on the 417, depending on how the judges feel about a smaller wave being attacked like that.
Yeah, well, he did attack it. It seemed like it wasn't quite as fluid as he would have liked it to be, but it was a short ride. I think it's another throwaway.
Waiting on that number to drop now. What can we expect these conditions to do, Bugs, as we move through the afternoon? Here's the replay of that turn. I mean, Jeremy Flores, Josh Kerr, they kind of really brought that frequently to the show.
They sure did. And, well, as this tide comes in, I still see a lot of improvement out here, Ronnie.
Bring it on. As we see Gianca up again. He's getting busy out here, just looking to really build a bit more pressure on his rival. Bit of downtime here, but reconnects to the surge and power of this wall. Just always so explosive, even at times at the expense of losing a bit of control. He always puts it on edge.
That was a pretty athletic recovery on that one. I thought he was gone.
So a couple of numbers on the way here.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to get out there and probably look for a good one.
Zhao Junker, though, doesn't really second guess, paddling back out. He always seems to, if he commits to something on the outside, he says, I'm going all the way. I'm going to go get the ski out, which, on a day like today, Bugs, is probably all about conserving some energy and not burning yourself out.
Yeah, also, he would have seen a few other competitors where they went the halfway route and then paddled back out and then didn't get priority. And as we see here, just carves into this wave here. A small wave, Ronnie, on the inside. Not, I mean, some heavy downtime right now. but then this wave just comes onto the bank again, and this turn here is just so aggressive. Rips into it. This is a weird one here. He loses it completely and uses the whitewater to actually rebalance himself. He won't be a point scorer.
Now we know he's got that helmet on just to, safeguard himself against any injuries. That wipeout really shook him up, and during the press conference he said he doesn't really feel like he'll ever be the same. It was a life-changing moment for him, but God, he's surfing well. He hasn't even connected with a good wave yet, but he just continues to, drop pretty decent numbers considering the average rides that he's taking off on here.
And he's actually got through to this round quite smoothly without doing anything outrageous as to what he can do. But so he's still got a lot of dry powder. He could explode that whole box.
Just under 17 minutes remaining here. And a big spectacle for everyone this afternoon. Fisher and friends are going to hit the lineup here, and much like the opening day competition, it feels like the waves are going to be pretty good for that exchange. Jet ski assist will be involved, so we're going to see Paul Fisher, Kelly Slater, Mark Occhilupo, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, Stephanie Gilmore, Chelsea Hedges out there just in all their glory, doing their thing.
And I think it is going to be amazing again, because I think it needs more water right now. And they're going to get pretty much on the high tide. It'll handle the high tide today. And don't forget, more sand arrived overnight, Ronnie.
Jalchianka, he's just taking the opportunity to ride as many waves as possible out here under priority. He's not even really concerned with baiting Tiago into waves. He's like, if I just connect with one of these little inside runners, I will convert at some point. He got a 4.17 for that grab rail, nose pick reverse, fins free reverse out of the pocket before. And that was half the size of some of the other waves that he's taken off on. So he seems on. He just hasn't connected with that special wave yet. But nothing lost, because he hasn't missed any good sets either.
No, he's gone fishing, and he knows that eventually he's going to snare something big time. His opponent's just sitting there. He's, as we know, he's a second-year graduate. He's trying to get his feet into this. He knows he's against a pretty lethal opponent. He knows for sure his strategy is just to go out there and get the bomb of bombs.
Well, he's being extra patient at the moment. 15 minutes to go. Tiago's after a 9.47. We'll see if he can track something down after we return from this Bonsoy brew break.
All roads lead to the surf. before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew there, just breaking it down beautifully for you, and in the booth for the call as well. Bugs, can you remember the first wave you ever had? Was it here on the Gold Coast, and did you know straight away you wanted to be a surfer?
Well, the first surf I ever had, we will not even discuss that one. It was a complete disaster, but the first wave I ever had was here at Snapper Rocks.
Well, there you go. Everyone loves to get a wave here at Snapper Rocks. Zhao Chianka's had plenty of them in this heat. This wave during the break, didn't he take it apart, Bugs?
Oh, this one, he really cut loose on this wave. This is going to be his best ride for sure.
Here's the thing too, Zhao Chianka's, he's found a smaller wave with a workable wall, but he has stuffed his board right into the most critical sections all the way down the line. And you can't deny it. You can't deny that kind of commitment. Have a look at the rail work there.
Wow, this is a great ride. I love the way he adjusts his feet to get back into the carving position, and he's found the sweet spot. So the Brazilian surfer now is going to post a significant score.
Surfing right there in the pocket. 5.93, Kaipo, and this busy attitude from Chianka's paying off.
It sure has. As my Brazilian friends would say, monstro. He doesn't need much. There's so much talent in his surfing, and super impressive to see what he puts down out here. He doesn't need much of a wave to get a score, and the performance there's a marked difference in his ability right now when you look at the grand scheme of competitors.
We're always marvelling, aren't we, Kipes, at just how much torque that Chianka possesses. He's so active. He's got so much rotation in his upper half. Really rips that board through those calves.
Yeah, it's really fast, you know. It's super fast, angular surfing. And it's really incredible to watch from the water.
Yeah, and on medium-sized waves, Bugs, he has racked up a pretty decent lead over Tiago, who has just been anchored out the back with that priority and hasn't had a shot at a wave yet.
No, he really has. I mean, you know, so it's a tale of two different approaches here, because Tiago kind of acknowledging he's up against one of the world's best surfers and going, I can only do it on the world's best wave, whereas Kaipo alluded to the fact that how busy that Zhao can get out there, and he doesn't need the best waves. He's got so much energy, he can generate a big score.
Yeah, it's that. You couldn't really, say that Tiago's made an error here. I think he'd be mad to let go of priority at this point. He's still got time to turn this around. The combination is a really gentle one at this point in time, just a two-wave total of 12.1. So a couple of sixes will get him over the line.
Well, I see, like a 7.5, a bombing wave and a 7.5 now changes the whole complexion of this heat.
Bit of movement here. Zhao Chianka has a look from deep. As you can see, he wasn't really in a great position. Tiago wasn't taking the bait. He'll hang on to that priority.
And I think a bit later on, that tide's what it's going to do is going to bring that line a bit better, closer together. It's going to line it out. See, now, oh, what an interesting situation. Yeah.
Chianka. Well, Tiago then started going, oh, well, if I don't go, Zhao's in a great position to get barreled. So, it worked for the Brazilian. And now Chianka's going to have priority and that healthy lead.
Oh, gosh, that's like in a game of chess, he's got his opponent in check, that's for sure. And Tiago, he sort of had to go that wave, and where he got it, see, that's what Chianka's going way deeper, and that is such an advantage when you get those waves, you get that first barrel. By the time Tiago takes off, there's half a wave, there's less than half, the trailing end of a good section.
It's like the Freesurf too, isn't it? Like in that situation, if you're out there, it's your turn for the wave, but you're not deep enough. you kind of just have to go, okay, well, I know he only just rode away this bloke, but he's in a better position than me. I have to forgo the wave. But here with priority, I think Tiago took it to limit the scoring opportunity of Jowda, so he didn't push further ahead, but ultimately he probably should have waited. Well, it didn't help him.
It hurt him big time. But you're spot on, Ronnie. I mean, he had to go to stop Chianca getting an 8-point ride.
Here we go. Joao gets himself stuffed in there and comes out. Nice bit of cover, and he's just loosening up with every ride out here at the moment. The wave is going to fizzle for a moment. But we've seen what kind of work he's done on some of these medium-sized walls, and he goes to it again. Nice little combinations, just clean work here at the moment. You can see how tricky these little cupped out faces are to read, but Chianca is going to finish on his feet once again, and maybe even just replace this 5.93. I thought the turns were a little bit more committed and engaged on his previous ride, but we'll see how the barrel ride start scores.
I feel the barrel ride was a bit deeper than the other one, so I think this one's his best. I'm pretty confident in calling this his best ride now. The turns were very aggressive. This barrel ride here, I like it a lot, Ronnie. He holds himself well back in there. He's really slotted nicely there. Then he goes to town on this one, just wraps it. This section he goes over, he looks down the line. I like the way he just, no manoeuvres until it all happens. Look at this angle, slotted nicely. This angle here, I love this one from the keyhole. And he just pulls the board up, stalls, slots, holding himself for as long as possible behind the curtain. Can't see any of the board. That's what I like about it. It's, sure, it's not a backdoor barrel, but he's kind of held himself in there, and it's not that difficult to do that. But it was a clean barrel.
And Kuiper was staring straight into it. He's really just surfed his way into rhythm out here. He hasn't shied away from any of those insiders, and he's racked up some pretty decent numbers.
Yeah, Ronnie, how they say only a surfer knows the feeling. Well, Joao Chianca, Chombinho was having that feeling in the barrel. I looked straight down the barrel, and he had a big smile on his face as he was in it, just knowing that, hey, this is an easy make for me. I'm enjoying my time behind the curtain, and then went off and rattled out a bunch of turns. He's having fun at this point.
Most definitely, yeah. It was your old mate Gordon Merchant who dropped that one, Bugs.
Oh.
I think a surfer knows the feeling, and that's one of the great taglines. It's true, and we've seen a lot of competitors today just chase that feeling, and for some, it's paid off big time, and for others, it's kind of put them in a position where they're waiting for that barreling wave, that perfect ride that might not necessarily come their way in that window, that 30-minute window.
Yeah, well, Tiago's having a surf right now that you can have with 120 people out.
And he's having it with one other bloke in the lineup.
Exactly.
And the other guy's almost saying, go, it's your turn. But it's just hasn't worked out for him. But you were spot on. Best wave for Chianca there, 6.5. And Tiago, we said before, he's not chasing a whole lot. Yes, he's comboed, but he needs a couple of mid-range sixes, and he's in front, but time is definitely working against him. He needs to make that move, chip away at that combination really soon to have a shot.
Well, we've seen back-to-back heats where one surfer has just not engaged with the ocean.
Not just the ocean, but just the rhythm of how this heat has played out. I think Joao Chianca really paid attention to what unfolded in the last heat, the previous heat, because we were on the edge of our seats coming into the booth. The waves were firing. David Silver and Josh Burke. I initially had put it down to just really average performances from them, but I think the conditions might have had a part to play in it too, and Chianca's adapted to that.
He's adapted really well because, if you go the heat before, Sally Fitzgibbon's got a 9.33 for a beautiful barrel on a well overhead wave.
Oh, Joao. Joao's up again, but doesn't find the exit this time. glorious position to get into, though, when you're in a heat at Snapper Rocks with one other person, and they need to guard their priority to track you down, and you can just keep catching waves out here.
Yeah, I mean, Tiago's in a horrible position now. There's under 3 minutes remaining. He needs 2 waves. I mean, like, sure, he can do it with a perfect 10, but realistically, he needs 2 waves.
Yeah, so that score came through for him, that 3.43. Helped him break the combination, but no, it does need an exceptional ride. 2.5 minutes to go. Tiago's, you know, whatever happens here in these final 2.5 minutes to go, it's still going to be his best ever result in the Challenger Series event, which is something to take away from it. But I think, Bugs, you and I have seen enough heats and seen enough competitors come in. He'll be really disappointed with the performance in this one if he doesn't at least get the opportunity to get a crack at this wave.
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. He'll come in and he'll be super disappointed. His entourage will be super disappointed. But when he goes away and he goes down to Narrabeen and he digests the whole thing, he'll still go, well, it was still a personal best tournament.
Got to celebrate the PBs.
You got to.
Minute and 45 to go. How fun. Got some big heats to look forward to as well. Next heat is going to be a lot of fun to watch. Charlie Cavant up against Dakota Walters. What a heat that's going to be. Charlie's been ripping. Veteran just campaigner, more of a free surfer really, and has found something here at Snapper this year, but Dakota Walters has been dropping good scores as well.
And he's really coming off a couple of years of free surfing.
There you go. There's a battle between two guys who, you know, just set their sights on chasing clips for a couple of years there. Dakota's always had a very competitive nature, though.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know. I think he's going to have a really good year on the Challengers next year. So I'll be watching that one closely. But 50 seconds to go here. Chianca has put himself out in front. He's ridden 9 waves to Tiago's 3. And out of that, you know, he'd be leading this heat with his throwaway numbers if he hadn't had the 2 6-point rides. It's been such a busy man out there.
Yeah, he has just not stopped, and he's jumped on everything that's appeared in front of him and has really paid off. Tiago, 15 seconds remaining, still looking for something.
It looks to be over, this one for Tiago. There's just not enough in this wave. He's having a look at this one on the outside. He'll definitely go it. But he's not going to get barreled. He'll have to surf out of his skin. It's a beautiful opening move. Has to push it, has to go hard. Tries to flick that board into reverse, but unable to execute there. And Jiao Chianca is going to get himself into the quarterfinals here. Stress-free performance for him.
Oh, wow. That was an easy, you know, saloon car ride into the quarterfinals. So he and Luana, both in there.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. And we'll see how far they can go through this draw. The 2 Brazilian surfers looking very sharp at the moment. And Jiao Chianca doing a great job of just recognising the shift in conditions there and getting busy with finding some good medium-sized waves to take apart. Some big heats to look forward to. We're going to take a break. We're going to have a lot of fun this afternoon. Stay with us.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We've had a fantastic morning of women's action. And now we're moving into Heat 3, the round of 16 for the men's. Another cracker heat on our hands here as the tide's going to fill in all afternoon. My name's Stace Galbraith, joined by Felicity Parmentier in the booth. Fliff, how you doing?
I'm doing really well, Stace. Looking forward to calling a couple of heats with you. Last couple of heats have been a little bit slow, but hopefully with this tide pushing in, things might start to trend on the up and a few more waves ridden.
I think the excitement of everyone is just pushing the swell out to sea, myself included. I kind of got caught daydreaming on the rocks down there as I was watching this heat get underway and thought, hang on a minute, I've got to get to work here. There's some heats to call. Sprint up the hill and away we go.
Hey, a little bit short for breath, mate.
Oh, rare for me. Outside, as we see tucking into this wave and spat out. That looked like the blue jersey of Dakota Walters, and indeed it is. He's had a couple of great heats where he's got off to quick starts, and this one's no different. That'll ease the nerves for Father Walt down there, who's been obviously Dakota's #1 supporter from the get-go and continues to support him till this day as Codes bring it through the inside with a beautiful air reverse to finish. He'll be very, very pleased to see waves to the jet ski there, Felicity.
Oh, yeah, that was a great way to start off this heat, and sort of maybe the tide is, with that tide coming in, things are changing. So Dakota's already got that 3.83 and we're waiting for this second wave to lock in. So beautiful barrel there to start, ease the nerves. He's someone who's really impressed me. First year on the Challenger Series and just flying through these heats.
For sure. He had a very decorated junior career, albeit away from competition. You know, he always went on the free surfing trips and sort of just dipped in his toes in heats here and there. And it's certainly all come together for him here this week. He's had some fantastic results. He did amazingly well on the regional QS, and yeah, he looks right at home here on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, these two surfers are it's sort of like, I mean, Ronnie mentioned it before. Hang on, let's get back to this. This was that barrel. Dakota comes out. So this was the wave before the last one, and gets a little bit of shampoo there, not incredibly deep, kicks out of that one there, and we're still waiting for a couple of numbers, but behind him was Charlie, and just getting clipped there on the end, but this was the one that we came back in on. Wow. Beautiful barrel. Comes out with the spit. This is the one we were talking about. This is the one we were getting excited about. Couple of little calves, stay back in the pocket. Looking to get a finish here. Knows the start of that wave felt really nice. Couple of little snaps, and you can see him just lining up the air here. Goes for the air reverse, sticks it.
Wow, and not an easy turn to do. Not an easy takeoff either, Flick. Walk us through this one.
Oh, that was so technical. It was so late. You could see him stick his arm in the wall too. He knew it was only going to be a short barrel, so he just wanted to maximise that time, but he was incredibly late there. So really, really technical, really well done, and yeah, I think it's going to be a relatively healthy score.
And out behind was Charlie. This is another ride for him, Flick.
Wow, okay. The heat is on. Beautiful barrel there for Charlie, and he almost tucks in again. Ooh. Just gets clipped with that low tide there. I mean, takes off straight up and under the lip. No time for dropping to the bottom, just whoop, straight under.
Can't get much later than that. Charlie Quiveron, beautiful tube right there, comes out. And he had a bit more wall to work with on this one, Flick, than Dakota did. Let go of a beautiful carve.
Yeah, that was really beautifully done. Yeah, the wave obviously stood up on the bank a bit more. Looked like he was going to tuck in there for a second, decides not to, and pulls out, and then, wow, that wave just going so shallow. That outside rail.
And Dakota Walters straight off the ski, Felicity. It's non-stop action.
This is non-stop barrel action right now. Dakota going for the layback, and does he stick it? And he doesn't. But wow, barrel after barrel, the boys are just going to town right now.
This is the kind of rhythm we've been waiting to see after those last two heats were a little sleepy. Yeah, we saw some great surfing, but not the tubes we were looking for, Felicity.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, you know, there were moments. Jow had a couple of nice moments. Let's look what happened here. Massive fin release on that layback. Looks like he was going to make it, but just that little bit of converging whitewash there just bucks him off the board. But yeah, I think something's changed. The tap's been turned back on, and the boys are going to town.
They are swinging for the fences as we eagerly await some scores, and the judges are getting this heat set up because these opening exchanges are going to set up, obviously, the remainder of this heat. I think that the most exciting thing for me for Dakota's wave was the fact that he was able to just land that air so smoothly at the end of that ride. I think that's going to put him in a really good rhythm for the rest of this heat. So I'm excited to see how that plays out. But in the meantime, while we wait, going to throw it down to Richie on the sideline. Rich, take us away.
Thanks, Stays. Here with Zhao Chenka, winner of the last heat. Mate, you started quick, you stayed busy, it went to plan perfectly.
I know. Somehow I felt that the waves were a little sleepy for my heat. I don't know how, but yeah, waves been pumping. I've been frothing all day. This morning was hard to swallow, like that low tide. Thiago was probably really lucky to not get me on that low tide, but I mean, like, I was just so excited to get out there. Like the barrels behind the rock, that they were like working perfectly this morning, and they're still going off. I mean, like, such a dreamy conditions and such a dreamy opportunity to be at Snapper with another guy out and surfing and exchanging like sets, and just be there. Like, this wave suits everybody surfing, so I feel it's a really special opportunity.
I feel like you stay really busy in your heats. You keep paddling, you keep riding waves, surf yourself into rhythm. Was that the plan at the start, or maybe waiting for the sets?
I mean, totally. You gotta adapt to what the heat is providing to you. So, as I said, I felt that the heat was a little bit sleepy. Maybe those sets that I was wondering to show up wouldn't show up. So, game plan like started early, and Thiago got the inside of me really early on the heat. So I knew, like, I just didn't want to get stuck in some waves that wouldn't show up for me. I knew that my surfing could get the job done, like, with any wave out there. So yeah, that's what I did. I mean, like, pumping conditions, like so many good waves. You can like do scores all over the places. You just gotta find yourself in there.
First event back. We know you got the wild card for next year. How do you approach this Challenger Series? You're already through to the quarterfinals, and how are you feeling? You must feel good.
I know, it feels so good. I'm so fortunate and so lucky. I take the Challenger Series really serious. I know that the level is right high. It's really like high up in there with the CT level as well. I mean, like, maybe the game plan is on the CT, it's so stacked and so serious, but the level with these kids and boys, I mean, like, they rip. They all surf really good. So I take the Challenge Series really serious, and I take this personally, I take this event as a goal of mine. So I really want to do good. I want to do heat by heat, step by step, wave by wave.
Awesome, mate. Well, looking on, it looks like you're totally back in form, surfing amazing. We look forward to seeing more of you through to the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you, Rich, and congratulations, Zhao. That's some ominous signs there for his competitors, Flick. Like, I know everyone from the CT comes to this event and they say they're taking it seriously, but sometimes I wonder if they're just having a holiday on the Gold Coast with a contest in the middle. But Zhao, he's bang on. Like, you can tell he wants to win.
Well, you know, obviously he suffered that serious injury at the beginning of the year. He's had a lot of time out. He's been cleared. He's back. He hasn't competed for a while, and I feel like he's hungry. He's hungry to get that jersey on. He's hungry to compete. And even just watching him in that last heat and the heats that he's put together so far, he's surfed his way into heats, like what Rich said. He's just, if things aren't flowing, he's making them work. And I would like to think that, you know, he has got this wild card for next year. Why wouldn't you want to get a winning feeling out here, knowing that this is going to be a championship tour stop next year? I mean, what good emotions and memories to play off coming here next year, being like, oh, wow, like, I've done this before. I did it as a Challenger Series event. You could also argue that, hey, this is a hard event to win. One, you've got a bigger pool of guys, and in the beginning, and there's no, you can't lose. If you lose, you are going home. You have to win. There's no elimination round like the challenge, like the championship tour, and you know, you're surfing in those 4-man heats, which is incredibly difficult to do out here, especially earlier on in the week when it was a bit less inconsistent. So I feel like right decision for him.
For sure, and like you said, the strategy on the CT maybe slightly more difficult because of the experience of his competitors. However, it's still the same format. Man on man from the round of 16 to the finals, and you're getting those same, as you said, feelings. And he'll draw a Sammy Pupo or a David Silver, or not anymore. David just got eliminated, but you know, he'll draw those CT caliber surfers at some point through this draw. You know, he mentioned that he thought he could beat Thiago on the inferior waves, and I'd have to agree with him looking at his form. But there will come a time at this heat, and he will have to step up and make sure he's on the best waves, doing the best surfing. As we take a look at the Gold Coast flight cam here, beautiful vision as we come from behind the rock here, as we see the boys weighing up this set. It will be red. Charlie Quivrant taking a look at this wave. Just from the back of it, looks like an absolute drainer. That thing went below sea level. We're going to have to dig Charlie out at the next low tide. That was insane, Flick.
That thing, it just looked so crazy from behind. I can't wait to see it from the front. It just freight trained down the bank. It was just churning up so much sand. Yeah, he's going to be shaking sand out of his head for a few days, I'd say.
That was a rattler. Can't wait to see that one from the front end. But it's good to see these boys taking their chances as we take a look at the water angle here, Flick.
Here we go. So late. He manages to airdrop, gets up underneath it. Look at this airdrop.
You reckon he's done that before?
Wow.
Wow. Oh, my word. He did everything he could there, just landing with it, not a whole lot of speed. And the thing just obviously caught up to him and mowed him down. But, gee whiz, he looked so comfortable.
Yeah, he looked so good. That was such a technical drop. So much air under the board. The whole board disconnected from the wave, reconnected. He had control there. It's just he lost so much speed and the freight train just ran off without him. But that was a positive sign. If he gets another opportunity like that, and wow, look out, because that was a seriously throaty barrel.
It was, and both of these gents have got some keeper scores, or they can build on at the minute. Charlie Quivrant's best is a 6.67. Dakota's got the nod by a point with the 7.67. They're both working with some smaller numbers there, but I'd say with the way that they're swinging at the fences here, I don't know if they'll be hanging on to any of those scores at the end there, Flick.
Yeah, I'd almost like to think, it feels like momentum has shifted since those first two heats, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're end up being the backup scores, just with the quality of waves we've already seen come through and the form of these two guys as well. I mean, there's just a point separating their two highest scores at the moment. Things are pretty even, and we've got halfway through this heat, healthy scores. It's splitting hairs at the moment for me.
It really is, and both their strategies are pretty clear. No one's looking for that inside double up. They're both paddling back to the top of the point. So we wait for the next set to come in. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break here at the Gold Coast Pro. Stay tuned.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia, by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by S&S Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. It has been an amazing morning here, and as we tick into the afternoon, we're past the halfway mark of Heat 3 in the round of 16 for the men, and it's been a cracker so far, plenty of fireworks, and we're not expecting that to stop anytime soon. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Flick Palmateer. Flick, how's the Gold Coast been treating you?
Goldie's been treating me fabulously. When we arrived, we have beautiful, sunny, picturesque Gold Coast days that you know, postcard weather, but I mean, it was smaller surf, but right now we've been treated with a bit of a bump in the surf and just excellent surfing.
Dakota Walters with a long leash is a dangerous Dakota Walters as he gets this wave with second priority. Beautiful frontside carve as he gets out of that whitewash head dip there. One thing that Dakota has certainly been working on a lot in the later stages of his junior career. He's a decorated aerialist, there's no doubt about that. He's got every trick and every grab variation in the book, but as he's gotten a bit taller and put on a bit more muscle, he's been working on his rail game, and we got to see it on display there as he'll look to take this one as close to the jet ski as humanly possible. But that's a great way for Dakota to get underneath priority there. The reason why he didn't have priority is because Felicity, I believe we're waiting on another score for the young man from the Byron Bay area, and we'll look to catch you up on those waves as soon as possible. But wowee, what a treat today's been, and I must sink the boot in here where possible. West is certainly best and it has its moments. However, this year, I think the Goldie is carrying this show.
Oh, mate, don't get into an argument about over West.
Here we go. Wow, are you kidding me?
That was sensational. Look at how big this wave is. All right. This is a seriously throaty, meaty barrel. Dakota, perfectly positioned, standing almost straight up in this barrel.
Wow. He was shooting a clip for a part there. Just went bolt upright. Oh my word! That view, we're never going to get old for Dakota. You just skyline in the distance, jet skis in the foreground. Thanks for coming. And this was the wave under priority, Flick. I like this wave.
Yeah, he's just keeping busy and he's in momentum. He's got the mojo, he's got the flow, and that turn right there, that grab rail carb. I just love to see the variety in his surfing. Obviously, you mentioned it before, Stace. He's got every trick in the book when it comes to airs, but that was really cool. Straight out of the barrel, grabs the rail in that carving manoeuvre, and right now, it's seeming like he can't put a foot wrong. I just love, you know, it gives you a great indication of how big the rail previous to this was. When a kid like Dakota, he's not a small kid. He's quite tall, so that gives you an indication of just how big that barrel was.
Definitely. A beautiful slow-mo angle there, that carve slicing through the water, young Dakota, and you know, it's a dangerous thing to see a surfer like him just keep that rhythm going, because you know, as we said earlier, you know, and you see it on his Instagram and every video part he's in, he's a real rhythm surfer. You can tell that he's not a guy that wants to sit and wait, and so for him to be able to keep this show rolling, even though he won't look to really better a score here, he's still putting together beautiful waves, and you know it's just going to be, you know, filling him up with confidence every time he stands up.
Yeah, that I think, I mean, we saw it happen with Sally. Sally dropped that 9.33, and then her surfing and her confidence just went to that next level, and it's kind of what's happening with Dakota. It just bolsters that good, positive reinforcement. Good for, yeah, it's good for your mindset in the heat, and he's just going from strength to strength right now, and also giving Charlie something to think about. Every time Dakota stands up, he's getting pitted, the crowd's cheering. Charlie's like, hang on a second, what's going on here? So that's playing on Charlie's mind, and I think, yeah, he might not have improved on his score that last wave, but it's all helping, and it's giving something for Charlie to think about.
Totally, and by no means is Charlie in a too big of a tricky spot here. As you mentioned, it just gives him something to think about, like, oh, wow, is he ripping? And he's got to wait for that score to get read out before you really know. And it just starts to really put that seed of doubt in your competitor's mind. You know, Charlie's more than capable of getting the 708, but as the clock starts to count down, that number starts to have more emphasis on it, and instead of making, you know, one decision or having, multiple chances, it obviously just goes down to one decision. And you know, obviously we'll see how that plays out in the final 8 minutes of this heat here. But I love this matchup. We've had a couple of goofy v regular heats already, and we've got a few more down the line, but it's really awesome to see two natural footers square off against each other.
Oh, it is for sure, and we already spoke about it earlier, but two kind of guys that have really lent more into that free surfing route. I know Charlie's got his own YouTube channel and really leaning into that recently and all the different adventures he's been going on. He never really took his foot out of the door of competing, but just exploring that avenue a bit more. And Dakota similarly as well. So, I mean, these two guys, though, I mean, I don't think you should be hanging up the boots from competing because I mean, Dakota's obviously young and only just getting started, but yeah, they're just so strong right now and been two of the most informed surfers during this event so far.
Yeah. They look like the two surfers of the draw so far that are kind of surfing without rashies. They don't necessarily look like they're surfing to get scores. They're just surfing to enjoy themselves. You know, just see Dakota on that last wave just to be standing bolt upright.
Yeah.
You know, most people would just be hanging on for dear life, just trying to get to the shoulder.
Survival steps.
Yeah, and he's just having fun. And I'd say the same with Charlie, you know, like beautiful carving, wrapping manoeuvres that we've seen all week and heaps of variety, which can be hard to do at Snapper. You can easily just do 10 carves on a wave and kick out, but both of these guys have been showing great variety, great speed, and have been really entertaining to watch. So it's a shame that we're going to lose one of them here because I'm a big fan of both of these guys. But as we get down to 7 minutes, that is the nature of competition, and the one thing that's good about today's flick, everyone's going to get their opportunity.
Yeah, I said that at the very beginning of the day. If you're not getting through today, it's most likely decisions you've made, and it's not the luck. I mean, as we see Hiroto coming up in the next heat, he's been taking on Mikey Madonna, who's also been in great form. He's had a couple of close moments too, but Hiroto for me has been in form. I was just looking at his heat totals, going back through each round, over 14 points in each round, which means he's locking in 7s and above in heat totals. Like 14 heat totals, 7s and above in every heat, couple of 7s. Super, super consistent.
He got one of the best waves in the warm-up surf this morning. That was over 7 hours ago. Does that still resonate through your blood as you're about to jump out for your heat flick, or is it too far gone now?
No, that definitely resonates through your blood. You know, as a competitor and growing up competing, you know, I used to bank a lot of my confidence off that morning free surf, and even if it wasn't a good one, just going through the motions, the feet in the wax, clicking over the arms. I mean, and you know, it's just a bonus if you get one of the best waves in the free surf. And of course that's going to help your confidence. And he has been informed. I can't wait to see what he does out here because he was ripping all week when it was smaller and more inconsistent. And more so like, you know, a game of chess where you have to make the right decisions. Whereas today the waves are pumping, right? And the opportunities are there. Back to the point we were talking about before where, hey, if you're not getting through today, it's because of a mistake you've made yourself. Like, you can't make the excuse, oh, the waves weren't good, or, you know, it was a bit inconsistent in there's been a few slower heats, but there's still been opportunities, you know.
Yeah, even the slowest heat today was probably Jiao Chianka's, and the bloke rode 12 waves, and 8 of them were 6.5s, you know.
Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah, it's just about being in tune with the ocean, picking the heats as, you know, as they come in, and we've banged out the cliches enough about the rhythm of the ocean, but it is true, particularly with an incoming tide. You have to be careful that you don't over froth and you play it as it lies, because it can be postcard perfect, and some heats will be throughout this afternoon and into tomorrow. But in your 30 minutes, you've got to manage it well. And I'd say both of these gentlemen in this heat have done that so far. You know, no one's been iced out. No one's been too precious about their wave selection. And we're going to see Charlie Quiveron make a decision here. He didn't really paddle too hard. He's late to the takeoff. Opts to surf around it. It's probably a smart call as he travels in this section on the wider bank. Unfortunately, cannot come through that one.
Wow.
Beautifully filmed there. It's a hard thing to do, to film a surfer in a tube when they're moving that fast. But he's going to get a little rebate here, Flick, and sometimes these waves can be the better waves of the set. They rule off the bank nicely. As we see, beautiful opening carve there from Charlie. Comes around the corner. He's just got to hope this one's got a bit more legs in it down the line as he looks to wrap another carving manoeuvre there. He's just got the most gorgeous frontside wrap on him. We watch it all day long, but unfortunately he's chasing a pretty solid number by today's standard, a 7.08. I don't see it happening on this occasion as he elects for the jet ski to go back round.
Definitely don't see it happening on that number, but I think he just was like, you know, I've already halfway down the line with that last wave. I'm not going to paddle back out. May as well roll the dice here. Get the jet ski back out. Smart decision. But nervous times, because there's only 3.5 on the clock. Dakota's out the back, priority. And something that's really impressed me with Dakota, because he's so young and on the Challenger for the first year, is he's made smart decisions towards the end of heats where he sat there with priority knowing, okay, I'm going to close this heat out right now. I've got priority. I can close out my competitor. I can really put the pressure on. I noticed that in the 4-man heats, and it'll be interesting to see how this plays out on man. And
Take us through this one, Fleek.
Yeah, look, great decision to not stall on that first section. Obviously, you could see what was happening down the line. There was a big wall of water ahead of him, but just a bit too deep, getting caught on that foam ball. And honestly, you looked at that one, didn't really stay that open towards the end, so it would have been pretty hard, but takes off on this one. Really clean open face for the first couple of manoeuvres. I was kind of hoping that something might come to fruition down the line. Didn't really see too much. I mean, Wave starts to get a bit sleepy. He's having a look over his shoulder there. But look, he has to start rolling the dice, and like he said, Stace, as time ticks down, he's going to get less and less opportunities. So, you know, he's doing it at the moment, looking for that. He has to do it in one wave. He's just chasing that 7.08, well and truly within his capabilities. But yeah, I'm interested to see, you know, how the young Grom Dakota right now plays this out with priority in this man-on-man heat.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you there. He's been extremely intelligent in the last couple of heats that he's been in, so I wouldn't expect him to falter, but I do like this stage of the heat with 2 minutes to go. We've got an exciting finish on our hands here. Charlie Cruvon's got to, A, get back into the lineup, B, get Dakota to make a decision, and then he's got to hope there's another wave, or he can sneak one and execute underneath Dakota's priority. So it's going to be an exciting finish here, because we know both of these gents have got the talent to add to their tallies, and we've seen it so far. As you mentioned on the wave that Charlie took earlier, that the second part of the barrel here, when it runs off the bank, can be a little feathery and a little almondy. So it's like, if you're not really getting into it at the start, the characteristics down the line are pretty familiar every time. You know, you can pretty much guarantee that unless you're right in front of it, kind of just getting a leggy barrel, you're not going to make it out of that last little bit. It just wants to run off the bank and clamp you down, which is what happened to Charlie there. I know Dakota for sure would have been sweating as that double up popped up behind Charlie, because they're the kind of waves that I know Dakota likes to ride. You know, the cheeky ones that no one really likes to see, and they go under the sets, and they offer such great scoring opportunity. But on that occasion for Charlie, he, other than the first section, the wave didn't really stand up. So you saw Dakota waving for a situation there, and it was with good reason. Dakota knows just as good as anyone how many good double ups can go underneath the main peak here at Snapper, as he'll look to close this one out. He has first priority. It is the man there in red, Charlie from France, needing a 7.08 to turn this heat, as we have a little bit of action here. Dakota's got to make a good decision here. Looks like he's going to let Charlie go. Wow. Charlie up and riding. He's really deep on this wave, and it just, again, that one a little wider on the bank. Felicity, you called it, an expert leave there from Dakota. Did not even flinch at it.
Super smart surfing, and beyond, in my opinion, beyond his years. He's just surfing so mature in his surfing on the waves, but decision making under pressure right now. 15-20 seconds on the clock. Smart decision to leave that one. It was, you know, it was a dog's breakfast, and yeah, I mean, there's some good sportsmanship between the boys. But yeah, Dakota
into the quarterfinals. First challenger event of his career and the season. It's, I mean, excuse me, I think he might have had a wild card here and there in the past. However, for this year, it's his into the quarterfinals, and it is a great start to the year for Dakota Walters. There are the heat totals. The results official. It was a valiant effort from Charlie Quiveron. Could not find a second wave on that occasion. We'll look to see him down in Narrabeen. Stay tuned. We've got more action coming right up here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro.
all roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro, seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and much like the prior heat, we're not going to wait around to get this thing underway. It's the man in blue from Lennox Head, Mikey Madonna, getting this heat underway. He had a quick start, just a 0.5, and now this is his second ride. This is live action as he brings this one through to the inside. Not a whole lot through the middle part of this wave as he'll look to wave down the jet ski and get himself back into position. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Flick Parmentier. We have another cracking heat on our hands, Flick. Hiroto O'Hara, who's been on form this whole event. First, a young upstart from Lennox, Mikey Madonna. It's going to be another cracker, an all-natural footer affair, as it is just non-stop action out behind the rock, Flick.
Yeah, that last heat was super exciting. I mean, both boys really informal event, but super pumped to see Dakota get the win. Just first, Challenger Series, officially a part of it. Cracks the quarterfinals. Amazing result for someone so young, but I mean, these boys must be fired up just seeing those waves that went through in that last heat, the barrels that were going down, Dakota's stand-up pit. That was incredible. But this matchup I'm looking forward to seeing. I feel like I mentioned it before in the previous heat, but Hiroto, his wave selection out here, his boards look incredible, his placement, his timing of turns, everything, it looks like it's really flowing. Mikey's had great moments through this event so far, but I also feel like he's had a few heats where he's had to work really hard for it, or he's had to fight to stay alive, or come back late. And, sometimes those heats can be more rewarding than the ones where you just run away with it. But, yeah, I feel like this is going to be a great matchup. And I feel like Mikey's, hasn't done his best surfing yet. So, great matchup right now. No, it is. And I know that Mikey feels the same way. He's definitely got more to give, and I know he'll be looking to give it in this heat as we get a great aerial view of the lineup here. It'll be Hiroto O'Hara just taking off on the edge of the keyhole. Hiroto's been explosive out of the top this whole event as he goes directly up into the lip and gets absolutely detonated. You could tell that wave had a nice steep face on it, and Hiroto did not muck around. Wow. Well, look, I kind of jinxed him, didn't I? No. That is just classic Hiroto right there. It's 10s or 2s always with him. And he's even had that in his earlier rounds. And he just has been sticking to his plan. And I think the worst thing that he can do in this heat right now is start to surf within himself. Yeah. He's made it this far by taking big risks and surfing really well. And there is no in-between for Hiroto. He's either going for it or he's not. Yeah, you could see in this one he knew exactly what he eyed this off down the line, saw that it had this huge wall. It starts to hit the bank, and he went so critical on that turn. Yeah, this wave was just beautiful, and this turn. It's going to look like he's in the tube from this angle. He just turned up into the pit. Wow, just like a degree or two too tight on that occasion. Wowee. Definitely some points left on that wave for young Hiroto. But like I said, he's made it this far swinging for the fences. I don't think he's about to stop now. Young Mikey Madonna up and riding. It's time for his turn to get on the board. Beautiful first opening swoop there in the lip. That was a nice carve. I know he'd be fired up to see Dakota get through that last heat as he strings together a couple of nice vertical snaps in the lip there. A set-up carve on this wave. Another arcing manoeuvre. It's pretty easy to tell who that young man was influenced by as a young Grom growing up. Oof, wow, I mean, that was beautiful rail work, wasn't it? Absolutely stunning. I think he would have loved to have gone a little bit more critical, but the wave just didn't offer it. He did the best he could, and I mean, I was really impressed with that. Really nice rail surfing from Mikey, and here we go, let's break it down. So, takes off here. Beautiful style there, arcing cuff, so tight in the pocket. He gets a jab in the lip there, actually, so he does get a couple of moments to get critical. Like, this is going to be a really nice score. And obviously would have loved a bigger finish, but you know what? At this stage in the heat, great score. And this turn here, I mean, how tight did he give it right in the pocket there? I mean, that board is looking great underneath his feet. It just looks like it's really conducive to these sort of conditions today. Yeah, absolutely. We've seen the DHD logo on top of this podium many a times over the years under Mick Fanning and Stephanie Gilmore's feet.
even Matt Wilkinson has rode the DHs to victory out here, and you know, Darren knows how to get his boards going in this part of the world. It goes without saying, and Mikey puts in a lot of work with Darren coming up and working on fine-tuning on his equipment, and it showed just then. You know, that wave had the little crease in it, which can sometimes make it a little easier to surf. I do know at this time of the day, and just with the colour of the sky and the colour of the ocean, it's sometimes hard to differentiate where the bottom of the wave is and where the top of the wave is.
Yes.
And you know, you could almost forgive Hiroto for that.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, like where he and how he came across that angle, you know, you could be forgiven for mistaking the lip was, you know, a little flatter than what he thought, when in fact it was pretty much tubing.
Yeah, that thing was absolutely top to bottom. He just went so vertical and then ended up almost in the Bazza on the way down. But yeah, you're right. And I think just that bit of illusion, I guess, right now when it is a little bit overcast, you look out to the horizon, sometimes you can't really be like, hang on, is that a lump coming towards me or is that just a little tiny bump in front of me?
Is that 3 foot of backwash coming at me or just one? Okay, I've got to put my head down here. But yeah, once you get through this kind of mid-afternoon grey, you've then got to deal with the sun. If it pokes its head through the clouds at the end of the day, coming into winter, it just pretty much lines itself up perfectly with the wave. And you know, it can get tricky, particularly if it is barreling as surfers. Yeah, you can't really see what the lip line's doing, so we'll keep an eye on that through the afternoon. I guess what I'm trying to say is if there's a few unforced errors, we should take it easy.
Oh wow! No, I'm really, here we go, mate. Mikey already.
Mikey Madonna out behind the rock here. He's seen something in this wave down the line because there's not a tube to start. A beautiful snapping turn in the lip there. Another one to back that up. He's certainly made his intentions clear in this heat. He's had a couple of really close ones to make it this far, as you mentioned, Flick. And he wants to put some good scores on the board early in this heat and get his campaign really underway as he would like at this event. He just can't put the finishing touches on that one. But while we wait for the replay of that wave, Flick, and maybe some more action in this heat, I think we've got an update for this afternoon's super heat with Fisher and friends.
Excellent, let's hear it.
So Dingo, you're in. Meet you there at 4 o'clock, mate, behind the rock. Let's go.
Wowee, that kind of reminds me of a radio competition where if you don't answer, you don't get the prize. No, we're a lot nicer here. Paul Fisher giving his good mate Dingo, Dean Morrison, the 2003 Quicksilver Pro champion, a start here this afternoon at Snapper.
Are you kidding me?
Let's go.
Wow, it's going to be Battle of the Coolie Kids.
I know. Well, yeah, Battle of the Coolie Kids at a North End boy, a lad from Florida, Occy, Gold Coast via Cronulla, the queen of Coolangatta, Steph Gilmore. It's going to be a crazy heat. We've also got Chelsea Hedges joining the lineup. She has won this event as well in the past, also the 2005 World Champion, and recently inducted into the Surfing Australia Hall of Fame. Her highlight clip for that, Chelsea Hedges, was just, it was insane. I'll be honest, I forgot how gnarly she was, and watching that highlight reel was just incredible. I reckon she's excited to get out there this Savo. You had a great chat with her earlier in the day, which was amazing, and now the latest addition, Dean Dingo Morrison. He doesn't know how to look left. So we'll see how that plays out this afternoon.
Oh, wow. Look, I can relate, but the opposite way.
More on that later as we have Hiroto Ohara up and riding now. Plenty of speed down the line. Massive turn out of the lip, and he pulls it together right in Mikey Madonna's face. That was next level. I sort of mentioned it earlier. He's got one gear, and there's no point in doing anything in between because it just for him, you know, it's not true to his technique and, you know, ambitions. He's just that's it. That's Hiroto. That's what we all know about him. And he just absolutely threw everything he had at that section. And you know, albeit a little loss of control, easily one of the turns of the day. And I can't wait to see that replayed.
Look, you know, the argument is okay. Let's just break this down first before I get into that point. But this here, I mean, big section, big turn. Just, I don't even know. He must have been hanging on by his toes there. That was really well done. Great core strength. Wow. And but look, you know, I love the approach of 10 or 2s. I really appreciate it. Out of anything, I love to see it. I want someone to go so hard that they're either going to get a 10 or they're going to get a 2. But there's also the argument of that's not good competition surfing because, you know, you could go out there and get 2 6s and still get through, but out the back.
Mikey Madonna behind in the pit. Beautiful tube there for young Mike. He'll be stoked with that wave flick.
Yeah, beautiful layback hack in the lip. Comes around this section. He's looking for this one to stand up a bit more. Gets a little fin throw there. This one's shaping up to be a really nice wave down the line. It's standing up, it's hitting the bank. Big layback hack there. He's going to like that one, you can tell. Sort of a no-claim claim there.
Oh, that was a big shoulder claim, and rightly so. Thanks to the crowd, thanks to everyone watching online. It's just every surfer's dream, right? You sit there all day warming up going, man, I just hope I get chewed behind the rock. And he did.
That was a sick turn right there. It came out of that barrel and chose to do that layback hack on that little bit of foam out ahead. Perfect manoeuvre choice for that section. But yeah, that's going to be a great score. But yeah, you know, we'll go back to that point. The argument is, you know, 10s or 2s, or you could go out there and get a couple of 7s or a couple of 6s and know you're going to advance through every time. But I personally love to watch the surfers that you just don't know what they're going to do. Yeah. I feel like they're the most exciting, in my opinion. You know, they're the ones that, you know, they take off on the wave and you're like, hang on a sec, I think about the World Tour. I think about your John Johns, your Jack Robbos. They take off, you do not know what they're going to do. They could get a heaving barrel, they could go to the air, they could do the biggest, gnarliest rail carve you've ever seen. And for me, that's super exciting surfing.
It is exciting, and the judges have got a lot on their hands here. They've got two contrasting styles on display. I'm going to be interested to see how they break that down. And while we wait for those scores, I'm going to throw it down to Rich, who's with Dakota Walters.
Yeah, thanks, Dace. With heat winner Dakota Walters. Mate, first crack at a Challenger Series, and all of a sudden you're into the quarterfinals. How's that feel?
Yeah, I'm stoked. I don't know, I was so nervous. Like, I qualified a fair while ago, and then it feels like it's so long to get here. And just getting to surf like waves like this with no one out, I just wanted to show everyone that I could surf, and I don't know, stoked to make a few heats as well.
How was that? You said it was wasn't too much of a crazy competitive heat with you and Charlie. You guys were sort of trading off barrels and a couple of yarns in between.
Yeah, for sure. We were talking the whole time, just how good is this, standing in pits. Like, watching each other get blown out of tubes is so much fun. I don't know. It's just, you want the heat to never end.
Talk about your sort of competitive desires. When did that really kick in and you decided, because we know you're a crazy free surfer, you've got a mad pack of airs on you. You know, when did you go, okay, I want to chase the competitive dream?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've always enjoyed competing a lot and wanted to do it. It's just like, I love doing both. And I feel like you can kind of do both still. I don't know. I feel like competing's so much fun, and I want to I feel like that's the top, and even the best surfing is still being done in Arashi, I feel like, most of the time. So to be able to do it like that, and then when you have time off, go and film and do whatever.
The Yamba boys are up here as well. Support crew, what was the post-heat breakdown?
Yeah, no, there's so many of the boys up here, everyone's frothing. I don't know, they're just stoked that I got a few, and now I got to lock in and watch Oscar.
Epic stuff. The Sharp Eye guys looking after you?
Yeah, no, I'm stoked. Board's going amazing. Yeah, the boys at the board lab are hooking us up, and I'm stoked.
Awesome, mate. Good luck in the quarterfinals.
Thank you, Rich. Well done, Dakota. That's right, the boy from down the way at Yamba. And he's done a good job. And so's Oscar Berry. The town has a lot to cheer for at the moment. Dakota more recently relocating to Byron Bay. Took them all the way to a title at the ABB final there in Newcastle a couple of years ago. And he's been going from strength to strength. As we catch up on a few scores from this heat, couple of 4-5s. I think we were losing our minds over nothing.
I mean, look, I can understand Hiroto's got a couple of waves to lock in, but I think, you know, as much as we lost our marbles over that first turn, it was out of control. There was no control when he came out of it.
As you said, and I agree, we love it. It's entertaining. But no, you're right, you do have to package it all up, and I think that, you know, I can think of a lot of guys that took a while to kind of figure that out. You know, how can I make this 30 minutes super entertaining as well as putting a bow on it and getting the job done, as we catch up on a few replays here, Flick.
Yeah, this is Hiroto. Goes straight up into the lip there. He's pretty late for that turn. Wow. Just beautiful fade there coming up into this section. Great read. I love it. I mean, fading out here is a bit of a dangerous manoeuvre when it's a down-the-line point break. But he just had such a good read, and this wave really allowed him to do that. Sort of probably not standing up how he would want it on this inside here. And out the back, Mikey. So big carve there for him. Followed by another layback jam. He's looking solid on his board right now.
Third turn was really nice.
Wow. Two big snaps in the lip. Bring it around here. Has a look over the shoulder. But yeah, that was some really, really great surfing. He's just looking solid. He's looking solid. He's looking strong. Looking like he can't put a foot wrong at the moment. He's just looking like, you know, hey, nothing's going to shake him. He looks very solid on his feet.
He does. He's looking really polished and fired up. similar to Dakota, you know, Mikey, you know, he knew he was going to be in this event for a long time, and I know I've seen those two coming up and surfing the bank a lot and getting ready, and, you know, sometimes it crossed my mind like, oh, they kind of over-preparing. You know, there are a few things you need to do before you get ready for an event, but once you've got, you know, your favourite boards and fins and what the bank's doing, there's only so much you can do, but certainly that preparation is paying off now, and both of those lads are looking really good. While we wait for the next exchange to go down, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break here at the Gold Coast Pro. Don't go anywhere, we've got more action in the round of 16 coming right up.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We are coming down to the back third of Heat 4 on the round of 16 in the men's side of competitions. It's Mikey Madonna from Australia taking on Hiroto Ohara out of Japan. And although this heat has been pretty exciting, blow for blow, it is Mikey Madonna who has a stranglehold on this heat. Felicity, how's Hiroto going to get himself out of this situation? Because he needs a 9.77, and I must admit it doesn't feel that way.
Oh, it doesn't. I mean, he's had opportunities. He's had good waves. He's had a couple of falls, and it's sort of been a bit uncharacteristic. I look back through, you know, previous heats of him throughout this contest so far, and he's just absolutely been on fire. And he's picked good waves in this heat too. He's just fallen, and I mean, he could try to do it in one wave. There's just under 10 minutes, but to be honest, I feel like the easier job is two waves.
Totally.
Obviously. That's not to say we've had a few nines thrown down today in that round of women's, you know, the round of 16 for women. You know, I think about Sally Fitzgibbons, I think Macy with her 10, I think Bronte, 9-point ride on the backhand. I mean, it's possible, but I think bite-sized chunks, two scores would be easier.
I mean, this man on screen here, Mikey Madonna, has shown him how it can be done. A 7 on his last ride and a 7.6 prior to that. So there is two best scores, and he's absolutely teeing off on this wave to start it off. Three huge manoeuvres as he brings this one through the inside. A big finner to finish. You mentioned earlier, Flick, he's looking solid, and he is looking locked in for sure as he looks to bank another solid ride.
Yeah, once again, beautiful surfing. Doesn't look like... has he fallen? I don't know if he's fallen. He has not fallen, I don't think. I mean, he's just looking so sure-footed. And I feel like, you know, now he's locked in a couple of 7s, that 7.6 and the 7. He's feeling good. He's like, okay, judges are appreciating what I'm doing. And you can just see him click it up a notch. I mean, that wave was a little bit smaller in height, but the turns he was doing just felt a bit punchier. He was giving it a little bit more.
Yeah, you're right. It just looks like he's just turning up the dial every wave as the replay comes through here, Flick.
Yeah, so here we go, carving manoeuvre. this one here, Finner, in a really critical section, just glides across the lip. And another layback jam for Variety there. Brings it through the inside small, but he gets a beautiful fin ditch there at the end. So yeah, you can just see it clicking up a notch. It's kind of like similar to when Sally got that 9.3 and she just clicked it up a gear. She fell into rhythm, confidence was oozing, and it seems like the same thing's happening for Mikey right now.
I'm excited to see that score come in for Mikey. He is looking super polished. We mentioned earlier he puts in a lot of work. He comes up here and refines his act a lot, as we see still firing waves coming through the top of the point. Hiroto definitely has time to do it in 2, as you mentioned, Flick, and I think it would definitely be the more reasonable way to go about it. I don't think sitting and waiting for that one magical wave will be the way to go at the minute.
No, definitely not. And with jet ski assist, you're out the back within, you know, let's say a minute.
He could do 3 laps in 7 minutes.
No, it's totally possible.
Most people's weekly surf.
Yeah, this is true. However, Mikey's making it a bit harder for him.
He's made it the perfect 10. The requirement now for Hiroto O'Hara. Mikey's last wave, a 7.23. Definitely one of Mikey's more venomous attacks there on that opening turn. The setup carve and then come around the corner and absolutely belted it.
Yeah, we called it, and he's clicked it up a notch and ever so slightly made that job harder. So now Hiroto needing a 10.
If he was wondering about doing it in 2 waves, he's probably not wondering anymore. Mathematically still possible, but...
the question's been answered.
I think the question's been answered.
Yep, definitely.
As we have a couple of good-looking sets on the horizon. See Mikey jumping off the ski there. He'll have to put in the big ones if he wants to get any waves in this set.
There we go.
See Hiroto O'Hara moving into position. As he sees this one off the edge there, he's going to come around the section on this opening ride. He's not scared of a foam climb, but it is definitely one of the most high-risk, low-reward turns in surfing, and that's why.
Well, honestly, we haven't seen this kind of bauble, this kind of like mistake-fall behaviour from Hiroto all event. Just something's not quite clicking for him today. Kind of feels like, yeah, it just doesn't feel like it's his day right now, and if he needs to get on moving if he wants to click things around.
He's kind of handing this one up on the plate to Mikey now in this final 5 minutes. Mikey's done a great job to put the pressure on a 7.6, a 7.0, then backed it up with the 7.23. He just keeps building and building and building, and now he's got priority. With 5.5 minutes on the clock, Hiroto's going to need a lot of help in this final 5.5 minutes, Flick.
Oh, yep. He is going to need some major help. He's going to need a few sets to roll through. He's going to need to force Mikey to lose that priority, sell him on a bad one. Then he's going to need a really great wave, ski right out the back.
Times 2.
And he's going to need another set to come through.
I'm still wondering what that wave did down the line. Do you reckon he's still thinking about it?
Oh, I'd say so. Yep. I think it would probably be eating him alive. I feel like there was moments even earlier we saw, you know, that one moment where we lost our marbles over, but I mean, it was out of control. But that was a great wave as well. So there's been mistakes made.
We're going to check in with Uncle Kipes. Kipes is out and about. Kipes, where are you?
Hey, at Weather Guard right now, and just make it at home in the Ute box over here. You can come to Weather Guard. What you do is you come here, you scan the QR code. Once you scan that QR code, you're going to get a chance at a golden key. This golden key, if you happen to be able to open up the Ute box, that will get you 100 entries into the raffle. What can you win at the raffle? One of 2 custom DHD surfboards and a voucher for $500 worth of Weather Guard gear right here at Weather Guard. They make some great security Ute boxes, and they're quite comfortable as well.
Hawaii style there, Kipes, in the back of the truck. No worries, brother. Wow. Thank you, Kaipo. Thank you, Weather Guard. And, yeah, Mikey Madonna's doing a great job of advertising those DHDs at the moment, looking unbelievable under his feet as he looks to take a wave here. Another wave. He just lost priority, and he is going to opt to pick off this wave a little wider and just keep the fun rolling, Flick. Why wouldn't you? Just 3.5 minutes left in this heat. He's got his competitor needing a 10. No one else in the lineup. I don't think he's too worried about the competition of it at this point. Hiroto in the pit, on the tail, trying to slow down. He comes out and he wants more action. Beautiful stall there, goes again. Comes out with a bit of whitewash over his head. And he'll try and get down this double up here. This thing could go full 3 degrees. Wow, that's such a fun wave to be on as he looks to bring it through the inside. He will need to get on the rail, though, if he really wants to add some points, because none of those tubes were sort of mirroring what we saw already this morning, and unfortunately comes down at the end. I mean, needless to say, I still think that'll be his best ride, Felicity.
Yeah, I wouldn't go past that either. Look, as a free surfer, you'd love to be on that wave. I mean, as a free surfer in your brain, if you're scoring, you're like, oh, this is a 10, this is great.
Yeah.
In competition, not so much. I mean, here we go. Let's have a look. Stalls super hard on the tail there. You can see he's dragging his arms to maximise that barrel time. He even does a couple of kick stalls there to really maximise this second tube. Got a bit caught there coming out. Goes to the rail, gets a little bonus section, jumps down into this. And there we go. He's moved his feet up the front of the board. But yeah, fun in a free surf. You're absolutely styling. Wave of the day, probably.
Oh,
but,
absolute wave of the year.
Yeah. But as a competitor in a Challenger Series event, you know, needing a 10, it's not it.
The second tube was really well done. He set it up so nicely. Big kick stall on the tail. We haven't really seen that today. And it, it was really deep behind the curtain, but unfortunately the two tubes either side of it weren't super deep, and I know the judges will be critical of that as we wait for that score to come in. His best case now is to hope to just chip away from his 4.83. If he can better the 4.83, that'll lower the requirement of the 10, and mate, anything can happen.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see where they go here, because I feel like it was cool. It was three pretty cool little barrels. However, there was some clunky moments. It's also incredibly hard right now. There's a minute 30 on the clock, and Mikey has priority. You've got to be thinking now, like, Mikey's not going to make a mistake here.
Any kind of fun that Mikey thought he was going to have in that final 8 minutes has now just come straight into serious mode. Hiroto Ohara's locked in a 5.57 as we expected.
Yeah.
He now needs a 9.26, still a massive score, but Mikey's surfed too good of a heat at this point to just throw it away and go on any wave. He's set this up beautifully. There's a minute left on the clock. He's got priority. He knows exactly what to do.
Oh,
he's not going to make a mistake here.
Completely. You're mad if you stuff it up from here. 100%. We've seen it happen before.
We have.
We have. But look, it seems pretty obvious right now what to do. With 50 seconds on the clock, you're going to be wanting to take that wave off Hiroto for sure. But, I mean, all it takes for Hiroto is a two-wave set.
Yeah.
Mikey goes the first one, Hiroto goes the second, gets blown out of a massive tube, 9.26.
9.26, there you go. But again, as we saw in the earlier heats with a few of our seasoned competitors, sitting on the outside of the competitor with priority, they get to see what gestures that surfer's making and whether or not they're going to make the ride. Mikey's sitting wider of Hiroto.
Yeah.
He's not going to, he's not going to get a look in here.
No.
With 12 seconds on the clock, and we're counting this one down. Flick, an absolute honour to call a couple of heats with you.
Yeah, it was fun, Stace.
Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
I will. You too, mate. We've got a couple of cracking heats coming up. And that Fisher and Friends heat just keeps getting better and better. More surfers added by the second.
Indeed. I know a few people that are going to try and add themselves, that's for sure. As we have it, the results are official. Mikey Madonna gets one over Hiroto Ohara, and Mikey Madonna will be ecstatic. He's had a string of nights through his young career, but getting into the quarterfinals here at the Gold Coast Pro to start the year will be a massive, massive goal of his, and he's done it. He's done it in convincing fashion. He put Hiroto Ohara in a particularly hard position from the get-go, and he closed it out. Well done to the young fella from Lennox, and well done to Hiroto. He also had a great event up until this point. We're going to take a short break here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro and bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett to wind out this round of 16 for the men.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Well, there's no bad heats at this level, but there's certainly ones that stand above the rest, and we're about to witness one. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett. Rich, this is going to be insane. Two guys that just got bumped off the championship tour. One trying to defend a win here last year, and the other doing some of the best surfing here at this venue.
Yeah, Samuel Pupo in amazing form, trying to bounce back, and Jacob Wilcox, arguably the standout goofy footer of the event so far, matched up against each other and fighting for a place in the quarterfinals.
Oh, and we just saw some really nice throaty takeoffs, a couple of pits in the last couple of heats. And just expecting these guys to go into full attack mode. They are primed and ready. Remember, these guys did amazing surfing in the opening 5 events of the season, despite the fact they didn't crack the top 22. We've got the Bonsoy replay here of Jacob's first wave.
Yeah, so Jacob coming down the line here, series of good backhand snaps. Love how posed and just waits off the bottom for that perfect time. Then he attacks the lip. Jacob has been, as I said, a standout through the rounds, just dropping big numbers, convincing wins all the way along. But he's got his work cut out for him here because the defending champ, Sammy Pupo, just grinds a beautiful carve off the top, backs it up with a radical layback hack. And then a third carve, comes down to this inside section, just roping these forehand turns. Just driving through these little bumps and chatters on the wave. Big, long projection floaters. So it's about as good as you can do when you stick to the face and really lay down some power hacks.
The reason this is such an unbelievable heat is, in my opinion, and I think it's shared by a lot of people, these are the two best surfers on the Challenger Series at the moment, and they're meeting here in pumping conditions. Sammy Pupo just ripped that wave apart. So much variation, so much spark. He really does have a bit of that Toledo kind of magic and flair on that forehand, and he just looks deadly out here.
Oh, just so connected. The board looks on point. Sammy looks all fired up and ready to go.
Still got the boot on. Of course, he injured himself running over that rock shelf over at Main Break Margaret River, and hasn't been doing a whole lot of free surfing like it matters. But look at this one. Jacob Wilcox is locked in, feels that spit, but can't ride out.
Yeah, just in, well, a real interesting pig dog position. Right down low.
Little nugget.
His chest was basically touching his knees. He was right in a squat down position, shoulders facing out, but unfortunately just hit a little backwash, didn't let him out.
Had a 10-point ride on the Challenger Series last year with some backhand tube riding. He's about to drop his first number. He's going to get stitched up by Sammy Pupo, though, on the exchange. 6.5 for Wilcox. Solid scores starting to roll through for last year's champion. He puts a 9.17 on the board.
Wow.
And typically in a big heat like this, first exchange and a lot of time on the clock, there can be a little bit more of a reserved panel when they're dropping the numbers, but you couldn't deny him. That was excellent surfing from Sammy Pupo. He just played a beautiful song down the line then.
Oh, yeah. Every manoeuvre was done at full speed, full tilt approach. What was missing? Why wasn't a 10? Perhaps just because it didn't have that little barrel or it didn't have the air, but it had everything else. It was variety, total connected power surfing with a radical edge. Sammy Pupo is in fine form. He's been in great form all year, actually. He's been surfing so well.
Yeah, like I said, these guys missed the top 22. They didn't survive the cut, but they had moments in those first 5 events for sure. Just over 23 minutes now, and we've got the winner of the last heat with Kaipo.
You sure do. We sure do. Mikey, finals day, quarterfinals. How are you feeling? You're in the quarters.
Yeah, stoked, Copa. Been in that round a lot in my 3 years on the Challenger Series, and I've actually never broke the quarters, so it was a bit of a monkey on my back, and sort of something that just like haunted me a little bit, and to break it today here at Pump and Snapper, yeah, stoked.
Haunted no more, young man. You got a great support squad over here. Who are you going to thank right now? Because it looks like all your boys are right here cheering you on.
Yeah, obviously home being so close, only like 40 minutes down the road, so it's great to have a lot of my mates up here supporting me and watching me during the week. Yeah, it's very special. This event always means a lot to me growing up. Basically, Snapper Rocks is what made me want to become a professional surfer as a young kid watching this event. So yeah, to have my friends and family here, it's very special to me.
Looking forward to quarterfinals. You're going to be coming up against Dakota Walters, another exciting young Australian. Your thoughts on the matchup?
Yeah, obviously this wave's tailor-made for Dakota. I think he's one of the most exciting surfers in the draw. So yeah, it'll be a good matchup, and yeah, stoked to go at it tomorrow with him. Hopefully the waves are pumping, and yeah.
Look forward to seeing you finals day, Mikey.
Thanks, Cuts. Cheers.
Thank you, Kaipo. Oh, there'll be a cavalcade making their way up the highway for tomorrow's finals day with those two meeting in the quarterfinals. What a clash that's going to be. But right now, we've got another exchange to enjoy here. 21 and a half minutes to go. Sammy Pupo, 9.17. Got to queue up a replay of that rider again when we get a chance. And just have a look at the absolute showcase. The variety especially, Rich.
Yeah, yeah. Every turn was a little bit different. I love that opening slice up the top. Beautiful hack there. Almost lost it. Caught a little edge, but covered it up so well. Then down the line here, just total committed rail turns. And even through this bumpy little section here, just found that little moment in between it all, and then finishes strong with a big drifting lip line floater.
Oh, just incredible how fast he's able to just accelerate out of these moves. So this is backing up the 917. He's a talent. He deserves to be on the championship tour, and with surfing like that, you know, he's going to make life really hard for Jacob Wilcox here, but you know, Jacob, he'll be up for the challenge for sure.
Jacob would have gone into this heat knowing that, you know, or expecting, I should say, that Samuel was going to put up some big numbers, and he's lived true to that form and prediction. And now it's time for the young fella to step up, and we know that he's got it in him. He'll hunt. He'll go down. He will not go down fighting. Without a fight, I should say.
Yeah, that's right. Jacob Wilcox been spending a bit of time over here on the Gold Coast too, Rich.
Yep.
And it was sort of a move that helped him crack the code on the Challenger Series for sure. He's up at the moment, getting some cover. Out onto the open face. Bit of a wobble there. So already this feels like it's not going to match up with the numbers that Sammy Pupo's put up on his two scoring rides.
And I think halfway through that, Jacob just went, oh, yeah, I got to get out of here. It becomes, you know, a time-sucking exercise if you ride waves that are just not going to match your opponent. So at the moment, you know, Jacob Wilcox, he really needs to get rid of that 6.5 as he's even as his backup score, because you get the feeling that Sammy Pupo is going to drop a number that's close to or probably going to eclipse that.
The race for priorities on here, that's for sure. Sammy Pupo off the back of the ski. You know, he's got that benefit of the surge pushing him into position as we see the replay of Jacob's last wave.
Yeah, so Jacob, it was one of those barrels at the start where he had to really stall on it. Might have been that little bit of seaweed that he got caught up in. He definitely sort of got pulled back at some point during that turn, but yeah, it became really obvious that that wave wasn't going to offer him up any good points.
Big advantage again for Sammy Pupo now, because he's bettered Jacob's best score, 7.17, and that means a big number's required at this point in time. But I think Jacob's well aware that he's got to break it down with 2 points.
Yep. Yeah,
2 points.
He's formulating a new plan in his head right now, just going, okay, I've got to first stop, wrestle priority, back off Sammy Pupo. And then I really need to just give it everything I've got on the biggest waves that come through. You know, we know he's got it. He's been dropping huge numbers throughout this event. for me, the standout goofy footer for sure. But this guy is so good in the barrel. Obviously, hails from Western Australia, is no stranger to a lot of the reef breaks and the really gnarly slabs over there. So crazy comfortable on the backhand in the barrel as well.
Let's hope we see a couple of those kind of rides for both competitors. But already this one living up to the hype. And Sammy Pupo stepping up in a big way here. Just his ability to convert that medium-sized wave into a 7.17, so impressive. He ripped the guts out of it.
Yeah, he's definitely up the pace on the way he approaches the wave, in particular in the last couple of years.
Yeah, you think about that 917 too for Sammy. You know, he double pumped his first bottom turn coming out of his first turn because he wanted to get himself up into that pocket really quickly. But once he came out of that move and he had the speed, he just settled into beautiful rail-to-rail surfing. And he's taking off late here, ducking into the barrel. Sammy Pupo! Oh, he's still going! Fighting this one, but can't find the exit.
No!
He was on his way to a 10-point ride. And Snapper Rocks just shut the door in his face.
Oh, but did he get too greedy? Was there a chance? Miguel and David Silva looking on. They knew perfectly well that if he had made that, it was good night, Irene.
Oh, I almost popped the vein in my forehead. Sammy Pupo was on his way to a gem then. He actually fought the impossible section, wrestled with the foam ball for a long period of time there. And he did almost re-engage that rail towards the end of this ride and punch through the curtain, but let's look at it again.
Oh, just sitting right in the slot here, right there. We thought he was gone, and then we saw the red jersey through the lip. Drops down perfectly, engages the toe side rail, sets his line, he's totally behind it. Riding on the foam ball at this point, comes through this next session, and right about there is where we saw him, and it just clamps him right on the end.
Well, Miguel knows. On the outside, Jacob Wilcox. He finds a funnel locked in. This thing is tapered. Just getting smaller and smaller the further he travelled. That's not going to do it for Jacob. He'll head back out. A man they call Chippo. He's still up against it here. So interesting to note too, Sammy Pupo got the priority off the back of the ski. Jacob opted to paddle out. And he would have lost it either way, but...
Well, I think Jacob's going to get the inside line here, and he will regain priority, which is a critical moment in this heat. He needs priority because he needs to strike back on this next wave. It is a must now. Let's see what happens here. Jacob sees this little nugget coming from behind the rocks, gets in pig dog, holds the rail, and that little crease, that little backwash coming off the rock. It created this little bump, this little seam inside the barrel, and it just forced him up into the roof. Just the hole got too small.
$14 minutes remaining here. What an exchange, and Jacob slapping the water in frustration out there. He just wants to get a number on the board and give himself a shot here. At the moment, he's looking for a near perfect 9.84. 14 minutes to go. He's sizing one up here on the outside, using his priority on this one. A little nugget. It's hugging the bank. He's locked in. He's going to punch his way through, but not really in control, and he's going to go down. Interesting wave to take. When you're holding priority, there's going to be some bigger sets in this one for sure, but Jacob Wilcox now is going to be up against it. Just over 13 and a half minutes to go.
Well, if, you talk about decisive moments in the heat, and obviously, Sammy, he's controlling his own destiny here, but for Jacob Wilcox, that could be a mistake.
Jacob's maybe going to swing here again. And Sammy's still only, he's holding on to a 7. It's a number that Jacob's capable of tracking down, but not on a wave like that. And he's just ridden out of position again. 13 minutes to go here. Jacob's heading out. Sammy Pupo holding on to a couple of very solid scores here in Heat 6, the round of 16. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the show. Let's take a trip from outer space and zoom in on Snapper Rocks. One of the best waves in the world will be elevated to championship tour status once again, starting next year through to 2028. But this will give you a good idea of how the Tweed sand bypass works and how it distributes sand just outside Snapper Rocks, and that southerly flow just pushes it around the corner to create the super bank.
Creates magic is what it does. So that sand pumping station takes all the sand, pumps it onto the other side of the Tweed River and deposits it right at the back of Snapper Rocks. And then it's all up to Mother Nature, and she just does it so beautifully with a southerly flow, brings it round the corner here, and starts what is one of the eight, well, I'm calling it the eighth wonder of the world.
Yeah, it fills in beautifully, and there was quite a bit of energy over this building swell to help that bank fill in even a little more, so it's even shallower now down towards Little Marley. Heard Rabbit Bartholomew talking about that. There's the potential for some barrel rides down the end of the line as well, with things getting a little straighter in the swell direction tomorrow. It could be a lot of fun finals day. Will be for sure.
Yeah, well, this sandbar just stretches for kilometres. So we see Jacob Wilcox, he's just having a little sniff at that one.
Yeah, things not really working out for Jacob. Obviously, he got off to a pretty good start, 6.5, but when Sammy Pupo dropped a 9.17 on his second ride, you know, he was always going to be in danger of extending, and he backed it up so well. Medium-sized wave for Sammy. Smashed out a 7.17, and that's left Jacob well behind on the scoreboard here, looking for a 9.84 also. You can see there next to his name, he's in second priority, so just has to yield to Sammy Pupo's selection here, and Sammy's lining one up on the outside, and it looks like a nugget drops out of the sky. The wave spits, Pupo pulls in and comes flying out, driving up into the pocket now. Holds that line beautifully. There was a weird crease in the wave. He read it to perfection, and now gets on the attack on the pocket of this one. And again, this wave's going to barrel. And Sammy's going to pass through the curtain. We mentioned how shallow that inside section of the sandbar is, and a wave of that size, it was always going to throw, and Sammy was right in the zone. Just unbelievable timing once again, a beautiful read. When he needed to back off, he did. When he wanted to attack, he arrived at the pocket at the perfect time.
Oh my God, there's so much to appreciate on this wave. The barrel riding, the smooth turns off the top, but also the transitions between the turns are incredible. The way he just sits back on that rail, Let's see what happens. Drops in, difficult drops, slots in the barrel, finds so much tube time there. This wave funnels down the line, holds that rail, stays on it again. Just maintains all that speed in between the turns, and that allows him to just knife it off the top. Backdoors this section, comes out the doggy door. Good night, 717. Just down the elevator shaft. Hits the brakes, and this is the most incredible moment for any surfer. This is what we live for. Slotted deep inside the tube, comes out with just so much speed, and watch him hold this turn in a really steep part of the wave. Holds the heel side. Now he transitions onto the toe side without losing 1 ounce of speed.
He was so close to the bowl of the wave that we lost him. That's how tight he kept those moves. But he could have stayed in that barrel for a while at the start, but almost glad he didn't, because he got out on that open face, and like you said, it was such a critical section. Feels like it's going to be better than the 917.
Well, it has to be better than 917. It had everything that the 917 had, and then more. Obviously, the double barrel. Let's get critical. The only thing is maybe the
Save it.
Okay, I'll wait.
No, go for it.
No, I was just thinking there's just the doggy door section on the final barrel.
I think it was his only option.
But it was his only option, but it was drama filled as well though. So, the judges could lean into it, but it is going to be an excellent score. It'll be a 9-something.
So often in these situations, Rich, you've got great conditions for an event. Let's look at it again. You get a wave like this, you know that you're in danger of not delivering what the wave is serving up. And Sammy Pupo, he just absolutely read this wave beautifully. The combination there, riding out over the foam a couple of times, was awesome.
Oh, that was just so fun to watch. I could only imagine how Sammy Pupo felt just riding that wave. Miguel thinks it's a 10. He put both palms up.
Well, look at the numbers. Unbelievable. It is going to be better than the 917, obviously. We're still waiting on a few scores to drop.
Well, it's elation, it's celebration for Samuel Pupo, and it is dire straits now, unfortunately, for Jacob Wilcox, who is in not just a combination, but a huge combination, 18.7.
9.53. Got to get back to it too. Beautiful wave, but not a wave without its imperfections.
No, exactly.
Had some tricky creases through it and lumps that Sammy just really picked apart.
He's got a hot iron, and he's just smoothing it out with his beautiful rail game and his power surfing. You're watching a man here who is just totally in the zone and in perfect flow. I mean, Sammy's been on, definitely the two best rides of the heat, and then he's got a 717 to back it up, and he probably surfed that wave up a little bit, but mate, what a performance.
He's one of the best surfers in the world, hands down. 23 years of age, has many years ahead of him on the championship tour. The big goal this year though, get back there, but we knew he was going to be a major threat in this contest. But again, it's amazing to see how well he's rallied after the disappointing bump off the championship tour. Had a run of 17th through those first CT events of the year. Started to fight back at Bells with a 9th. Did pretty well over at Margaret's, but ultimately didn't do enough. But he's making up for it now. 9.53, 9.17. Jacob Wilcox, as I've said it before, another one of the best surfers on this Challenger Series is getting smoked right now.
Yeah, well, this is just the competitive nature of the Challenger Series now. The caliber is just so high.
Who's going to stop this guy?
I really don't know. Well, I mean, we've seen some amazing performances in the men's side of the draw today. We've seen newcomers to the Challenger Series starting to hit their straps early. But this guy is in full flight. This will be inspiring. Heat's coming up. Not quite done with the men's round yet.
They better step up if they want to make the highlight reel. Sammy Pupo's taken at least 2 spots in the post show today. 3 minutes remaining. Some exceptional clashes coming your way this afternoon. And don't forget, Fisher and Friends, around 4 p.m, are going to be hitting this lineup. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. We're going to have some late call-ups too entering the mix.
Oh, yeah.
Dean Morrison's going to be in there.
I get go?
No, you're not going out there, Rich.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think you're in Paul Fisher's top 10. Sorry, mate.
Okay.
But you can come out to lunch tomorrow afternoon if you want and watch him play in front of what will be a monster crowd down there at Coolangatta. Just over 2 minutes remaining here. Do not go anywhere because we've got some amazing matchups coming your way to finish off this round of 16 and to get our quarterfinal bracket set. Alejo Munez and Gavea, they'll be in the next heat. Then we look forward to seeing a couple of young Aussies, Oscar Berry, George Patar in heat 7. And we'll wrap up the round of 16 with Michael Rodriguez. Now, that's one guy who you could see putting up a really good fight to Sammy. He'll be serving against Dylan Moffat. There's the GWM 2-minute warning. And at this point, Jacob Wilcox is just looking for a highlight moment here. A minute and a half to go.
Yeah, and here we go. Sammy Pupo, more live action.
He can afford to just cruise out there now and ride a couple of waves and enjoy this lineup. Checks the watch. No dramas there. It's all good.
Just time, any time. Any minutes out here at Snapper Rocks with no one out. It's valuable. And, you know, Jacob's going to want to, well, I mean, try and get himself out of combination would be a consolation prize.
Can they accept calls out in the lineup on their Apple Watches?
Possibly.
Be able to check in with the folks who'd no doubt be watching this heat unfold. Here goes Jacob on the inside. Well, just that silky backhand flow that he possesses. And look at that, just absolutely blitzing a couple of sections there for us. Such a good surfer, but Sammy Pupo just got himself on the best waves in this one and took him apart.
Took him apart. He filleted him, fried him, and served him up. Is what he did.
Yeah. It was a little bit of garnish for the judges there too.
Yep.
Sparkling water on the side. No, it was a start to finish a really solid performance. You know, 9.17 on the second wave. It was really quick to back it up strategically, put the pressure on Jacob early. And Jacob did kind of start going a lot of medium-sized waves, chasing his first number. And it didn't really pay off for him, and ultimately Sammy Pupo shut the heat down with that 9.53. Just a memorable performance here.
Oh, that'll go down as probably one of the greatest heats he's ever surfed in competition, I would think. With the jersey on, it's a huge heat total, 18.70. And you know, looking ahead, assuming he will make the tour again, what a fantastic warm-up for next season.
Well, Sammy Pupo, for good reason, was the man to beat after winning this event last season. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. He has again stood above the pack so far in this round of 16. And it seems to be the same story as last year. He is the one that they've got to stop on an incredible run.
Yep. He's in amazing form at the moment. We've got scores coming in, but they're inconsequential, really. It's, you know, Jacob will improve one of his scores for sure, but it won't change the result.
Jacob Wilcox, he did final down at Narrabeen last year. Runner-up finish to Cole Hauschman. And he'll look to bounce back with a big result there. But just didn't have it today. And Sammy Pupo is going to charge into the quarterfinals here. Gearing up for another big clash. A couple of Brazilian boys, Alejo Munez and Ian Gavea, go at it when we return from the break.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro. Seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing.
Hall of Famer Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew breaking down the Gold Coast, what it means to surfers who visit this area. But we're reeling still from the performance of Sammy Pupo in that last heat. Last year's champ just took it apart. A massive heat score total, 18.7. Just so dialed in, Rich.
Oh yeah, he just looks in sync with everything, doesn't he? The sets, the way he's surfing, he's totally connected. Just looks on.
He does. He'll take on the winner of this heat. Heat 6, Alejo Munez up against Ian Gouveia. A couple of surfers who've been to the Championship Tour before and have been campaigning on the Challenger Series these last few years, trying to get back there. Should be a good heat, these two. A little bit between them in age. Alejo, 34 years of age now. Ian Gouveia, 31. But Alejo had 6 years on the CT, and in 2011 got all the way to 10th position. Fell off tour at the end of 2016, and he's been campaigning pretty well on the Challenger Series. And here he goes. Oh, just slips off that traction pad and goes down. But Alejo, he's quarter-finaled at an event every year he's been on the Challenger Series, but he hasn't broken into the semis. And yeah, you expect him though to, see Snapper Rocks as a big opportunity. He's got a lot of experience competing out here.
Yeah, he's definitely comfortable out here at Snapper Rocks. The natural footer, as we see, Ian Gouveia, the backhand surfer, up and riding.
He's had some real moments here in this event already. Late hit, falls out of the sky, but great turn, but not going to get anything else out of it. What about that air from earlier on, though, in the contest?
It's just about to say responsible for one of the highlight moments of the event so far. Just a crazy backhand rotation. Incredibly progressive.
Did we settle on what it was?
No.
Did we get there? It was like a backhand corrupt flip. It was a double grab, but
it was more of a spin.
He turned backwards.
He did the reverse grab. I don't even know what that's called.
Yeah. Difficult, we'll call it.
Very difficult.
Yeah, he got himself a big score. Ian Gouveia is going to drop just a low number here. You can hear the crowd clapping as Sammy Pupo makes his way back to the competitors' area. That ringing out across the contest site here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Oh, just amazing conditions all day long. It's a pleasure to watch surfing when Snapper Rocks is producing such good waves.
Yeah, you've travelled the world, Rich. Where does Snapper Rocks sit for you in the list of the greatest waves on Earth?
It's right up there for me. I considered my style and approach was probably more suited to these sort of waves than, say, a Chopu or a Pipeline. So I used to look forward to this event probably more than any other.
On the outside here, Alejo takes off, grabs the wall of this one, tucks in, finds his way through, goes to the rail. He's got some big calves he can lean into. And also a big tail kick, snap. So already on his way to his best number. Should be the best number of the exchange so far as he calls for the ski here. But nice cover up and a couple of good forehand hits.
Yeah, that was a great way to start the first wave of any real significance in this heat so far. Alejo Munez, just that distinctive wide stance, tucks into the barrel, drags the hand, gets some nice vision, travel time, beautiful carve there, cuts it at the perfect moment. Gets on that bottom turn, back up into the lip again, and then a series of wrapping cutbacks.
Always been a trademark of Alejo's surfing. that front side wrap into the nice critical top turn, the mix-up with the manoeuvres. But the tube right at the start, Reg, didn't get too deep in it, so there won't be a lot of points there.
No, he stayed in there long enough for it to be, counted. But, yeah, you're right. He could have stayed in there a lot longer. Gets the carve, cuts it with a little tail release shimmy, gets straight back on the toe side rail and back into that little layback snap there. So looking at that little barrel to carve to snap, it was a good combo. 3 different, there's a ton of variety just in the space of that, 20 or 30 metres of where he travelled on that wave. And then he got a little bit more work done through the inside.
The numbers in, a 5.5 as he makes his way back to the takeoff zone here. Kaipo, what about the performance from Sammy Pupo, mate?
What about the performance from Samuka? Parabéns, performance in Monstra. I'm telling you, that was the wave. That was the heat of the event so far. Highest 2-wave total of the event so far. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it felt really nice. I felt like riding my heat. Maybe the tide changed a little bit and the wave started showing up a lot more. And I felt like I was such in good rhythm in the heat. And I felt like whenever I was out there was a good wave coming, and then just had to surf my best in the waves. And I knew it was going to be a super tough heat against Jacob. He's always a really scary guy to go up against, but just feeling really relaxed and just surfing the waves the best I can.
We're going to see you finals day. At what point do you feel like, okay, I can do this again, I can go back-to-back at Snapper?
It's hard to say, really. There's so many big names in the draw still, and it's going to come down to whoever's surfing the best in the finals day. And just trying not to think how I did it last year, just trying to do it again in my way this year, feeling really in the moment and just doing the right things in the heat, and hopefully I can get all the way again.
Still got the booty on your foot. Do you feel like you should just wear the booty for the rest of the season or what?
I know, right? This is kind of my lucky booty now. I've just made a quarters at Margie's wearing a booty and quarters again here, so maybe it's my lucky thing.
Sure, it's a great job, great surfing, Sammy Pupo.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, good to feel the bars off Sammy. He had a completely different look on his face over there in Western Australia after getting relegated, also knocking his brother out of the event there too, and ultimately off the championship tour. But that's a real good moment for him, putting together a heat like that. Ian Gavera on the outside had this one during the interview.
Yeah, nice tall wave at the start, but then it quickly lays down here and just pushes a little bit wide of the bank. And Ian Gavera just looking for something on the inside here, looking for some good work to try and build some more points.
Well, his dad is a former world number 5, Fabio Gouveia. They called him the Brazilian Tom Curran. He had that 5th place finish in '92 when Kelly won his first world title, and often said he would have had a fantastic career if it wasn't for Kelly. But
mate, that's all of us.
But he did have some great success, and he was an absolute style icon in Brazil.
Yeah, he really was, and a lovely guy too. I did the tour for many years with him, and he was him and Flavio Paterats as well together. They sort of put Brazilian surfing competitively on the map. They spent a lot of years on the tour, and he was actually remember a final with him in France. There was a couple of us in there, and I got the win. But
thanks for bringing that up. I would have if you didn't, but thanks for saving me the trouble.
But a lovely guy, and hope he's doing well.
Yeah, he would be. Ian Gouveia has got a number on the way here. But at the moment, these two, you can see, Rich, it feels like there's been a bit of a wind kick in.
Yeah, absolutely.
We expected that too.
We did. The wind is notched around a little bit further to the east, which means it's coming a little bit more onshore. As the wave travels down the point, it will get a lot smoother, but at the moment at the top of the point, the wind's starting to wrap around here, and it's mixing things up a little bit. 4.67
for Ian Gouveia, and maybe the benefit for Alejo Muniz is he was able to notch that 5.5 before that wind that did come up.
Yeah, you get the feeling that this is going to be an entirely different heat story to the one before. The barrels are perhaps not front of mind. and it's really about finding those sort of longer walls down the line.
For sure. It is square out there at the moment, though. It is drawing off that sandbar beautifully. They're hollow sections. So even with that wind, there could be some chandeliers, and maybe surfers have to punch through some closing curtains here, but could be on.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's still, well, it's incredibly contestable is what it is. It's just that we've been spoiled all morning with just A1 conditions. This heat's far from over. It's just under 18 minutes on the clock.
It's shaping up so beautifully, finals day. The women's quarterfinals are set. You can go to worldsurfleague.com and have a look at them whenever you like. But also the men's quarters taking shape beautifully at the moment. It's going to be a big day tomorrow. Still got to determine a couple of results here, though, before we stitch it up completely. But a couple more big heats to come. Of course, you know, despite the fact we've got people campaigning for the championship tour, the biggest heat today is obviously going to be the last one of the day. Fisher and friends out there. We're going to get a bit of a replay of our Snapper World Champs heat with some more favourites thrown into the mix.
Yeah, it's going to be super fun, and I think Chelsea Georgeson's going to be...
Chelsea Hedges is going to be out there.
Chelsea Hedges, thank you for the correction.
And Chelsea's going to be out there. Dean Morrison's going to be out there. Paul Fisher's going to be out there. It's going to be all time. .5 minutes to go. Look at just the sand being churned up here at the moment. A lot of energy in this lineup. It's been some meaty pits for the competitors today. Dakota Walters, almost a stand-up, would have been for someone a little shorter.
Isn't he having a breakout event at his first real crack at the Challenger Series this year?
Yeah, we kind of expected it.
Oh, he's been talked about for so long now. You know, he's been such a little phenom and incredible in the air, and the rail game's there. He's comfortable as anyone in the tube. Just had to put it all together, and he's doing it here.
15.5 to go. And Alejo's got the priority. Not really in position for this one. Didn't want it anyway. And our competitors will get themselves set for the next set that rolls in. And while they do, we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. Sport can be such a powerful tool to help create change and do good for the planet. In 2019, the World Surf League announced a series of sustainability commitments to set a new standard in global professional sports. One of those big initiatives is supporting local communities through annual grant programs. WSL Pure working with NGOs around the world in local areas to protect and conserve our One Ocean. And you can get behind the movement. Check out WSL1ocean.org for more information. And post your conservation efforts. Let us know what you're getting up to. We'd love to hear from you. You can see that weather has just moved in a little bit. The wind howling, blowing things around a little bit, but not blowing this crowd away. The surfing's doing that. And they're gearing up for a big afternoon here as we see Ian Gouveia, this one during the break.
Yeah, nice snap to start things off for Ian. Streaking down the line here, sets up a big turn. That one was more vertical. So 3-hit combo. And then Alejo Muniz, he got another ride. Big carve to open up. Quick snap. There's a follow-up act. And just looking for that closeout section, gets the finish. So you can see it's a different mood now to Snapper Rocks, and the boys are having to adapt.
Well, these guys just have very different weapons. Ian Gouveia, a nice vertical attacking backhand approach. Alejo Muniz has got that frontside slash. Nice little combo with that cut down carve into those nice pocket hits. But no one's really dropped the bomb score just yet to take control of this one.
Boy, how's this wave coming through the lineup? Both our surfers just a little out of position there, but that was a great set.
So yeah, waiting for some scores to come through here. We're going to check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, I'm here at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard. We're setting up the men's quarterfinals, but we already got the women's quarterfinals all set. Let's take a look at a couple of highlight heats as we split the draw here, starting with heat number 2, Macy Callahan up against Isabella Nichols. Now, mark my word, Macy Callahan, she's going to be a weapon. She already dropped the perfect 10 in competition here. That's on the top side of the draw. On the bottom side of the draw, Luana Silva up against Bronte McCauley. In quarterfinal number 3, both Silva and McCauley have been dropping 9-point rides. Those are 2 highlight heats for me from the Bailey Ladders leaderboard. And remember the 2-and-1 rule. Measure twice, cut once, Ron.
Oh, I like it. I'll have to stick with it. Kipes, thanks for the updates. Great quarterfinal clashes on the women's side. And a couple more to set up here in the men's event. And then we'll be set for finals day. Ian Gouveia's just jumped up into the lead. His last wave came through at a 6.17. Alejo after a 5.35. Now he's with priority. Could be some lines rolling our way.
Yeah, it's a really even matchup, this one. This heat is wide open. It's there for the taking if someone wants to drop a big number. And Ian Gouveia just having a little look at that one. But Ron, into finals day tomorrow, quarterfinals. If you're a competitive surfer on the Challenger Series, that's like the worst result that you're after. You know, you really want to be building a campaign filled with finals, you know, perhaps a win or 2. Quarterfinals is the last result.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought about it like that, but yeah, it's spot on. There's just so few spots to take up on the championship tour. You need a top 10 finish on the men's side, top 5 finish on the women's. And you're right, in order to do that, you've got to be making those final series at each of the stops. You're counting your best 4 finishes in these Challenger Series events. It feels like everyone who's made that jump through the quarters is banking that solid start to the year. As we see Ian Gouveia now trying to get rid of the 4.67. Really timing his hits nicely in a now broken up lineup. Just transitioning at this point. Not a lot of points in those last couple of turns, but that one certainly has some numbers in it. And this has just been a really busy ride, start to finish. And he's not done with it. It just keeps serving up sections for him to attack. And Ian Gavay is going to get rid of the 4.67 and make life a little bit more difficult for Alejo.
Yeah, it was a nice little running wave. Didn't have too much height, but geez, he got some good work done through the inside. You saw him start to wind up that backhand attack. Just got such a beautiful flow off the top, doesn't he? Really accelerates through that turn, throws a nice even fan of spray off the tail. This one was what we call a grower down the line. And that first turn had some aggression to it. Goes up and over this section here, blasts through the lip. Good read as he comes through this low road. This wave weaves down the point, just some cutback work. Now it goes again. Watch the fan of spray. Bang, hits it. Just really agile, fast surfing down the line. Just gets caught up on that little final turn, but he got some good work done.
Some great work done. Ian Gavay, no, we've seen his airs in this event. We've seen a bit of that backhand pocket work, but he's a great barrel rider. Had amazing highlights when he campaigned on the Championship Tour 2017, 2018. Had a semi-final finish in the 2017 Pipe Masters. Backside and front side. Really reads a barrel beautifully. So he's probably a little disappointed at the moment, even up against a regular footer, not to get the opportunity to put that backhand tube riding prowess to work.
Yeah, well, I was actually thinking with the change in conditions, did this neutralise the field or give an advantage to one of these guys in any way? And I couldn't really say no. Yes, it was going to be in favour of someone. I think they're both really evenly matched in terms of sort of barrel riding ability and also, you know, what they do on the face. You know, they're really well paired up, these guys, as a heat, and as a result, it's pretty close.
Yeah, a couple of veterans at it. 4.87 for Ian Gavay, that last wave. The requirement for Alejo has grown just a little bit. 5.55 he's after now. But it's interesting, isn't it? These two got a taste of the Championship Tour. Obviously still feel like they want more. But Rich, as Alejo in 2022 got to 19th on the Challenger Series, so we're still 9 places off. Ian Gavay these last few years, his best finish was a 40th place. That was last year. And, you know, I know that these guys in quality conditions can beat anyone on their day, but you also wonder, you know, are they reaching the twilight of their kind of campaigning years? Is this where they've decided, you know what, I'll give it one last shot? Or has Kelly Slater sort of thrown all those kind of thoughts out the window?
Yeah, I think Kelly's definitely the inspiration for that. You know, at 52, he's still evolving. And really, for me, I look at these surfers who are coming back year on year and I go, have they improved? Are they bringing something new, or are they just banking on what has got them into that position in the first place? But surfing keeps evolving, and these newcomers keep coming into the tour so hungry, fitter, faster, with more progressive turns. So if you're coming in thinking that the same old recipe's going to cut it, I think you'll be sorely mistaken.
So let's talk about these two then. Do they look better? Do they look evolved to you in this first Challenger Series event?
I think Ian looks really good. I feel like he has stepped it up. He's been bringing a backhand weapon that's, to me, he's sharpened the knife a little bit further. Alejo, he's showing shades of it. I think the power's there. I can tell he's definitely bulked up, hence the Maximus call the other day. Like, he looks fitter. He looks like he's trained and put more power into his surfing. I can't see more progression in what he's doing, but I see more power in what he's doing. Whereas Ian, I see more edge and more flair into the performances that he's dropping.
Good breakdown.
Thank you.
Yeah, just on 4 minutes to go. Alejo, he did have a CT career that was plagued by some injuries. Had some ankle injuries, knee injuries that he had to overcome, get past. But he is Definitely someone who achieved great results all over the old championship tour schedule. So in waves of consequence, he made final series when the swell dropped at high performance locations. He'd get himself into the quarters. That was sort of consistently where he'd sort of end up.
Yeah.
You know, in quarters. He didn't break into the semis all that often.
I think Alejo's also worked on his flow, the transition between his turns, incredibly smooth. So he's coming off the bottom with less sort of, you know, 2-3 stage bottom turns. It's all connected now in one beautiful line that doesn't, he's not breaking that line.
You know, these two have been around long enough that, you know, that criteria has kind of evolved as they've been campaigning. So the brand of surfing that some of these next generation stars are bringing to these heats, something that they have to match if they want to get themselves back to that championship tour. Here we go on the outside. Alejo's going to make his move here. He needs a 5.55. He might not get too many more opportunities. Nice spark out of the pocket. Set the fins free. Now rips through a couple of calves here. That trademark Alejo turn on show as he chips away at it. Definitely getting some work done on this one. Ditches the fins again and gets through to the inside. Digs in hard on that final move. Buries the nose though and can't really finish it off. And that'll leave a question mark on the ride for the panel. The GWM 2-minute warning popped up on screen now. Alejo checks his watch. Maybe time if he can get to the ski to potentially tap into one more set if he arrives in time.
Yeah, let's have a look what happened here. Another one of these waves that sort of grew a little bit down the line. Foam climb to start things off. Horizontal slash, but we're done with power. And again, backs it up with a second and a third. A bit more variation there. Goes for the layback snap. So a series of turns down the line. That one there had a bit more flair. He lost the tail momentarily, but that final turn, a little sticky. And the judges will deem that incomplete, which leaves a little bit of a sour taste in their mouth.
Oh, he just...
It was right there, huh?
He fumbled the ball over the try line. You know, it was right there. He was just building towards that big finish. And even though it was a smaller wave, he only needs a 5.55. And it's definitely left a bit of a question mark on that ride. Did so well to create some energy out of that first section when the wave wasn't really doing a whole lot, kicking the fins free a couple of times. Ian Gavay's going to surf this last ride like he needs a score. Nice floating re-entry, but loses it. And now we're going to have to wait to see if Alejo's done enough here.
I don't think he's going to get to the lineup in time. You can see him on the ski now. He will exit like Superman, and he'll have about 5 seconds and hope that there's a swell under him. Otherwise, it's all going to come down to this last wave. This wave counted.
Oh, Ian Gavay, don't think he's going to add to his score. So the requirement for Alejo is 5.55, and it's just dropped 5.07, and that tells you with that final move, he likely would have got the number that he needed.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
To jump into the lead. He's frustrated. Ian Gavay pumping the fist. He's moving through to the quarterfinals, where he'll take on Sammy Pupo. Big moment for him, and a great way to kick off his campaign this year.
A bit of a scrappy heat there, but Alejo Muniz, he's going to be losing sleep over that final turn tonight, unfortunately. Some great surfing, but he will bow out. And Ian Gavay moves through. So another goofy foot up into the quarterfinals.
It was always going to be a tricky one with that wind kicking up, but the competitors will figure it out. We've got another big heat around the corner. Oscar Berry and George Patar. Stick around, it's going to be a lot of fun.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and it's been a fantastic Friday down here. Started off with the women, we've rolled into the men, and the action's just been non-stop as we see the sets pouring in here at Snapper Rocks. Bugs, Stacey Galbraith alongside the 78 world champ Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, how's your day been?
It's been a great day, Stace. I mean, we've had the first ever 10 in the Challenger Series women's division. Macy Callahan, that's a bit of history. Got to love that being a local. The first 10 out of your local break.
We'll take that, and along with Macy celebrating it. We will too. We absolutely love showing off this wave, and what better place to do it than with two young competitors like this, Bugs. I know you've followed both of these guys closely over the last couple of years. Oscar Berry taking on George Pitar. Interesting note, they both share the same coach here today, Bugs. Always a tricky one when it comes to heats where you match up against someone that's your sparring partner, but it's going to happen when they've both been surfing as good as these two have.
Well, that's right, and they've taken different routes to get here. Of course, George had that amazing Australian leg.
It was incredible, and I must say I'm not surprised to see him in this part, as I don't think any of us are, Bugs. This is one of his opening waves. Bit of texture on the face now with that Wind Rabbit.
Yeah, it's got that easterly on it now, but there's still a few smooth chunks, but the chunk is the word. And, well, he's got a bit some smoothing it out to do with his friends.
Trying to emulate Gabriella Bryan there at Main Break Margaret River last week.
Yeah, no, that family comes through every afternoon and the morning. Time for a surf.
Time for a quick wave. Waited for the wind to come up, the crowd to disappear. A couple of quick waves there for George Pitar, and if I'm honest, Bugs, I haven't really seen George hit his stride yet like we had in Margaret River. He certainly got on a roll over there and definitely put himself on the map. He's
actually waited till the end of a few heats to make his move. He's just sort of been a last gasp effort in at least one of his early heats.
Yeah, the big heat with Oscar earlier in the round against none other than Kelly Slater, and it looked like both of those two young men, as you would against Kelly, they looked like they were trying to outsurf him, and lots of little errors, but it was eventually those two that did come through, 1 and 2, and they're going to have to clean them up now that it's man on man.
Oh yeah, I think in that last set we saw Ian Guevara, Stacey got one of those, it was actually a medium one that came in and didn't lump out on the outside, and it hit the bank pretty well. They might have taken notice of that.
Big time. As we wait for the boys to reposition here, we're going to throw down to Flick on the sideline. Flick, take it away.
Got Ian Gavea here, winner of that last heat. Obviously, probably a little bit scrappy. You've been watching pumping waves all day. You had to adapt in that heat.
Yeah, I know. We were like holding ourselves all day long because the waves were pumping, and I was like, want to go there so bad and get barreled, But I hold myself at home and just stay positive, and no matter what the conditions looks like, I was gonna do my best, and stoked that worked out.
So talk to me, obviously you had to change your game plan. What kind of waves did you start looking for?
Yes, once I saw that the wind kind of started blowing and the waves got kind of shifty, so I told myself I gotta get going and get much wave as I can, so I can change my scores, and it was all about that one wave that I did 3 turns and was enough. Yeah.
And coming up in the quarterfinals, you're matching up against Sammy Pupo. It's a big heat. What's your game plan going forward, or your mindset going into that heat?
Yeah, probably Sammy's the most informed surfer in this event, so we had the other heat in the other day. Was super fun with all the Brazilian boys, and I just feel good, to be on the quarters in the first challenge series of the year is so nice, and I really gotta thank Sharp Eye Surfboards, because they have really good support all around the world, and this one was made by Sharp Eye Australia, and I gotta take them, and I gotta thank Tatiana Weston Webb that didn't like this one, because that's her board and it's working a lot for me.
No way. Okay, thank you, Touchy. Well, you absolutely put your tradesman hat on, got the work done in that heat. Good luck in the quarters, and back to you boys.
Thanks, Flick, and well done, Ian, as we look to live action out the back here. Bugs, Oscar Berry. Wowee, what a start for this young man. He didn't muck around, he waited for the wave that he wanted, and you can just see the enjoyment he got out of that ride, and then the relief as the wave finished there, because his legs would have been starting to burn.
Wow, very positive body English there by Oscar Berry at the end of that ride. He's pretty stoked as he goes for the jet ski. He's got a smile on his face. The barrels have disappeared in the last couple of heats, and I'll tell you what, he found one here, but I like the way he backdoors this one. This is very well done. He gets himself deep momentarily, but the work when he comes out, the carve game he's got, misstep there only a little bit, carves it back there, square off the bottom here, and really wraps that one. This wave standing up for him good, Stace.
Board just looks incredible under his feet. Obviously, Oscar, a technician on the rail, and he's putting that thing through his paces right now. He grew up in Yamba with Dakota Walters, and grew up riding Rodney Dahlberg's boards, and then as he's qualified onto the CS, he's jumped on Luke Short's boards. From one great Yamba shaper to another, and they're certainly working for him here, Bugs.
Well, it was a great way to enter that barrel. It was very well done. And you're right, that board looks so sharp, and it just free. He's deep there. Like, I think Alejo has got a little barrel in the last but we can see the nose of his board held his scoring way back. That was Oscar came at that from the right angle.
Talk to us about that, Bug, when you're paddling into a wave here at Snapper. Obviously, it's got that drawn-out line down the wall, but on that occasion, Oscar almost had to, fade to set that one up.
Yeah, to fade and then burst through the lip. It wasn't a thick lip; it was a perfect little opportunity for him to break in there. And then, at that point, you might be blinded just a little bit, and it's easy to get too high, but he slotted.
We'll wait for the scores to come in there for young Oscar Berry. That's definitely the way he wanted to start against the more established George Pittar. And as we mentioned earlier, George had an amazing run through Bells Beach. Super competitive there against Ethan Ewing at Winky Pop, and then he went on an absolute tear at Margaret River. And we're going to see George have a look at this wave right here, Bugs. He's pretty far back on this one. He's going to have to work to get around this section. A couple of birds that want to crumble the lip even further for him, but he's making light work of it there. He's so loose off the top as he releases that tail. And one of the nicest frontside carves we've seen in the modern day. He's definitely got that turn on lock. Oscar behind. Doesn't want to be the only one in the judge's frame of mind at the minute, Bugs.
No, he must have done something on the outside to stick with this wave.
You hear the cheers from the crowd there. To get you the replays of both of those rides.
Oh, he's a fair way down, so he got a lot of work done before that moment. That was a very solid exchange there between the two combatants, and we know Oscar's already got a good score coming.
He's a solid kid, isn't he, Bugs? I'll let you take this one away.
Yeah, he's really solid, and his power's starting to come out, and he's surfing now. And this is where we picked it up. So he got two really solid hacks in before this section. He sticks with it. Looks like it's nothing. But right here, Stace, bang. Nice finish.
And this is George behind Rabbit. A little looser out of the top.
Yeah, a little bit of a crumbly wave here, but he comes around this section here. Loving this, how he gets that tail slide, blows the tail out. That wave itself, not such a special looking wave. Surfs it well. Don't think that's going to I don't think it's going to match Oscar's wave.
No, I don't. I don't know if it'll match either of Oscar's two rides, which will put him in a pretty advantageous position. Now, they're the scores coming through for Oscar's first ride. It was a 6.67. George Pittar's first score of meaning was a 3.33, and we are waiting for the update on that second exchange as we take a look at the Gold Coast flight camp here, following Oscar around on the route on the jet ski. Just as that wind's kicked up a bit more out of the east, Bugs, it's definitely going to be hard for the boys and the water in the face. Feel like you're getting whipped at 100 miles an hour. But it's certainly better than paddling, and it makes for good sport and entertainment all afternoon. So we're grateful to have Azza Graham and the team down here from Pro Guarding looking after the athletes.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bumpy ride back, but I tell you, it's a lot better than running or paddling.
Save the legs for the waves, Rabbit.
Yes.
As we see Oscar there getting put off behind the rock. Talk to us about what the wind's going to do this afternoon, Bugs, and the texture that it can create on the wave.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is just... what we've had is that all those rain squalls all this morning and nearly constant overcast rain, it held the wind in check. You know, so we had that early morning southwest to west, and then at lunchtime we had that beautiful glass of, like, when the women's round of 16 was on, it was absolutely awesome conditions. And now that the squally system seem to have gone, they've moved out to sea. That brings in that easterly sideshore wind. And it's not a disastrous wind by any means. It just lumps it up. You're looking for that special quality wave. I think it's more the medium waves that go deep and you can see something down the line.
And from a surfing perspective, with the high performance, you know, offering of this wave, how do you think that texture is going to suit the surfers that opt to stick on the wave face?
Oh, I mean, this is where these guys can improvise so well. I mean, the equipment under their feet, the fact that they've got so many arrows in their quiver, that won't bother them at all. In fact, it brings in a whole nother range of surfing. These guys can both do airs. Oscar's a special. And now that he's got two waves, he's got a 667 and backed up with a 517. You know, not safe scores against George, but gives him a little bit of a platform to really go do something special now.
Yeah, for sure you think that 667 could be a keeper. As we cast our eyes outside, it's George Pitter on a good-looking wave here at Snapper Rocks. Comes around the corner, beautiful first carve out of that wave, and this wave's definitely got more down the line. So much range in his surfing and just such beautiful, like, reaction time in the lip. Three stunning carves there as George brings it through the inside. Another snap out of the lip. He's found the double up. This is what we're expecting out of this wind. It does create a beautiful coping on the wave, and it almost makes the wave even better for high performance surfing. As we see, George Pitter has absolutely ripped this wave to smithereens. There's nothing left of it, Bugs. Yeah. His legs would absolutely be humming.
Oh, this wave has surrendered. Oh, yeah, he's spent.
Take a bow, young man.
That to me is excellent body English as well, because he's going, I left everything out there, and that was some ride.
I agree, and I think, you know, earlier in the day we've got these beautiful, perfectly tapered canvases, but sometimes they can be a little flat, you know, with the perfect glassy conditions. If they don't hit the bank properly, it can sometimes be hard to rip a full rail carve. Not on that occasion. That every section on that wave was steep, had the perfect crumble on it, and it was just up to George whether he wanted to bust his fins out or keep his rail in the water, and he absolutely had, you know, everything on this wave, Bugs. Take it away.
It's a special ride, and he starts with a couple of nice big wraps on the outside. Now he starts to really open up. I love the way he comes around this section. His timing is brilliant, and stays right here is when he opens up.
I just love how he's coming around the corner and the whitewash is almost breaking on his toe side rail as he's coming up. He's staying that tight to the pocket, and this wave just did not want to end, and he gave it absolutely everything. Even these last carves here, he's going 110%, and you could tell by the look on him at the end, he's absolutely spent, and how could you not be? He just did 7 huge turns. Even that one, Bugs, what a way to finish.
Yeah, and that's when he's very, very thankful for the jet ski assist at this point, but I love that turn. This is where he really starts to open it up and go to town. Gets around that section, nothing wasted. And as you said, that little crumble, although this wave is hitting the bank as well. So this is a good combination. And George Pitter has just gone to town on this wave. This turn here, Stace, is just world class. They're all world class. I mean, this is an outstanding ride. He needs a 751.
Oh, he's easily doing that. He's doing it in one wave.
And look at this. He's gone over that section. I mean, that was even the replay couldn't keep up with it. It was just too good.
Guarantee all the boys from North Stain tuning in, and our very own Richie Lovett has just found a little quiet space for himself to watch this heat, and no doubt he's going to be hot under the collar. 8.9, George Pitter, well deserved. Great surfing, great judging, and now the ball is back with Oscar Berry and priority. Oscar now chasing a 6.57.
but at the same time, it's changed the context of the heat. You know, a minute ago we were thinking, oh, the 667 could be a backup. Starting to think that Oscar's got to start over again.
Yeah, well, that's right. And, like, this is a great challenge for Oscar Berry because... And George is going to look at this one. He's fishing around. Oscar knows he's not interested, but this could be an interesting one as well.
This is a dangerous wave for Oscar Berry, for George Pittar to go straight away. Luckily enough for Oscar, that wave offered nothing down the line for George, but I reckon that's the best wave he's surfed this event so far. Not just from a scoring perspective, it is the highest number he's scored, but I just didn't think he'd looked himself this event. His talent had got him through heats. He kind of wasn't picking the best waves. He looked a little rushed, and here this afternoon he picked an amazing wave, Bugs, and he just absolutely tore it to shreds.
Couldn't agree more. That was by far his best ride this event, and everyone's been going, wow, this guy is the man who's arrived at Snapper Rocks with all the momentum in the world. It's obviously we're talking about a different tier of surfing. It's not a CT, but where has been that CT form, there it was, right there on that wave. And you know he wants to get rid of that 433 and really sort of kind of rattle his opponent with suddenly Oscar needs the big score, because right now Oscar only needs a 657, basically a repeat of what he just had.
Definitely. You have to think with 12 minutes or so on the clock here, Oscar Berry is going to want to keep his chances alive. I think both of these surfers are momentum surfers. I don't, by any stretch of the imagination, expect either of them to just wait the rest of this heat out for the magic ride, particularly with the conditions the way they are. It can become a little more difficult to pick those obvious good rides, but I think if Oscar Berry takes his chances, along with George Pittar, we're going to see these scores just continue to increase. While we wait for the next set of waves to roll in, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break here at the Gold Coast Pro. Don't go anymore. More action coming right up.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our number one asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. My name's Stacey Galbraith, and it's my absolute privilege to be sitting along the 78 world champ, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Wayne, we saw some crazy vision of Kirra back in the day there, and I know you will say things have changed, but for us youngsters growing up here, it's been a pretty special place.
Oh, look, it's a special place for every generation. It has its moments, maybe not as many moments these days, but when it does have its moments, wow. It's incredible, and here we see George.
Having a moment, George Pittar, he's already locked in at 8.9. His backup is a 4.33, and he's really looking to take a stranglehold in this heat against the young upstart Oscar Berry. George vertical in the lip, yeah, he had an amazing set of turns on his 8.9, and now he's looking to back that up at the start of this wave. I'm not sure that this one will go near the 8.9, but it's certainly going to complement it really well as he brings it through.
just be looking to put the bow on this one. And oh wow, it's just explosive surfing. He's using his range of movement, absolutely beautiful, and just the swing power of George Pittar has caught my eye, Bugs.
Yeah, and he's shown his competitive nous here because his intent was always there. He's been fishing around looking for this backup wave to really put a number that Oscar has to really think about, because it will affect how Oscar approaches now. Is he just waiting for the absolute bomb? You know, because Oscar could also, you know, go to a whole other level with his air surfing.
Big time, but I think pound for pound on the open face, Oscar's been pushing a lot of water. You know, like it's not over by any stretch of the imagination, but he just needs to keep a hold on this heat and not let George keep creeping away, Bug, as we see a replay here.
Yeah, well, this wave here, as you said, it won't go into that excellent range, but it's another good backup wave. It's a bit of a crumbly face. He wraps it back around, gets over the little double up here, brings it onto the bank. Yeah, good timing. And look at this. Here's a little vertical pocket for him. And George Pittar is just showing his class on this wave. Searing cutback there with speed. And Stace, as you said, it's a good backup.
Yeah, you'll take that at that stage in the heat with 7 minutes on the clock. We'll wait for that score to come in for George. He's looking to replace the 4-3-3. Bugs, I mentioned that both of these young gentlemen are coached by Tim McDonald. Fantastic surfer and a fantastic coach out of this part of the world. We've got a heat coming up later today where you saw every single one of these kids at the time, maybe bar Kelly and Ock, but Mick, Joel, Dean and Paul Fisher grow up here. Coaching's taken a different, you know, approach in this day and age, but back in your day, your relationship with Dean Morrison was very much that mentor coach role. Do you want to talk to us about how special that was and seeing Dean achieve what he achieved?
Yeah, well, look, it was special. I had an apartment at Kira, and at that time, when they were about 12, 13 years of age, Joel Parkinson moved down from Caloundra, Mick Fanning moved up from Ballina, and it was just this little energy pocket around Kira. And this is when Kira was still Kira in a way, when it was, and at 3 foot it was barreled. And you could just tell, and Dino, you know, I used to, say his heartbeat was the closest to Kira.
Felicity Palmetier, I'll let you take that away.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I have found Dingo. We're walking on in. He's amping up. Talk to me. Well, how are you feeling?
Mate, I'm feeling good, Flick. I mean, just to go surf with my friends, you know, it's been a long time. There's a bit of nervous energy, actually. You know, it's inbred. You want to perform and you want to do well, but, you know, it's just a bit of fun, and I'm grateful that the opportunity to surf with some friends for a little bit out there, and it'll be good.
And talk to me about the call-up. We saw it on socials this morning. The fish called you. Can you talk me through that? Talk me through the context of this whole situation.
Yeah. So I guess, fish called me. I missed a phone call, but I was going to go out there and heckle him anyway, and I was going to come down and watch him. I was actually excited just to be a fan on the beach, so it was awesome to get the call-up and surf out there with him.
So it's going to be Battle of the Coolie Kids. To find a generation, who do you want to beat the most out of all the amazing surfers in this heat?
Oh, gosh. I mean, you know, Joel, he's like the silent assassin. He says how uncompetitive he is, but he's a gnarliest competitor, and he still is. He'll do all sorts of tricks on land and that, so probably Joel. I'll probably look for the drop-in for him, actually.
Perfect. All right, well, I'll let you go warm up, mate. Go warm up the heaps, and back to you, Stace.
Thanks, Flick. Thank you, Dean. And what a special time and place it was to watching those guys win these events out here. We'll back to that in a minute. George Pittar up and riding. Beautiful carve in the lip there as George comes around the section. Lovely finner out of the top. His last ride, a 6.23. He really is starting to put the squeeze on young Oscar Berry. Oscar turned this wave up with first priority, and it looks like to be a good call. I don't think George will better. It's back to Oscar, who's chasing an 8.47. Rab getting back to the Coolie Kids and that time of life. I think one of the coolest things would have to be Dean winning snapper and Parko's on the check getting tubed. Like, it was all just like you wouldn't read about it.
No, it was a really magical time. But I remember when Dino was really young, you know, he was, look, he's always had such a passion for surfing. And Kira would be breaking, and the sun would go down, and next minute it's actually dark, and now it's half an hour after dark. And I'll be walking up the point going, look, did you see the little guy? And, oh, yeah, he's still out in the big groin, you know? I mean, it was unbelievable. He would not come in. And then I'd be up and down the point, and I'd finally go home, and he'd been in the shower for half an hour.
Yeah, it was amazing to grow up here and watch those guys go to town. Obviously, Mick got the victory in 2005, and then it was complete. Every one of them had won the event here, and then obviously, you know, you can read up on the history books as to what happened from there. But as this heat counts down, 3 minutes remaining, it's an important heat for these two youngsters here. A 9th to start your year on the Challenger Series is good, but still being live in the quarters is better, Bugs. This is an important heat.
Oh, it's really a go-forward position here. 9th is good, but 5th and better is an absolute keeper. And, you know, George has played one of the smartest heats I've seen today, because he really has actually fished around and tried to get Oscar interested in a few waves. But Oscar's in this situation now, and he's got the moves to get an excellent score. There's no doubt about it. The ocean just hasn't quite cooperated with him. Now it's going to come down to one wave. 8.47 required.
It was cool to see George get tested by Oscar off the bat. It was definitely a young Oscar that got the jump. George didn't look flustered at all, though, did he, Bug? Come back with the 8.9, and now it's set him up beautifully. Backed it up quickly with the 6.23, and as you mentioned, it's all up to Oscar. It's one wave. You know, if the clock gets down sub 3 minutes, you're really looking at one wave. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on anything here, Bugs, but there is certainly a wave out the back. This wave will depend on what the wave does in front. Oscar lets it go, which is a great call. He really needs this wave to groom up the bank and hope that, you know, the waves that follow are going to double up behind him. He might be a little far out.
It's a cut-off. It's a cut-off wave that George will get. Maybe.
Great call, Bugs. We'll pick it up here with George Pittar, and if we're seeing from what the aerial view looked like, this wave looked like it has a lot on it down the line. Maybe not, as George looks to throw the tail there. So a get out of jail free card there for Oscar Berry, but certainly we're used to seeing that, aren't we, Rabbit? The second wave of the set on onshore conditions can be an absolute gem.
Absolutely. I mean, the first wave will just take all the lumps and bumps with it. Second wave, a little bit of a draw off the bank with a cleaner line, with a smoother face. I mean, yeah, what a canvas. But, like, you know, the Fisher heat, I mean, Dino, such a good mate of Fisher, all of them, you know, they all grew up together. And, gosh, it's just, it's amazing what's happened, really. That, you know, Mick, Dean and Joel, you know, the Cooler kids all out there together, that's a reunion in itself.
It really is. We'll also see Stephanie Gilmore, Mark Occhilupo, Kelly Slater.
Yeah, now Kelly Slater, you imagine the influence Kelly Slater had on Mick, Joel and Dean. I mean, such a massive, massive influence. I mean, he has on many generations, but, you know, he's just such the man.
Can't forget Mark Occhilupo, who had a great wave in the heat earlier in the week, and we're looking forward to seeing him perform again. But Kelly obviously had an amazing impact on everyone's career, whether you're in sports admin for surfing or you're a competitor or a fan, a photographer, videographer. Kelly's reach is just so far and wide, and I mean, we owe him a lot.
Or a DJ.
Or a DJ. Paul's a surfer, and man, Paul rips. I don't want to put too much pressure on him, but he's in career best form.
Yeah, I mean, I went on a boat trip with him. The guy absolutely rips.
Oscar Berry outside, 8.47. I want to say that was up before the horn, but I've been wrong before. We'll just count this wave out as it's a live wave. We'll wait for the official decision. The body language does not look great unless this wave doubles up all the way to Chugan, which it could. We've seen it before, but not on this occasion. Young Oscar Berry, he should be proud of his performance. He's put on an amazing event, but it was the elder of the two competitors, and I would say the more experienced at this stage, George Pittar, really starting to hit some form here, Bug, as he gets a victory lap and he comes on in. There's the official numbers for the heat. It was Oscar Berry early. George Pittar controlled it through the middle and got the victory. We are going to take a break here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Don't go anywhere. We've got one more heat in the round of 16 coming up. It'll be Michael Rodriguez taking on the Australian Dylan Moffat.
Welcome back. Just two big heats to unfold this afternoon on what has been a magic Friday. Pumping conditions here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. The last heat of the round of 16 for the men will establish that last quarter-final, and then we will get stuck into the big one. Fisher and friends hitting the lineup. It's going to be a lot of fun. And to help us bring it home this afternoon is Vaughan Blakey. How are you, Vaughno?
I'm frothing, Ronnie. It's so good to be back here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. And look who I've bumped into, walking up for the heat of his life, you'd have to say. Few scores to be settled after the other day, but an even bigger one with your old sparring partner, Fisher, mate. G'day, Mick. Welcome back to the home turf, mate. Scene of many great victories.
Yeah, mate. It's always good to surf snapper, and we get to surf with no one out again, which is very nice. Thanks to Starkey and the organisers here. Little man's pretty pumped to go find his best mate and get down the beach.
We won't keep you, but Fisher, mate, I mean, everyone knows he's the doof king of planet Earth, but he holds himself in pump and surf, and I think people will be surprised with what he could bring out here this Arvo.
Yeah, he can surf. Known Fisher since being, real young kids, and yeah, it's amazing what he's done in his career, and just getting bigger and bigger. I'm really proud of him, and yeah, but, once we get him back, put him back on level up.
Don't let him get ahead of himself. Back to you guys. We're going to catch up with Fish in a minute. Thanks, Mick.
Thank you, Vaughno. Yeah, Fish has come a long way since Mick won his first world title in 2007. And Fish was standing on the Gold Coast Highway with a sign that said, "Give us a lift, champ." He was nude.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he's been there for Mick's biggest moments, and Mick's enjoyed seeing some of Fisher's, and he'll be part of one this afternoon here at Snapper Rocks. Out there in the lineup, though, it is the last heat, the round of 16. Michael Rodriguez taking on Dylan Moffat. And Michael Rodriguez on his way back out after riding that first wave. Let's check in with the man of the moment, Vaughno. You found him.
Mate, it's pandemonium down here. The Fish is in the house. And, mate, far out. I mean, I know you play to some really big crowds, but how are you feeling? How's the nerves in front of this hometown crowd taking on your old sparring partners?
I was just telling Joel, I'm kind of nervous for him, because if I flog him, it's going down.
Mate, this is amazing. I mean, when you were a Grom, you would have been dreaming of this moment, paddling out against Parko, Mick, Kelly in a big final, a big heat here at Snapper. What are you going to bring to this one?
Mate, we've got 24 world titles between us, so here we go, mate. Are you ready? I'm ready.
I'm ready, man. Let's go. There you go, Ron. Well, let's keep him while we got him. Mate, tell us about it. You've got a big gig on here tomorrow night. That's going to be huge, but it's all about this moment right now, isn't it?
Mate, to be honest, Joel rang me up yesterday and he's like, "You want to surf with the boys?" And I was like, 100%. Then throw Steph in there. We've got a heat on our hands.
And I don't know if you know, but Dingo Morrison, one of your best buddies of all time, he's going to be out there too, and the blinkers will be on. You know that.
We can't have a heat without Dingo out here. So, no, look, I'm looking forward to this. I've been excited all day. I'm actually more nervous for this heat than I am for tomorrow. So, no, I'm really excited.
Good stuff, mate. What about your favourite moments from Snapper over the years? There's been so many. You're a huge surf fan, obviously.
Dingo winning for me that year. I was on the top of his car just over here. There was no VIP. It was just the boys going feral, and I remember that day pretty clear. So, yeah, for me, it was definitely Dingo.
That's awesome, mate. And have you been on the inside of a few of the world champs out here in free surfing sessions?
Nah, I haven't. I wonder if I'm even going to get a wave here. But I'll tell you one thing, if I don't, I'm fading Joel.
That's awesome, mate.
Hey, Rondo, back up to you, son.
The Fish is... He's peeled me, Ron.
Yeah. The Fish, he's in good form. In good nick too, Bugs. He's been training the house down.
No, the Fish is cut.
Yeah, looks like he's been eating baby turtles. And he is cut. He's ready to go too. And no doubt he would have some nerves, because this is big. Getting up in front of a crowd now for a set is familiar territory. Surfing in front of a huge crowd here at Snapper Rocks against world champs. That's huge. But this was the opening ride for Michael Rodriguez on this bottom side of the men's draw. We wondered who's going to throw the challenge to Sammy Pupo, and this guy might have the kind of form to do it.
Well, Michael Rodriguez has not been coming through the draw very quietly.
No, he's made a whole lot of noise, and he's dropped an 8.17 to kick this heat off against Narrabeen's Dylan Moffat, who you can count on for a good fight as well.
Yeah, I've been quietly looking forward to this heat. I thought it was one of the most well-matched heats of the day. And Moffat is, as you said, he is a brawler.
He is. He just swings hard, doesn't he? He doesn't like the way that wave panned out too much.
No.
It was just disjointed. The wall didn't really stand up for him, so he's on the back of the ski, making his way back out. 22.5 minutes. One more quarterfinal spot up for grabs here. The winner of this one will take on George Patar. And Michael Rodriguez, could see him swinging on the inside there. And let's see if he can catch up to this one. A little caught behind. Now back out in front. And he's just blowing us away with his accuracy in the pocket, Bugs. His timing spot on, always moves a lot of water.
Yeah, and I mean, of all the surfers, Michael Rodriguez has really made us watch his surfboard. Like, it's just amazing what he does. He's just so crisp on every turn. The board looks amazing. I mean, he's surfing amazing, but gosh, it's just this clear board, no stickers. It's incredible.
Yeah, Matt Biolis has always been one of Michael Rodriguez's biggest cheerleaders and put a lot of work into his boards, and you can see how well they work for him.
Yeah, he gets caught behind this whitewater momentarily, so the scoring potential is diminished, but he does get this last turn, and so 2 whipping turns on that heat, on that wave. And wow, that was such a good interview. Isn't it funny though? Nearly all of them so far have targeted Joel Parkinson.
Oh yeah, amazing. Yeah, well, you know what? Fisher has cheered the boys on to some of the biggest career moments that they've had, and they're only too happy to return the favour for him this weekend, because it is a huge deal for a kid who grew up on the Gold Coast, Grammy nominated, and he's going to relish the opportunity to surf in front of his hometown crowd.
Yeah.
Just over 20.5 minutes to go. Let's hear from George Patar. Felicity, the magic continues for the Manly boy.
The magic does continue. There's no doubt. You're in undeniable form, advancing through another round here in the quarters. Talk me through that. Another excellent ride.
Yeah, well, I don't know, coming out of Margaret's, I was like, oh, I'm going to have all this confidence and everything, and then came into those first 2 heats, and I just, like, I don't know what happened. I just had this expectation on myself, and it just, my whole mind was just losing it, and luckily I sort of scrapped through a couple of them, like, got lucky with a couple waves, and I don't know, coming out to this heat, it was like a full reset for me. I was like, I just need to let it all go and just enjoy the moment. Like, I'm out here surfing perfect snapper, and yeah, against one of my mates, Oscar Berry, and yeah, I don't know, a couple of those waves there just came to me, and Oscar was too deep on them, and it just, I don't know, I kept looking up, it just kept giving me another section, and yeah, I'm so happy to have got the ball rolling again. So yeah, feeling great.
And talk to me, I know that you and Oscar Berry are coached by Tim McDonald. How do you split that, and what goes on before the heat?
Yeah, it is actually really tricky, but Timmy's, he's just so onto it. Like, he just knows that, he knows we're both different people, and we both like work in different ways, and he coaches me how he coaches me, and he coaches Oscar how he coaches Oscar, and he just lets us go and like have at it. And I don't know, he's just so good at managing all that, and for us, like, I think the connection that we have together, like, it's just, yeah, it's really great. I just feel really comfortable with him no matter what situation.
Well, thanks for having a chat. It feels like you've got that momentum back, the fire's in the belly. Good luck for the quarters. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Fleck. George surfing so well, and yeah, just, you know, when you think he's going to be up against it, we had Oscar Berry dropping a pretty decent number at the start of their exchange. George took off on a wave. He hit it 11 times. When was the last time you did 11 turns on a wave, Bucks?
Well, 11 years ago.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, it was an amazing run that he's been on. It continues here. You know, that's a keeper result for all those competitors that have already made the jump through to the quarterfinals here of this first Challenger Series stop on the men's side. Quarters and better, that's a fantastic start to the campaign.
Well, he explained what we were trying to explain. He did it so well because those first 2 heats, he was scrappy, you know. he basically got through both his early rounds on a last wave gasp effort, and snuck through. And this time, there was clearly a reset.
There was. Been pretty amazing, the pivot of these competitors who would have been salivating about the opportunity to tackle pumping Snapper Rocks this morning, but that wind did kick up, as predicted by Surf Line Bugs, and you know, hasn't stopped the big numbers from dropping.
No, it hasn't. I mean, look, it's just a different canvas, and you know, Stace and I were talking before, we've seen it many times. Sometimes that little easterly behind it offers, that crumbly lip actually offers even more sections, and surfers can make the most of it. You can still pick waves with a relatively smooth face, and that little crumble out of the lip, it gives you float sections, you can keep your speed up. Doesn't look anything special, but gee, George certainly made it look special.
He sure did. So 17 minutes remaining here. Numbers coming through for Michael Rodriguez. That last wave, just a 3.4. Dylan Moffat, he's got a 3 and a 5 at the moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, that 5 was a well-surfed wave, but then you put that next to Michael Rodriguez 817, and, you know, I'd say Dylan's still got a lot of work to do. It's going to come down to a special wave, I feel. Once that first number of real substance is dropped, and it was dropped by Michael Rodriguez on his very first wave, excellence, you know, the comparison game begins. It really does. I mean, and Dylan's been on the wave behind. I mean, Dylan was on the wave behind the 817, got a 3. You know, I mean, the wave, you know, only allowed him to, he didn't get into his full arsenal of moves. But even though you said it, you know, he had some moments on that ride, but the benchmark is what Michael Rodriguez laid down. Crisp surfing, out of the lip, fast between turns in his combinations. Dylan Moffat, we know how good he surfs, but there's been almost a loss of flow between his manoeuvres on his opening ride so far. Totally. It was exactly how I read it as well. And, I mean, this is the point of difference, that this wide-tail swallowtail is just amazing out here at Snapper. Fireworks just in the fan of spray every time this guy hits the lip. It's just an explosion of whitewater as we see Dylan starting to flare up. Feels like he does have to push a little harder than what he has as he's made his way through the rounds here. Yeah, and look, Rodriguez going straight for the jet ski. You know, Dylan sort of in that half, you know, a foot in both camps here. He'll do the paddle back out. There's not much of a current, but, you know, that jet ski rotation seems to be the better formula. Yeah, it hasn't really paid off too often throughout today, the surfer who's opted to paddle back out to the takeoff zone. But we'll see here. Again, dynamic first turns here from Michael Rodriguez. Gosh, those first 2 turns were searing. Just, he's really on great form. And, of course, the winner of this goes up against George. That will be some quarter-final, Ronnie. Yeah, it will be. I mean, you know, George might have scraped through a few heats, but Michael Rodriguez has never looked like not progressing in any heat he's been in this tournament. No, and Sammy Pupo's been much the same. These two are on the same side of the draw. They're the form surfers in the event at the moment. And the 2 toughest draws, I think, in this round of 16 are Michael Rodriguez and Sammy Pupo. Yeah. And for Dylan Moffat, getting through to this point in the competition, you know, he's had some moments, but he has to find a new level here. Yeah, he does. He really does against Michael Rodriguez, and it's sort of showing up. And whether it be the real quality wave or whether he has to push it to a new level of his surfing, it's what's required at this moment. Yeah, the crowd is really starting to fill in here at Snapper Rocks, right through to Rainbow Bay. We had it the other day with our Snapper World Champs heat on the opening day competition. It was like a southerly buster. It just blew in, didn't it, that crowd? Well, the crowd blew in, but we also had the most... to this point, that was the most pristine conditions we've had all week. It was amazing, and there was Barrel Fest. There was the best surfing in the world going on. And this is going to be a different scenario out here today. It's not that pristine offshore, but you know, we're still going to see a show, that's for sure.
Oh, here we go. Dylan Moffat with priority. This will be his best opportunity to lay down something special. Starts with a roundhouse. Love the mix-up. Is this wave going to connect with that sandbar through to the inside? Doesn't feel like it will, but he'll throw a nice little reverse there to finish it off. I think it's more of the same for him, a mid-range score that doesn't really help chip away at the requirement.
No, there's no doubt about it. To chip away, he's going to have to get in the 7s to get in this heat, because right now we are waiting on that score, but he needs a 9.34. To me, he's going to have to do it. None of those waves so far are going to keepers. He needs a 7.5 to get in this heat.
Well, just over 12 minutes remaining here, waiting on numbers to come through for Dylan Moffat. He's up against Michael Rodriguez, and this is how Kelly Slater warms up for a heat here at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah.
It's coming up, don't miss it. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
Yeah, with a 5 iron. I thought there was a driver. I'm like, nobody knows how to hit it, but I think they got me covered. Some way. Kelly's lining up.
Last heat of the day sees Michael Rodriguez leading Dylan Moffat here for a spot in the quarterfinals. And the young Australian, after a 9.34 at the moment, his last wave dropped 4.07, didn't chip away at the requirement. Still after a 9.34. And Michael Rodriguez, he's just loving his time out here at Snapper. This is his favourite contest venue. This is where he's had his best results. And he's up to his old tricks, Bugs.
It sure is. Michael Rodriguez just looking so sublime.
Just punches through that lip.
Yeah, and he's just down the line here. He sees more section in it. He's going for the jet ski assist. That he is just building his scores. I don't know if that will improve on a 6.17, Ronnie.
Yeah, we had a 5.1 drop for Dylan Moffat. I believe that was the cutback to reverse. It takes just a tenth of the point off there, so the requirement. So he's after a 9.24 there, but who knows, Michael Rodriguez might drop more on us. 9 minutes to go. Let's check in with Vorno once again. He's found the GOAT.
Thanks, Ronnie. Yep, for some people, golf is just a good walk. Ruined for other people, it's a chance to just let off a bit of steam before the greatest heat of their careers. Kelly, took you, what, all of 2 or 3 weeks to come out of retirement the first time. This time it's less than 48 hours. A huge heat coming up and a big challenge with the fish in the lineup as well.
Yeah, I would say the golf is somewhere in between those two variables for me that you outlined. Yeah, I've been doing breath work and working out and body work, all sorts of stuff to get ready to try and beat Fisher today.
He's got so much energy, mate. He came down here before. It was pure pandemonium. I think something that really only you have experienced. Do you reckon that's going to give him an edge, being so comfortable in front of all these crowds?
I actually think he's more nervous than he's
Watch
letting
out,
on. I think he covers it up with humor. and he's going to be nervous to try and go out there and compete against the Coolie boys.
It's a classic stitch-up, isn't it? Tell jokes when you're feeling nervous.
Yes, I do it all the time.
Mate, the heat the other day was just absolutely magic. It was a fantastic spectacle. Are you expecting something similar today?
I hope so. There's more waves today, but the conditions were like perfect the other day. So, I don't know. That was hard to beat. That was a pretty magic moment. Sun was out, and yeah, it was pretty perfect. But today the surf's better, but not as clean.
There's an argument when you see heats like this for a Masters tour, man. I mean, look at the crowd on the beach, feel the atmosphere. It is absolutely jazz down here to have so many world champs and a couple of just big-time legends in the water as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was stoked to be a part of that the other day. But I do think there's a place there where we don't have the trade shows like we used to have, and maybe not all the promotional tours like we used to have. So I think events like this are places where you can have more of those guys. Bring out the old MR and Shane heats, and not just two guys in the water like they did the Kuranaki heats and the Gurpotz heat and stuff, but maybe a few more of the world champs and event winners from over the years, or people who made a mark in those areas. And I think it's super interesting for people who follow surf history, and the number of comments that we got about it and the buzz about that was so fun. And we just thought, we're just going out for a few waves, but people really seem to enjoy it, and I think that's a great way to kind of promote just the history and the tradition of surfing. So yeah, I was stoked to be part of it.
Unreal, man. Well, Steph got you last time. Anyone you got your eye on? Who do you want to take down in this thing?
Just Fisher. Even if, yeah, as Bruce Irons once said about Andy, he goes, I don't care if I get second to last as long as I beat my brother.
Well, there you go, Fish. Gauntlet has been thrown. Best of luck, Kelly.
It's going to be awesome. But what else is awesome is the surfing that Michael Rodriguez is doing on this wave, trying to drop a 6.33. Getting all 90s on that final section. Mate, stick to the 2024 approach.
Yeah, don't go back to the 90s as a tribute.
That was insane, though, the work that he did at the start of that ride.
Sure was. I mean, he'd upped the ante on that. You're right on him. He went from a 6.17 to a 6.33. That made the requirement for Dylan Moffat a 9.4. But this wave here, he comes over. Now this wave's got a full body on the bank. Wow, what a searing cutback that was. Goes vert, and timing it off the bottom is unbelievable. Massive sprays. The first spray hasn't even landed yet. And now he's on his way to a 9, and then he goes all crazy.
Yeah, he didn't need that. But he's going to get a good score anyway. Dylan Moffat on the outside.
Yeah, Dylan needs to be on some of these waves with Michael Rodriguez on that's got the full body right through it.
Dylan's such an amazing surfer. We know that, but just the speed that Michael's surfing with at the moment is almost slow motion. Putting a slow motion filter over Dylan Moffat's surfing. And he just hasn't been able to match him for speed and placement of turns at the moment. Just over 4.5 minutes remaining here, and Michael Rodriguez is going to drop another big number on us here in a moment. Let's check in with Vorno once again. He's a busy boy.
Thanks, Ron. I'm here with the Queens of Australian surfing, Chelsea Hedges, Steph Gilmore, world champions, Hall of Famers. And Chelsea, I'll tell you, mate, I've been surfing up here a long time. Nobody rinses it as good as you behind the rock. Are we going to see a little bit of tunnel action out there?
Oh, I don't know. I can't, I can't help myself if there's a tube, but it's a little bit onshore now, so we might have to adapt a little bit, but no, it'll be fun. Can't wait.
What did you take away from Steph's performance the other day? She was absolutely magnificent out here.
What was not to take away from that performance? She's the queen, just so beautiful to watch, and out there with Kelly, Mick, Ock, and all those guys. It's, incredible. It's amazing to see, and for all the young kids too that are kicking around here, what a privilege, hey.
Oh mate, it's so great to see out here. I think you and Ocky, the only goofs out there, something different.
Yeah, we've got to get more goofies out there. I know. I've been watching, Jacob's heat and Bronte this morning blowing up backside, so we'll see how we roll.
Have a great heat out there, Chelsea and Steph. Far out. What can we say? That heat the other day, just a thing of beauty, and you had a really fun session, obviously. What are you going to bring today? A little bit more mongrel? You're going to serve it up to these crew?
Yeah, maybe a few drop-ins, no, I don't know. It looks like the waves were so good all day. It's sort of chilled out a bit, but yeah, I'm sure with all the guys and Chelsea, they love finding tubes anywhere, and we'll sniff them out for sure. But I'm just going to have some fun again. We're so spoiled to get to do this with nobody out at Snapper.
That's so cool. And what about the drop-in scenario? I've seen most of the crew in this heat leave a fair few people in their wake. Are you adverse to maybe sending a bit of rail spray into Fanning's face or Dingo?
I know it's not right, but we'll do it. So it's just one of those things. I think if you spend a lot of time out here, it's like burn or be burned, unfortunately. But yeah, it is what it is. So if you can scoot off real fast, then I guess the wave's yours.
There you go. Have a great heat, Steph. Best of luck. And Rabs, where are you, mate? Pull the rashy on. It's not too late.
Good call, Vorno. The 78 world champ, though. You've got to keep him on the beach, Bugs. That shoulder's been giving you hell. Your stalling arm.
Yeah, just how it is. But, gee, it's pretty crowded out there. Now it's getting pretty crowded in that lineup. And this is a great way for Dylan Moffat. He gets going on this one. He has to because he's comboed.
Yeah, he needs a pretty decent number up in the 7-point range, really, to give himself an attainable target going into the back half of this heat.
Yeah, and he really puts this one together. So this is good to see by Dylan Moffat. He's showing his form that he does have here, and Moffat doesn't quite make that in one go. He kind of needed to, Ronnie.
Yeah, he's super crafty. He's so good at executing those moves, but Michael Rodriguez dropped another bomb. In fact, the highest scoring wave of the heat. That was on the one that he didn't even finish off, 8.57. It's not about the fall. It's about what you do on the wave prior to it. Even if you don't finish on your feet and you've done excellent surfing, you still turn in that big number.
Yeah, I like that you can bank those points and not get docked for a silly move at the end.
So a minute to go. Dylan's last wave came through at a 5.9, so not enough to break combination. His run is going to come to a close here, failing a big mistake, an interference basically from Michael Rodriguez. But Michael's going to just shut this one down, you'd think, as we get back down to Vorno.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ron. Here they are. Oh, we got one late comer to the World Champs photo. I'm just going to get down here with you guys. What about this, you two? The Fish and the Dingo sharing the lineup at Snapper with all your old sparring partners. How are you feeling? It's getting real.
I'm ready for war here, son. Let's go!
That's epic. Dingo, is it true you're actually taking the blinkers off for this heat? No drop-ins. That's the word.
No drop-ins at all. No, I'm changed, man.
What do you guys think of that?
Oh, mate, change it. 2 minutes till the end, it'll be dropping in.
All right, let me get out of the way here. I think they're getting a big team shot. The world champs, the absolute legends of the point. Folks, give them a round of applause. Look at this setup. Wow, legends in the making, Ron.
Wow, that QCC
They're made. They're legends that are made. Bona fide legends, and they'll be heading out there for what will be a special kind of show. But Michael Rodriguez, Bugs, he has given us some real highlight moments and given the field something to think about as he just ploughs his way through this round of 16 and into the quarterfinals.
Well, Samuel Pupo, Michael Rodriguez, George Pitar. Wow, this bottom half of the draw is so stacked. And only one of these guys can make it through to the final. What an amazing setup we've got for the quarterfinals tomorrow morning.
Man, Michael Rodriguez. You know, I wondered how he'd respond or if he'd over-froth after seeing the performance Sammy Pupo put together, but he just maintains this incredible run that he's on. Couple of excellent scores for him. Mid-range eights, so impressive.
Yeah, that was some performance. He's going to be ready for tomorrow. As you said, it's his favourite break. He's had more success at this break than anywhere in the world.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And if this guy can maintain the kind of form he's showing at the moment, he'll move through those Challenger Series events with ease, get himself on the championship tour. That's where he really wants to make his mark. Well, we're gearing up for a special show here. Fisher and friends are about to hit the lineup. Stay tuned. It's all about to go down here at Snapper Rocks. Welcome back to the show, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And we are gearing up for Fisher and Friends, world-renowned DJ who will be performing at Out to Lunch on Coolangatta Beach tomorrow afternoon. But right now, he's going to get a different kind of performance on the board. He's going to be competing out here at Snapper Rocks. Well, not really competing, but putting on a show against some of surfing's greatest champions. Ronnie Blakey with Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett. How are you feeling about this one, Flick?
I'm feeling good. I was just down on the ground. The crowd's pumping. Obviously, we've got the fish in this heat, and I think it's just going to be a bunch of laughs and a couple of new additions as we see Kelly looks opting for the rock off. But yeah, I'm pumped for this heat. Obviously, the first one did so well. The crowds were massive and the surfing was incredible. So bring it on, round 2.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun, Rich. We absolutely relish the opportunity to see icons of the sport out there, and we've got a couple more joining the mix now in Chelsea Hedges, the 2005 world champion, and recently inducted into the Australian Hall of Fame, which was awesome to see. A great celebration for one of Australia's best ever. And also in the lineup, Dean Morrison, who won this event back in 2003.
Yeah, you know, Dingo was an integral part of the Cooley trio. The Cooley kids, Mick, Joel and Dingo. They were a package deal back in the day. They all made the tour up. They disrupted the tour. They came on tour with a force and a vengeance. Started taking wins and taking the big names down.
Fisher obviously has just done incredible things as a DJ and collected some amazing accolades. Grammy nominated, mentioned that a couple of times already. But his shows have just been massive all over the world. Some of the biggest crowds we've ever seen. So I can't even imagine what it's going to look like over at Coolangatta Beach tomorrow afternoon for Out to Lunch.
Oh, wow. I mean, I've gone down actually with a mate of mine, Tiana, who's actually all a part of that. She's playing too as a DJ. And we did a recce the other day just to have a look at what the site was looking like. And it is massive. And it's hard to fathom that there's going to be 30,000 people here tomorrow afternoon getting amongst it, all here for a good old time.
Oh, yeah, getting right amongst it. But it is going to be awesome. One thing that people might not know, I mean, most people in the surfing world know that Paul Fisher campaigned on the qualifying series for a number of years. I think, you know, a top 200 was his best finish as a campaigner. But his results didn't really speak to the surfer that he was, Rich. Unbelievable surfer.
Yeah, no, he really is and still is, you know, arguably the fittest, in the best shape of his whole life right now.
Oh, without doubt.
You know, still surfing incredibly well. And but really, that personality, that was the thing that really shone through. You know, the surfing was good, but the personality, it was bigger than anything. And that is where he's really tapped into and found his little sweet spot in life.
Well, it's a show rig now. It's a rig for peacocking around these huge gigs that he plays. If you put that much work into his rig back in the day as a surfer, he probably would have cracked the championship tour. But he was always an entertainer, a born entertainer. He always had people in stitches wherever he went. He had his own YouTube channel there for a little bit. He'd pop up and interview surfers at the events. Everybody knew who Paul Fisher was. Kelly Slater was always, you know, laughing his head off. He terrorised Kelly when he was doing post-heat interviews. He was just an entertainer, and it's fantastic to see him where he is now. Everyone's super proud of him, especially those guys out in the lineup, because Fish was a bystander and a supporter for every single one of these people out in the lineup as they went through their competitive careers. He was always there leading the party at the after party. And yeah, this is a great moment for him.
Oh, this is a great moment. You know, I think it's just so funny. He's out there amongst, you know, with these absolute icons. And hey, Fish is a great surfer himself. I mean, he's a little bit older than me, but I just remember being on the qualifying series at the time. And, you know, he would put together some great heats. So I'm actually really looking forward to this, and just to see how hard he's going to take it and how hard he's going to push it. I know he's already been giving it to Kelly earlier this week, telling Kelly to go left out there. And so, you know, to be funny, obviously we heard Vaughan with Kelly, and Kelly was like, I just want to beat Fish. That's all. That's the only person I want to beat out here.
Well, this is maybe the moment that he never got as a pro surfer. Out on the big stage with the champions, with the world champions. And I wonder whether he's actually more nervous now in this heat than he is when he jumps in front of 50,000 people and gets the crowd all lit up.
Without a doubt. 55.5 minutes to enjoy watching these guys take it on, Stace. What a huge moment for Paul. No one's giving him the inside, though.
No, not at all. I'd imagine that competitiveness is at an all-time high. Any one of these surfers has not given up an inch, especially Gilmore. You got to watch her. But got Fisher's caddy here, Joel Scott. Joel, how's the nerves in the Fisher camp, mate?
No, he's pretty good. He went for a little pre-surf, and he's always tough on himself, but he surfs good. So I'm excited to see what he can do out there.
It wouldn't be the first time we've seen a caddy come down the beach with, you know, working with a shaper from another label that they keep under wraps. But certainly here, Joel, this board looks to have a little more girth than the one he's on at the minute.
It's got a little extra length. It's got kind of big, rounded, square tail. It's kind of a bit different, yeah. It'd be interesting to see what people think of it.
Oh, Kelly's always ridden unique equipment, and so's Paul Fisher, up and riding now. I'll let you take it away, Rondog.
Oh, thank you, Stace. Oh, yeah, that is a magic carpet that JS is hanging on to. As we see Fish there. Taking off, getting himself in the mix, getting the early lead here, Rich.
He's out in front. He's taken the early lead. He's out in front. He's the only one to ride a wave to this
Smart
point.
Move.
And it might be the only time where he's out in front, because up and riding the GOAT, Kelly Slater.
Well, Kelly's going to drive up into the section here. Call it for the ski.
Was he calling for the ski, or was he trying to catch one of those birds?
Yeah, it was incredibly close.
A lot of action in the lineup at the moment. A lot of bait fish around. The birds have been having a field day. Fish will jump on the back of the ski, then head out the back. But let's check out the replay. Let's get really granular with this thing. So Fish, the big open wrap cutback, waits for the wave to stand up again, hits this section. And hasn't lost any of that form.
No, he rips. And look, that's just a tricky wave. That's not the surfer there. That one just ran out of energy on him. Fish, you could tell how focused he is on putting a couple of waves together out there at the moment.
You know, it's interesting now because he's been dropped off out back, right? So where is he? Is he the deepest right now? It's hard to tell.
Oh, look at this. The backwash is coming. Oh. And Oki opts not to take it. And we'll see Mick on the inside here, swoop on this one. Surfing his way through the birds there. Fanning. Oh, a bird went over the falls. See that? But Fanning surfed so well the first day of the event when we had the Snapper World Champs out there. Man, he looked on fire.
That bird was still riding in the whitewash.
Mick, to me, honestly, I watched that, and I know he said that he is coming back. We'll get back to that. Oh, up and riding.
Just love this iconic approach. Just a style that so many people have tried and failed to mimic. It's so unique as we see Parko. And that's just trademark stuff. Beautiful rail turn there. I heard Bug saying earlier that, you know, between the three Cooley kids, it was Dino's heartbeat that was closest to Kira.
Yep.
Well, no one out of the three is closer to Snapper Rocks than Joel Parkinson these days. He lives just behind the comp set up with his fam. As we see the boys just bringing one through to the inside on their way to that jet ski. Mick, he'll rip into a couple of turns here. And Fanning down here with his son, Xander. Also has a baby girl back home who'd be watching on with his partner Bree as Steph Gilmore gets in on the mix. Iconic.
Oh, so iconic. Cleanest wave yet.
So smooth.
Well, you have to say that Steph's wave was probably the best of the heat so far. So we'll just have to give, well, we're not scoring again. Officially, we're not scoring, but we are.
We are.
It's an exhibition, but we'll crown a winner just based on who does the most impressive surfing. It's not necessarily about a criteria. It's not about
It's about a feeling.
Hitting the wave in all the right places. It's a feeling. I like that. Here goes Fish. He's found a little grinder on the inside.
Now this thing's going to grow down the line.
Nice little cut down. He's got some speed here, the Fish. Look out for the big hack. Nice little turn out of the top. Bit of foam on the face. He's over it. Here's Chelsea Hedges. Neat little float.
So stylish she is. And every time I watch her surf, I'm just reminded of, she's just queen of style. I mean, I know Steph's beautiful. She's got a beautiful style, suits this wave so well, but on her backhand, man, I mean, geez, Chelsea, she surfs so well. Her backhand tube riding is incredible. And it just takes me back to, yeah, her world title in 2005. And I mean, I was just a grom then looking up to her, and wow, I mean, yeah, her style is impeccable. Best evers, I'm calling, on the women's side.
Love it. Yeah, Steph just putting together a beautiful ride there. Chelsea getting into the mix too, Vorno.
Is that Fish going to do a runaround? He wants a little crowd action.
Or is he doing a board swap?
Or is he doing a board swap?
I think he might be going for a board swap. Look out, folks. The show is about to get very interesting. But yeah, White Fish makes his way in. I've got to say, Dino Morrison is a worthy addition to this lineup as well. And here he goes. Big trademark dingo cut down. Out onto the open face again. Another big rip. As Dingo finds a couple of solid hits there. The ding.
Wow. That was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, one of the original child prodigies.
Wow.
Just a winning machine as a grom. Took the #1 position on the Championship Tour rankings after a victory here on the Gold Coast back in 2003, and that was a thing of beauty seeing him lay that board over Vorno.
Oh, how good, throwing it back, old school, the dingo, and nice team on a wave without someone eating spray off his rails, boys. But Corbin Hutchins and Sheldon Simkus, you guys have spent as much time out here in the lineup at Snapper as anyone. You've got some of the all-time greats out there right now. Who's going to take out this Super Heat?
Oh, it's the most special moment. It's that good to watch. The energy's electric, but it's anyone's game. But go JP, Jolie.
What about you, Sheldon? You and Parker have had this classic rivalry over the last few years, the old dog and the young pup scrapping away in the backyard. But would you like to see Joel get over Mick or one of the other blow-ins, bring it home for Snapper?
100%. I mean, that guy's so competitive. I don't know if he'll be as competitive if I'm not out there, but you know what? Like, I do want to see him do well. I want to see him get some good waves. He got a few little drop-ins last time, so we'll see how he goes. But you know what? All these guys are, like, obviously world-class. They're all our favourite surfers, so it's a good show.
Boys, you've been down here for some of the great moments as grommets. You would have seen these guys lift the trophy. What's it like down here watching these super heats? I mean, the atmosphere's outrageous.
Oh, it's incredible. It's to have these heats, like, obviously there's such good surfing this week and it's been incredible. Like, we've all seen it, but like to have these caliber of surfers out in the water right now, like, I'm not taking my eyes off the water.
Well, go and enjoy the action some more, lads. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Vorno. Yeah, Sheldon Sipkis, one of the new crop coming through here at Snapper Rocks and always blowing minds when he's in the lineup, but happy to just take a back seat today and watch world champions and some local icons rip it apart. As Fish is making his way back out now. Equipment change? Do we get an equipment change?
I think so.
JS, did he unsheath Fisher's magic board? We're going to see in a moment. It's got a really interesting template, the board that I think JS is hanging on to.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the most hydrodynamic shape of surfboard I've ever seen, but functional, perhaps.
Yeah.
We'll check it out. Mix up and riding.
Throws a lot of spray. Here we go. Mick Fanning. Picking one off on the inside here. Ripping in. Yeah, Mick, Joel, Ockie, Steph, all Hall of Famers here in Australia, and also I think all on the Walk of Fame over in Huntington as well. But great to see Chelsea Hedges elevated. She was a phenom as a grom coming through the NASA Board Riders Club. Her brothers both rip, and it was great to see her recognised. But her talent, oh, here he goes, Fisher. Let's see, interesting shape here. It's a pretty blunt nose on that thing. Unlike Fish.
Oh dear.
He's got the sharpest beak in the business. But yeah, Chelsea Hedges, just amazing. It was Lisa Anderson was visiting Avalon and first recognised her talents and told her sponsor about it, and got Chelsea on the team. And you know, she elevated her place from junior campaigner to title contender pretty quickly in a rookie season. Finished 8th, got that world title in 2005. But had ISA championships as well, a world junior title, so accomplished. So I love seeing that for her, getting recognised by the Australian Hall of Fame.
There we go. We get a good old look at the board change.
Classic Fisher. You got to love it. I can't believe he's kept that thing in the quiver for so long.
Quite phallic in shape, isn't it?
It is.
It is indeed.
So Michael Rodriguez won through in that final heat of the day with an exceptional heat score. And all those quarterfinal matchups are well and truly established now. You can see them at worldsurfleague.com. We'll also dive into it in the WSL post show, which is coming up after this heat. But right now, we're just enjoying the show. Who's been quiet out there at the moment?
Well, Kelly. Kelly's been pretty quiet. We haven't seen much from the GOAT. And I feel like he's going to get a little bit competitive in this heat.
Oh, how can you not? It's just in all of them. I think even the other day we saw it. You know, they all want to put a couple of rides together here. Fish is clearly less concerned about the performance.
More is concerned about entertaining.
Exactly. It's always held him back in his competitive surfing career.
Well, that board, that unique shape board that he's riding, the twin fin, so perhaps, you know, wanting to go at Kelly, who's also riding that little twin plus stabiliser. So we'll see which one of the twins goes better.
Yeah, the tail shape too, it's like a rounded swallow.
Here's a good looking set.
Here we go, taking off late, going down. We'll see Kelly swoop on the end of this one. And you can tell it's not quite as pristine and lined up as it was for that opening day of competition. And as a result, the competitors really enjoying themselves as Kelly just explodes out of the pocket there. Tidy stuff from the 11-time world champion. And you can see how much these competitors are all enjoying being in this lineup together.
Yeah, you can see that. Here we go, Fish.
I don't even know what to call it. I'm not too sure what to actually refer to it as, but we see Kelly jump on the ski there. Good look at the little twin +1 setup. So he's really been leaning into that setup for a while now. Here we go, Occy.
The 99 world champ, who was a finalist here on the Gold Coast, lives up the road. This is his spot. Joel Parkinson is kind of taking control of this heat.
Are you kidding me?
All the... And Parko has been surfing so well recently. He's got some good boards under his feet. And he's just returned to classic form. 12-time winner on the championship tour. The 2012 world champion.
Wow, call the cops.
Oh, it's Fanning. He lays into a couple of nice turns on the outside here as well.
Oh, you can see, can't you?
It's firing up.
Yeah, there's clearly a couple of guys taking it a little more serious than others out here at the moment.
Wow. Well, just given that as soon as they get a little sniff of a section, Joel and Mick have just come alive. And, well, that was vintage Parko at Snapper. That was an incredible wave. I believe he is riding that new Golden Child model from JS. pulled it out of the rafters. They made some adjustments, and it is looking mint underneath the feet of Joel Parkinson.
It sure is. Great exchange there, Vorno. Mick and Parko, just a return to just classic form.
Oh, my goodness, Ron, far out. It brings back the memories, doesn't it? There's goosebumps all over me. The whole point is absolutely tripping in. And Tommy, mate, I mean, you used to trade barbs with these guys, and now look at this. You're sitting up here watching the action. You must be frothing to get out there.
I'm still a little fan. I'm a little grom. It's like watching, you used to watch the best heats of the round, and this is like 4 heats in the water at once back in the day, so it's frothing.
Mate, can you believe how good these guys are still surfing? I mean, it feels to me like they could just put on a Rashi and surf a CT heat right now and absolutely destroy it.
A pro surfer's ego is pretty big, Borno, you know that. And a world champ's ego is even better. So put them out the water against each other, you're going to see fireworks without a doubt. Yeah.
Mate, you came through in that 3 degrees era as well. Had great heats against all of these guys. What's it like to see the three of them out in the water, the Joel Mick Dingo connection especially?
It's usually a big pain in the arse when you surf with those three. So it's better to be on land having a beer, definitely enjoying the show, because you don't get many waves when you're out there with them, that's for sure.
And speaking of a big pain in the arse, Fish has just unleashed some weird board template here. You don't have any design influence over that thing, do you?
No, my design would look a little bit different, as Ronnie Blakey would know. But, it looks fun. I mean, Fish, what a freak. Every beach has a little grommet that has that attitude and that pesky kind of, and he's bigger than the sport now, so it's good to see.
Yeah, mate. I'm going to throw it over to Stace over here, who's with a 10-point champion.
That's right, first on the Challenger Series. Macy Callahan, how's that feel?
That feels pretty good.
Come on, what about this? Did you even watch 3 degrees?
I didn't.
I can tell you, it's really mental, but I know you love Fish's music.
Yeah, I'll be there front and centre tomorrow, you watch.
You look like you're ready to go now.
Yeah, I feel like I've won the comp already, but...
Thank you, Macy. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you, Vaughan. Thank you, surfing. This is unbelievably fun.
Awesome. I don't know what Tom Whittaker's talking about.
Anything? What aren't you telling us, right?
Yeah. Come on. Hey, but this is a really special show. Obviously, the whole area is buzzing. Look at this crowd filling in on a Friday afternoon. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Still plenty to come from Fisher and Friends. To the show, we've got Chelsea Hedges up here at the moment. The 2005 World Champ entering the mix here at Fisher and Friends. A free surfing spectacle on a Friday afternoon after a big day of competition, which saw us set up the quarterfinals for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And we'll be looking at all the highlight moments in the WSL Post Show, which is coming up. But right now, we're just absolutely marinating in what will be just an iconic show. Not about surfing heroes out there at the moment, Flick.
No, it's not. There's more than that just going on. It's all about fun. It's all about entertaining. And Yeah, well, I love what I saw from Fish on his last wave. That board looks like it's really working for him.
Yeah, he got a lot of pop off the lip, didn't he?
Oh,
looking good. Like, in all seriousness, though, like, to be able to surf that it's a big ask, and he's actually making it perform really well.
Sure is. Dino Morrison impressed me. 2003, Dingo won the event here on the Gold Coast. It was an unbelievable moment for him. He was emotional after the victory, of course, as you would be. Special year for you too, Rich, 2003.
It was, yeah, big year. It was my only championship tour victory that year.
Trestles.
At Trestles.
Beat Taj Burrow in the final.
Yes, I did.
Congrats.
Beat Dingo. Beat Joel.
Yes. Oh, perfect. And the only other surfer to get a victory that year that wasn't Andy Irons or Kelly Slater was Jake Patterson, who won Sunset.
He did too. So there was only a couple of us who had the fortune. There was a few. Yeah, more than a couple. A few. But yeah, that was a good year. But yeah, just to compete against, having competed against all of these guys who are in the water right now and been on the tour with all of them has been a real honour and a treat. Here we go, Fisher up and riding.
Fish. He went nuts on his last wave. But this one's not really going to pan out for him.
Oh, you're good, mate. You're very good.
But yeah, 2003, big one for Dean Morrison, the highlight of his competitive career. But he went on to, chase big waves. He had incredible performances in slabbing conditions, often adventuring with Mark Matthews and Kobe Aberden, just chasing just ridiculous waves that no one else wanted to touch. But he was always a performer on the North Shore as well. This guy, he just went on a crazy run and really one of only a handful of people in Kelly's dominant years that was able to break through for world titles. Mick and Andy wrestled a few away from Kelly in the peak of his powers. And Mick, just as we've seen, is still surfing so well.
So well. That last heat on that World Champs heat, the first one we had, the way Mick was surfing in that, I honestly thought he could have just chucked a jersey on that day and would have, if not maybe won most heats, or at least gotten second and advanced through. The performance was incredible.
100%.
And especially coming back after a supposed MCL injury, I was blown away with just how critical he was, how in touch he was, the timing, everything.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong with that statement at all. And I know we sort of talk about it, it's an off-the-cuff comment.
Yeah, it is, but
this is legit. Like, Mick could honestly compete at a super high level, certainly at this level and at the championship tour level as well. He's just kept himself that relevant, that sharp. He's fit, he's healthy, he works at it, he surfs all the time. And it's, whether he was inspired by Kelly or just, he's inspired by his family or whatever it may be, he's still just so in it. He's right in the thick of it still.
He sure is. Looking very good. Well, let's check in once again with Vorno. He's out and about, and Vorno, you just never know who you're going to bump into here.
No, you're right, Ronnie. There's legends out in the water, and there's absolute legends in here. The VIP area, of course, for this bloke. Taylor Steele, filmmaker par excellence. No one did it better, mate. No one does it better. Welcome to the Gold Coast, Bonsoy Pro, and man, what are you doing? What are you making of this action?
Yeah, I had to show up for this heat. It's amazing. Kelly and Steph's performance last week, a couple days ago, was out of my and down. So amazing.
Mate, when you first started in your career, Kelly had hair. The boards were about that thick. It seems like a long, long time ago, but you must be blown away by just how good these guys are surfing now.
Yeah, it's amazing. The WSL basically stole my job because it was like performance in the surf videos and then like conservative surfing in the contest. So now it's like the guys are surfing better in the contests. So it's super entertaining. I'm stoked to watch it, and I'm psyched.
And, mate, have you thought about picking up the camera again, maybe chucking Momentum 3 out there, getting the old crew back together?
I thought about it, but no, it's good. I'll let the guys do it in the WSL now and rip it up there. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, mate, well, it's so good to see you, Tay. Yeah, come on, mate, bring it in. Yes, it's all happening down here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Come on, Ronnie.
Yeah, Vorno. Taylor Taylor Steele, I mean, he took surfing into a whole nother dimension. He just made absolute superstars out of that momentum generation. I mean, it was the only present you needed on your birthday when I was a grom was the new Taylor Steele movie, and you were set. Just hours of entertainment, and everyone just wore through those tapes.
Oh my goodness, I've still got some. I've got a box of old VHSs up in the roof with all the Taylor Steele's volumes in there, but it was
all kind of movies in that box.
Don't go there, mate.
Well, here we go. Let's see what Dingo got done. Dingo's kind of caught fire out here.
Honestly, for me, it's between Dingo and Joel. I feel like, I mean, mix right there. These Cooley kids are putting on an absolute show. How was that spray that he just threw? Just so much water.
Oh, no, yeah. He's really cutting a deep gouge in the face of these walls as we see Ock. He's just in cruise mode. Ock hasn't really had a wave that's connected and given him a nice steep wall to get that trademark backhand hook happening just yet, Rich.
Yeah, and he was talking about his equipment earlier today. He was, he's obviously thinking about this heat for a while now. And well, Ock said he had a 6-channel that he was thinking about riding as he goes switch and just pulls in. So he's got miles down the point. And then he had another sort of stocky that he just pulled off the rack, which was going okay. So it looks like he has opted for the 6-channel, which, from my understanding, is a little bit longer, and he said he was just sort of able to cruise on it.
You love to see it. So we've still got 30 minutes to enjoy watching these surfers just pick apart this lineup, hoping that we get a little bit of a glass off it at some point. Is it a possibility, Rich?
Oh, I know that wind looks pretty set in at the moment. But, well, here goes Kelly. The champ. Down the line here, just dealing with a little bit of bump on the face from Kelly. He's sort of in cruise mode as well. Front on angle, gets a bit radical, slides off the lip. Is he going to pull it? Just over-rotates a little bit, but certainly having a lot of fun out there. And we've talked about Kelly over the last couple of events. Just his contribution to surfing has been, well, it'll never be matched.
Nah, amazing. 56 event wins, and he's going to get a couple more shots at some more in the back half of the Championship Tour season. He's going to get a start in Tahiti and also a cloud break, and he's going to be a major threat at those venues. When I think about cloud break, I don't think anyone's lifted the performance level beyond what Kelly has done there already. So other people are still trying to get to where he's already at that venue. And Tahiti is much the same. So it's going to be a real shot at adding to that winning total.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever there's a wave of consequence, a barrel to be had, a reef break, that's where Kelly gets excited. And when Kelly gets excited, that's when he is 100% engaged in what he's doing. The competitive juices flow, and he's been vocal about it. Sometimes he struggles for motivation if the waves aren't that good, but in breaks like that, that's where Kelly is going to have the best chance of winning another title.
Well, let's hear from the man. He's out there with Kaipo.
How fun is this? Well, it's fun to watch Dean, who wasn't in the heat, catch all the good ones. Yeah. And what about Paul? What about Fisher out there? He's looking a little cocky in his approach right now. He's very confident. Fisher just said he dinged his dong. Oh, Kelly, get back in there, Kelly.
Love it, Kipes. Oh, gold from Kaipo. And yeah, just touching on Kelly, he's going to have those opportunities to add to it. But he makes history every time he pulls on the Championship Tour jersey, 52 years of age. And when he pulls that jersey on, it just sets a new benchmark for where people can get to if they can maintain a healthy mind and body.
I honestly don't know, though, if anyone will ever rival the stats that he has.
No.
They won't.
No.
I just don't see it.
Well, it'll be really hard.
It would be extremely hard. I mean, how do you have that sort of longevity in a sport? It's great inspiration. It's amazing. But the stats that, the record breaks, everything, it's just, we'll get back to that.
Oh,
Steph
my goodness.
Jamming it in that pocket. But yeah, I just don't know if someone will ever beat him. I really can't see it.
Here's what's working against anyone that's trying to get there is when Kelly first came onto the tour, there was a lot more events in a championship tour season.
Yeah,
right.
Double the events. So he was able to rack them up in his period of absolute dominance. As we see Mick loading up here, big section standing up, just taps through it and then gets to that rail work.
Oh man, it's poetry watching this guy surf.
Just that arc. I think it's been said before, I think it was Bruce Hines that said it, every world champion has a turn that they go to in their quest for a title. It's their dependable move that no one else can really match. And for Mick, it was that inverted forehand arcing turn that saw him collect multiple victories at the long-running rights on the tour.
Yep, absolutely. It's a trademark thing. You think of Joel's big front hand swoop, the big roundhouse cutback. Sonny Garcia, I just think of his big layback hack that he used to do. But Mick, this guy's timing is just impeccable. There it is there, that big wrapping turn.
But
beautiful transition straight into the next one.
Oh, so good. And the awareness to know, hey, I need to pull this back here. I'm not going to go so far back.
Yeah.
That next section's presenting itself.
So smooth.
It's just so good to watch.
All right, well, this is Steph Gilmore up again. Vaughan watching on. Take us through it, Vaughno.
G'day, Ron. Vaughan and I are just absolutely loving the action down here. Steph Gilmore up and riding. An absolute pleasure to see her in an uncrowded lineup and draw the lines that she wants to draw. Vaughan, all the way. She's in the pit. From bicycle to an individual event wins to world titles. You've seen the Cooley kids, Ockie, Kelly, Chelsea, Steph, Fisher to a Grammy. You've seen it all. Mate, how good is this?
Oh, man, I feel like I'm living in a surf movie down here, and it's weird, like, so many sections, 3 degrees, probably the big one, where you just saw these kids just ripping it up, but Slater's been out here his whole career, just putting on memorable performances. Ockie, behind the rock, Parko's in a big trainer, oh my God, make it! No! Far out, well, his nose made it, but he didn't make it, so close enough.
We'll take that. It's two pumping. Back to you, Ron.
Oh, give it a layback. Yes! Marco Galupo, the raging bull, finds one behind the rock. And goes full layback.
Full 90s mode.
Oh, that was awesome. Swinging those dreads around. Great ride there for Ockie. Has been having some fun. Go and switch as well. Oh, that was all time. What a great exchange there.
Oh, two but great barrels. I mean, Joel would have been on his way to the wave of the heat, wave of the day almost.
Oh, that was a gnarly drop.
Wow.
Oh, pulls up, gets the layback.
So sick.
Hangs in there right in the socket.
Oh, yeah. Mick loving it too. Kaipo, you were looking straight into this one as a goof for you. Obviously worshipping Ock as a grommet and seeing him still doing his thing out here at Snapper.
He's still doing his thing. This guy's still doing his thing. How you feeling, Mick? Having fun out here?
Yeah, it's good fun. A little bit lumpy, but there's a couple of fun ones. It's always good to come surf with our mates, and except didn't go.
You just saw Ockie with the layback. What'd you think about that barrel?
How good was that? It's timeless, isn't it? It's you get to see Ock surf pretty much every day, and ever since I've been watching him since I was a 13-year-old kid, never gets old, man.
Never gets old. Okay, we'll let you get some more waves. Oh, carry on. Get around them.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
He's sucking in the big ones. Feeling it.
Does anyone know how old Ockie is? He's kind of ageless, huh?
Yeah,
Do we know?
I think he's 56.
Wow.
Maybe even a little bit older.
Well, that's incredible surfing from the Raging Bull. I mean, you ask anyone who their favourite surfer is. I know for me as a grommet, Ock was my favourite surfer, trying to, put the hand positions the same and, the stance and everything. He has just influenced a generation.
Yeah, he's definitely a hero to everyone who's out there. Yeah, he's 57 now. But yeah, Kelly Slater up at the moment, folks, drawing a high line, got plenty of speed, looking smooth on this board. Just tried to skip out a little bit on him there, but look at the bump from the ski. It'll reconnect with this inside. I think I'm getting my wish here, Rich. It looks like things are cleaning up a little bit.
Well, it does look like things are cleaning up. We'll get the afternoon glass off. It's Friday fun day out here at Snapper Rocks. Back to your point, Flick, about Kelly. It's kind of Tiger Woods comparison. Someone who comes in and changes the sport so significantly and how the game has changed. Kelly did that, and I agree with you. No one will ever have as much influence on board design, the approach to the wave. It's all going to be untouchable.
No, and I also think, you know, not only is he's just totally transcended the sport. You know, we talk about him as a great surfer, but I mean, he's brought so many eyeballs to surfing, to the sport. I mean, he's bigger than surfing itself. Oh my!
Dingo! Lock it in, Dingo! Oh no! He'll be devastated about that. That wave was grinding off down the line, and he's let it go.
Oh.
These guys are having so much fun in the lineup. Chelsea Hedges has got to be in line for another wave pretty soon. But let's have a look at the replay of this one, Rich.
Oh, this was a nugget. Dingo just in the pocket. He just got caught on his toes a little bit.
All the hard work was done.
Oh, he was there. We've seen him make those just all day, every day. Here we go. Steph having another look at this one. Streaking down the line. The queen of Snapper Rocks. Here she is. Up and over this little section. Oh, she's gone for the grab rail. Below tail. Brings it back around. And again, she's done it twice. So she's given us the backup act as well. And, well, she just switched out of smooth operator into the flare bear.
Yeah, super impressive stuff.
What?
Oh, stop it.
Yeah, only Ock. Only Ock can see it left out there. 19 minutes remaining here in Fisher and Friends Freesurf session. And then we will be getting into the WSL post show, but right now we're going to take a quick break.
You just went off on that last wave.
You know, everyone's getting a bit serious out here. Kelly's changing equipment. Ocky's doing some serious layback tubes. Joel's probably had the best wave so far, so good times.
How fun is this? Should we do this every year?
Let's do it every day, you know? I could do it tomorrow morning too if you guys are keen.
Having such a good time, and who's the most serious right now out of here?
Kelly for sure, he just paddled out. He's like, I'm losing it. I can't get a good one. He's like freaking out, changing his boards. So it's so funny. I love it.
Should Ocky be going left?
Nah, iconic backhand. Rights all day. Oh, look, we got dolphins too.
Okay, we got dolphins out here. We're going to let you get surfing.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Go get him, Steph. 16 and a half minutes to go. Thanks, Kipes. As we see Chelsea up. Good looking wall for Chelsea. Drawing off the bottom. Tucking it into the pit. Oh, she's going to go over the hangers here. Dingo up again on the outside. Man, he's laid down some big carbs already. Here's another one. He was just a winning machine as a Grom. Unbeatable. He had the jumper on Joel and Mick when he was a kid. Damon Harvey also a big part of their pack. But, you know, Dingo, despite that big win on the CT, had some magic performances, especially when the waves were barreling. Pipe in particular, you know, he really had a great relationship with that wave well before Joel and Mick figured out the recipe to get through heats there. As we see Ock making his way through on this one. He's just a classic.
He's comical, isn't he, Ock? He's just such an entertainer in his own right as well.
Isn't he what?
Dancing with the Star. He's done a few things.
Oh, yeah.
Remember him on that?
Loves a hit out of karaoke too. Well, there's 15 minutes remaining here. Vorno, what do you got for us?
Yeah, mate, from the world champs in the water to 3 WSL World Junior champs. Matthias Hurdy, Jarvis Earl, Jet Chilling. Boys, only 2 goofs in the water in this world champ. What's going on there, Jet?
Shit, I have no idea.
Come on, mate. Got to even that ledger a bit, Jarvie.
Yeah, we should get a couple more goofies out there, I reckon, but it's been sick to watch all the boys just flaring up out front. It's been good.
Awesome. Matthias, mate, obviously love to get out there. You've seen you waxing your board, getting ready. I thought you were going to steal a jersey and just paddle out at one stage. Surely world champ gives you the right to do that.
I wish. I like the way it is, just regulars. Just kidding. But yeah, stoked. Sick to watch.
Gang, gang. Boys, growing up, I'm sure you would have watched plenty of these guys in action on videos and all sorts of things like that. What's it like to be standing here at the Bonsoy VIP deck and actually watching these guys in action and women?
Shit, dude, it's honestly psycho. It's psycho tuna, you know? It's fucking, the boys are ripping, guys are going hammer mode. It's fucking all world to watch.
Swear jar, Jet. Jarvie, I know you'll keep it clean, bro. How good is it to see these guys surfing in the flesh, your heroes from youth?
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Like, I grew up watching all these guys, and then to watch them at, like, a sick wave in Australia with, like, the whole Changas crew just in 110, it's pretty good vibe.
Mate, we need those Brazilian surfers out there too. Where are those world champs, mate?
Yeah, no, they're too young. All those guys are 40 or something, but, you know, older than it. But it's sick to watch them. I grew up watching all those guys, Joel, Kelly, Mick. I had all the surf movies, so yeah, it's sick because we didn't have any, you know, Brazilians world champion back then, so we just used to watch those guys, and they still rip. They'll definitely make some heats on the Challenger this year.
For sure, mate. All right, well, thanks very much for your time, boys. Enjoy the rest of this heat. Back to your crew.
Thank you, Vorno. The World Junior Champs, a solid trio there, and all will be campaigning hard on the Challenger Series this year. But a couple of good exchanges there on the outside. 12 and a half minutes to go in this little spectacle.
I know we're not scoring, but with 12 minutes left on the clock, if we were, who are we putting our monies on? Who do we think?
Let's have a little think about it while we hear from Kaipo and Ock.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we're crawling on. Okay, Aki, the layback, and I think you got the biggest wave count. How are you feeling right now in this heat?
I'm feeling great. That layback was for old school Kurnell Point. That's the first way we got barreled back in the day, before Pig Dogs came out. I think it was Uncle Danku Lower, right? One of the first ones, but we had some guys over here too, doing the Pig Dog. I think it was Stuart Cadden and guys like that, but that was one for the old school.
Paco just got barreled. Did you see that?
Oh, that was sick. This is so much fun. Thank you.
Have fun.
Ock's got no time to talk. He wants more. He's an absolute frother. And yeah, we just get the feeling that it's starting to line up a little bit better out here. So it should be a fantastic final 11 and a half minutes remaining. As on the outside we see scrapping into this one, it looks like Fish. Going hard on this one.
Oh.
Nice little rip in the pocket there. And he just can't find one that lines up through this inside section.
I know, he's doing it well, grinding away in the pocket there.
Here we go. Oh, Parko in the pit. Punches through.
Wow.
Look at how well he reads that. Amazing.
Elevator drop straight into the pit. This is live action.
Well, 12 CT wins for this guy, same as Oki. Just a title each, but two of the most famous styles in the sport. Iconic, memorable. And Joel has just lost none of that magic flow. He goes Ock again. That was quick.
Oh!
Great blast out of the pocket.
That was more like it. That was vintage Ock.
Part of me wishes Fish just stayed on his thruster for a bit. Love to see what he could...
That board looking a bit stiff, you reckon?
Oh, look, it's got some drive. Just so he can just mix it up with this crew. But he's just having fun.
Oh, he's doing what he does best.
Yeah. He does. But yeah, that was a nice little hit there from Oki on the backhand. 10 minutes to go. Having a good old chat here. And a big shout out to everyone who's joined us down here on the beach at Snapper Rocks. Also everyone tuned in, watching online. Now this is a rare treat. It was special the other day having the world champs out there in pristine conditions at Snapper Rocks, and when the opportunity to watch another little showpiece popped up, we just jumped at the opportunity because there wasn't enough time to move into quarterfinal heats once we completed the round of 16, but there was still some daylight left, so this is awesome.
Absolutely, and Friday afternoon, everyone's, they've knocked off work, they've come down to the beach, and there's plenty going on down here. It's been a great afternoon, an amazing day of surfing, and this is just a treat.
Oh, watch this one down the line,
yeah.
Rich.
Yep.
Looks to be lining up pretty nicely for Kelly Slater. Couple of lumps in it. And Kelly's going to maybe stick with this one through to the inside. As we see Dean Morrison on the outside. Big hit under the lip. And he's going to stay with this one.
Stop it. Make it.
He'll get back out in front. But I think Ding got a pretty solid pit, just judging by the crowd's reaction there, Flick.
Oh, yeah, I think I can see the smile from ear to ear too, so...
I think we saw Kelly looking behind as well.
I know.
Hands in his head going, no, what did I do?
Oh, I can't wait to watch the replays here. I mean, oh, wow. For me right now, let's see.
Oh, yeah. Look at this thing. Oh, it's barely a barrel. But the snap was sick.
Wow.
That's the old back out.
Yeah, the boys will be hitting the Mobics tonight, no doubt about it.
But yeah, just this crowd is just cheering everything that these greats do out here in this lineup at the moment. And Dino barely got covered then. He's had so many good barrels behind the rock. He would have just been going, what are you cheering for? But the turn was sick.
Yeah, the turn was epic. So clutch.
I'm still thinking that Dingo's ride earlier on, the one that he tagged a bunch of times, is right up there, and Joel's wave as well.
I'm going Joel.
You going Joel?
Yeah, it has to be Joel for me.
Okay.
How can you go past that big meaty barrel,
yeah,
comboed with that other one and multiple turns?
Yeah, no, I agree. You're right.
It has to be Joel for me. JP.
Yeah, he's looked sharp, hasn't he? But again, I just can pick out highlight moments for each of them so far. It's just, it's so fun to watch. But yeah, I think Joel's bounced back pretty nicely. He didn't get a whole lot out of the Snapper World Champs heat. So this has been a nice little showpiece of his classy act. And his fam's up on the deck at their place, overlooking this lineup at Snapper, watching him surf at the moment. They'd be loving it.
Well, rumour has it that he gifted Steph the really nice wave in the first World Champions heat that we had. So karma perhaps coming back around.
Yes.
Mark that as the nicest thing that Joel's ever done.
Ever.
6.5 minutes to go. Vorno, this show is wrapping up, but we've still got some moments coming our way. You just know it.
there's moments coming our way, but the question has to be asked, how many world titles did he need to win to get a rash in this heat, Woody? Two-time ISA amateur world champ.
Mate, I've been waiting in the keyhole for about 3 days. No one gave me a rash it, so I'm just going to probably try and do a petition for next year or something like that.
Mate, this is insane. Fanning lighting one up right there, and this is a huge wave. And you just said yourself, the old boys, they're getting the ligaments out of retirement. Plenty of flex there, but mate, you've taken on the role of Paul Fisher's coach, the great DJ. What advice has he given him for this one?
I was just trying to get him to get a good wave. He's caught all the 2-footers, most of the closeouts, and he got hit by one of those birds just before. So he's having a shocker, but we'll debrief and get him ready for finals day tomorrow.
Unreal, mate. Well, we'll get back to the action. There's plenty of waves here, but look, don't worry about not getting a rashy this time. You've got your own podcast, The Ball and All, and I'm sure you'll be talking about that for years to come.
I'll be blowing up about it for the next couple of months.
Well done, mate.
Who was that? James who? I'm just getting word from the producer, James Wood. Apparently he's in a podcast with Kondo and Barnsey, who are the superstars on that lineup. But great to have Woody here. He's also coaching Micah Madonna, who's still powering through the rounds and into the quarterfinals. But Woody, a great surfer, and he travelled on the QS with Paul Fisher and probably responsible for derailing.
Stop it.
Derailing his competitive aspirations. Was that Kelly going over the falls?
Head first over the falls.
Kaipo, what's going on out there?
That was it's crazy. Like we said, things are heating up, and even Kelly Slater just doing an absolute Superman behind the rocks. It was incredible to witness.
Well, maybe not a Superman, but the greatest American hero who always had crash landings. 4.5 minutes to go. And Kelly's just been dying to get himself into a good one, and that wave was unloading outside. He just couldn't get under it.
Oh, that was absolutely mental. He just went head first over the falls. And that thing looked like it was a good shaped wave too. It looked like it was throwing. It looked like it was going to barrel. But yeah, you can imagine right now he'd be pretty frustrated. I know that he just hasn't really probably strung a wave together how he wants to.
Well, the beautiful thing about Kelly is as amazing as he is as a competitor, and his ability to do his best surfing in a jersey in the high pressure situations, also was always an incredible showman. So even when he had the lead and he'd stitched up finals, he'd do something amazing. He you know, the rodeo flip at the Pipe Masters on like what, a 7.2 or something, Rich?
Yeah, it was a big board.
Big board, you know, grabbed a can of beer after he won the event in Tahiti as a wild card and pulled into the tube with the can, came out drinking it. That was pretty impressive. Here goes Fish, just 3 minutes to go. And this guy will light up Coolangatta Beach tomorrow, but at the moment just putting on a bit of a performance here at Snapper Rocks. Don't worry, his equipment's much better for the show than what it is for this heat.
Oh, I don't mind that equipment, actually.
Just under 3 minutes remaining now, and I'm still psyched to see who's holding position on that outside, because you know it's going to take a little bit of paddle power to hold your spot. Parko's conditioned for it. He's on that inside position at the moment.
Yeah, you feel like Joel wants to finish this off with a bang and just really drive it home.
Pretty cool when you fly into Coolangatta. You come around the corner where Kira Surf is, and you've got that massive billboard, and it's got to be the most iconic shot from Snapper Rocks ever, right? Joel Parkinson in a wave that it looks like backdoor. It's huge.
Giant.
Yeah, so that was the day that the comp moved down to Kira, and Joel was out the back here at Snapper and just got that iconic wave. It was an absolute nugget.
Yeah, big soul arch as we see Fanning here on the inside. Slicing in front of the camera there. Just cruising at the moment. Throws a bit of an air to finish that one off. Doesn't stick it. And on the outside, Parko up on a nice little grinder here. Can't stick that one. But Parko, you know, so celebrated for his rail work. But, you know, for a period there, I think you could have called him one of the best aerialists in the world.
Yeah, I don't just agree with you there at all. He just had this ability to make the airs look silky smooth too. The landings just buttery and...
For me, it's those big alley-oops. The big alley-oops. That's for me, when I think Joel and I think airs, it's those.
Yeah.
Just that seamless landing. Just silky smooth.
1 minute to go here, and Stephanie Gilmore's having a look at an insider. She's off this one, though. Who's going to close down the afternoon here before we get into the WSL post-show and revisit some of the stellar performances through the round of 16 on both the women's and men's side?
There's a horde of free surfers about to attack this lineup.
Joel tucking in once again. Just 30 seconds to go. Don't forget, we've got finals day down here at Snapper Rocks, and it will be an early call to get competition underway with the quarterfinals. 7:45 a.m. for a potential 8 a.m. start. So that's when the call will be made. 7:45 as Fisher brings one through to the inside here. Can't wait to see him do his thing over on the beach at Coolangatta tomorrow. The Fisher and Friends Free Surf exhibition is a wrap.
Yeah.
And a fantastic show here. These surfers are all about to get swamped by the fans on the beach, Rich.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty cool thing down here at Snapper Rocks. All these heroes, all these legends are about to get swamped by crew wanting autographs, wanting a piece of this crew.
And these surfers, as they always have, will oblige and hang about for a bunch of photos. But it has been a treat this week to see icons of the sport out here at Snapper Rocks twice now. Fantastic to have Fisher, but in particular Chelsea Hedges and Dee Morrison join the party.
Yeah, you know, we had to do a repeat performance just because it was such a good response to that to the first heat that we had. The fans wanted to see more, and we delivered.
Yeah, thank you to WSL, Andrew Stark, really wanting to make something special of this week. The conditions have turned up for us. The Challenger Series competitors have really ramped things up this year, and this has just been an absolute bonus.
Well, if you were ever unsure of the shape of that board that Fisher was riding,
you got a good look at it there.
You got a damn good look at the outside.
They'll be marching off the racks. Where can you get one, Rick?
Kira Surf, I think they got a rack of them down there. Oh, good stuff. Well, like you said, Ron, look, the wind is starting to drop down, so the free surfers will have a little afternoon glass off.
And we love that because this crowd has been awesome in just surrendering this lineup to the Challenger Series surfers, but also the sports greats over a couple of afternoons. So thank you very much to everyone that calls this break home.
Yeah, absolutely. Big shout out to the locals, and of course, you know, it gives everyone a chance to see the best surfers in the world in action. The question now is who's going to get swamped more by the fans? Is it Fisher or is it the surfers?
I think Fisher's going to have a pretty hard time, but let's ask Vorno. He's down there on the beach.
Yeah, Joel, an unbelievable performance, mate. You got some really fun waves and some vintage Parko rail work going down. The Shaman was out. You were putting it to the sword, my man. How good did that feel?
It was awesome. It was just like, it's like having a bit of a surf at home with less crowd, you know. And Kelly was out there too, so it was really good. And hey, it was fun. It was pretty good laughs. A lot of marine life too, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a lot of marine life.
What's the spot out there?
Made a big thing, stingrays. There was all sorts of stuff going around us.
A big pink stingray, did you say?
Oh, there was this weird, like, no skin on it.
Oh, it might have been fish paddling past, mate. No, look, I think one of the cool things, you know, this week, being able to see you guys surf these couple of heats, I know it's fun for you guys, but the atmosphere up here was just crazy. So many people so appreciative to see you guys put on a show.
Yeah, I mean, surfing was a big part of our life. We love doing it and we keep doing it, and these events are amazing. It's good to be a supporter, and I guess good to be able to jump in and have fun with a few other world champions.
Mate, I know that you were talking about you know, retirement and taking the rashy off. Every time I've seen you in the last 2 years, you've had a rashy on and you've been winning comps.
I don't know what's going on. Like, I've got to hurry up and get this thing off. They're contagious, these rashies.
Well, I mean, Snapper is back, as we know. Any chance we could see you pull on a rashy in that one?
No chance, never again.
I'll let you go, mate. Let's get a chat.
Oh, no. That was tough work out there on the rod, I tell ya.
You said it was going to be war, mate. Did you get a few shots away?
Mate, look, my goal out there was to catch as many waves as I could. These guys are all ripping. It was just a great experience for me. I loved every minute of it. And I'll do it again.
We were chatting with your coach. James Wood up there. He said he make sure you catch every 2-footer, make sure you get every closeout. And he said he even saw you get hit in the face by a seagull at one stage.
I got hit in the throat by me rod straight there. I couldn't breathe for a second out there. It was heavy. I thought Slater was going to cry too. I didn't know what was going on with him out there. Nah, it was good times, really good times.
Mate, I think we're out of here. Are we still going? Mate, look, I don't know if we're still going, but I'm going to keep talking.
All right.
Fish, Ronnie made mention that you might have better equipment out for the show tomorrow night.
Exactly. I'm so excited for tomorrow night. I mean, I've been looking forward to this. It's taken me 4 years to do this, and I'm just so excited, mate. It's in my hometown, and I can't wait for tomorrow night. And today, this was just a bonus to be out there with all these guys like Fanning and Parko. They're my heroes, Dingo, Slater. So, look, for me, I can't wipe the smile off my face. It was just such an epic experience. And to be honest, that thing that Occy did out the back in front of me was next level, the layback. And then Dingo felt like it was those vibes that he had in the final. So it was just epic for me.
It was, man. I know you're appreciating this moment and being able to share that with your mates. But I think everyone on this entire beach really appreciates you being down here. It's going off. We can't wait to see you tomorrow, man.
Thank you, guys. I love you all. Yeah.
Can you show us more?
Yeah, all right, here we go.
You, that kid. Can you sign my forehead? Love it.
Love you, brother.
Yeah, you can tell it means a lot to Fish. Oh, he was on the verge of getting emotional there, and for good reason. It's, you know, he is a Gold Coast born and bred. He did have a great junior career and campaigned on the QS for a number of years. He's a surfer. He never misses a championship tour event. But this is going to be big. He's going to get to perform in front of everyone that he's grown up with and loves, and it's going to be special. His family also here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, Fish has really had 2 careers. He's had a surfing career and now he's got the DJ career, but, you know, his heart will forever be in surfing. There's no doubt about that, and he'll never lose that. And he's got all his, you know, his true friendships, you know, that were grounded around this area. And you know, this is a special moment for him. It's awesome to see, and you know, mate, tomorrow night, strap in. It's going to be huge.
Oh, it's going to be so good. Yeah, Kelly Slater making his way in, and Vorno is going to catch up with the 11-time world champ.
Kelly, tell us about it, mate. How fun was that compared to the other day?
Oh, it was fun. It was just, we thought we were really going to score and we didn't. But there was a couple. Occy had a really nice one. I think Dingo had a nice one. Parko had one. He got a barrel on him. It didn't come out. It was fun, but it was a little, like we had expectations really high, so it kind of let us down a little bit on wave quality.
Well, maybe the wave quality did. You certainly did not, and neither did anyone else out there. Ronnie made mention, you know, so many classic moments that you guys have given us, this entire crowd, the surfing world over the years. And fitting in that heat, everyone had their little moment where they did something special.
Yeah, it was cool to think back of like all the history at Snapper Rocks and all the events over the years here on the Goldie and how good everyone out there has done and the performances they put on. So it was fun to be a part of that group of, you know, seeing that. A lot of memories flashing back of, you know, taking off behind the, especially seeing Parko behind the rock there, you know, and I flashed back to a lot of events watching him do that. And I think we should ask this guy something.
What did you make of that heat, mate? Super heat? Bit scary, I know. Yeah, it is a bit. Hey, listen, before we let you go, Kelly, far out, man. The judges' scores are in. I know the only person you were really keeping an eye on was the Fish, and you got him, mate. You got him. He only got a couple of ways, but do you think that might have had something to do with his equipment?
Could have had. Yeah, he came in for the switch, thought he would improve his scores in the end, but he said he put a ding in it. So that's all I knew. I saw him do one turn. It looked pretty nice though, and I heard the crowd go off for him a couple times. So.
Put a ding in it, eh? You might want to go and get that checked out.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, thanks very much, Kelly. We'll see you up there for the post-heat. Kelly Slater, everyone.
Yeah, this is the story of Kelly's life. You know, he will give these fans so much. He always does. And it's been great to see him out there a few times here at Snapper Rocks in 2024. The WSL Post Show is just around the corner. Stay with us. Plenty of highlights to break down. Welcome to the WSL Post Show. Another massive day here. Friday's delivered. The swell filled in. And the competitors really fired up in that round of 16. The quarterfinals are set. We've got so much to break down. Ronnie Blakey with Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett. Rich, what a way to finish things off.
Oh, it's just amazing. We did it once the other day and it was just so good. Let's do it again. And great to have Fish. And, he is just a crowd favourite. He's got them all amped up and we saw some great surfing. The waves, so, but yeah, they made it look good.
They sure did. And, I was happy to sit back and just watch the show. But you really wanted to find a winner out there, Flick. Who got it? I'm going to let you decide. You and you alone.
Oh, wow, okay. Joel Parker.
Yeah.
Hands down for me. I think it's just the competitive nature of me. I just want to see a winner.
No, for sure. If you put people on a jersey, you got to get a winner out of it. And Joel Parkinson, for me, got it done. The barrel, the beautiful verts.
Yeah.
That vertical work that he did, those really deep bottom turns, they're just timeless.
Oh, the way he was able to pivot off the bottom and just fade as well, the read on the wave, I was like, that is classic Joel Parker. And comboed with the barrel, clear winner.
Done.
Yeah, the conditions, Rich, obviously with that wind, we knew it was coming, deteriorated a little bit. But when we rocked up this morning, it was firing.
Oh, this morning was a treat, you know, and we knew the swell was going to arrive overnight. It was going to kick, start creeping around the corner a bit. Yesterday was so south. It was the beginning of the swell. And it was just a day filled with amazing, amazing rides. Bunch of rides up in the excellent range and special day.
Yeah, and on the men's side, there was no one better than Sammy Pupo. We're going to have a look at his performance now, putting together the biggest heat score total of the contest so far. Let's have a look at the work. This was his opening ride.
Yes, Sammy just took to the face and just absolutely annihilated it, just ripping through these turns. Really turned up the volume in the speed department and the power department as well. Just cutting through these little chatters and chops, but making it look so smooth and aggressive.
Up against Jacob Wilcox too. On paper, it was the heat of the round, but it wasn't really the toe-to-toe battle that we expected.
No, exactly. Coming into, I mean, look at that tube, wow. Far out. I mean, you just look at the conditions and how glassy it was, how silky smooth the ocean was, and Sammy really making the most of it. But yeah, on paper, it was the heat of the draw. Jacob was in fine form as well, but he just couldn't get the job done against Sammy. He was just, defending champion and on his way, well and truly, to one hand on that trophy, I reckon.
Oh man, he had afterburners in that board too. He was going at a completely different pace.
Yeah.
But he also, you know, he got the waves and he delivered on them. You know, that's sometimes something that people struggle to do out here. You get a wave that's got 8 points in it and then you convert it into a 9-point ride, you know you're surfing well.
Yeah, absolutely. He was in absolute attack mode for every turn, every moment. He looked so connected and in sync with what the ocean was delivering. He was in perfect unison with the sets. He was throwing away sevens, and Jacob, unfortunately, because for me, the formed goofy footer of the event so far, he just came up against someone who was just on total fire today.
Make no mistake about it, Sammy Pupo is the man to beat, chasing back-to-back victories here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, as we look at the Bailey Ladders quarterfinal bracket and some great matchups to look forward to here, Flick.
Oh, wow. All of them are really good, but, I mean, I'm looking at quarter two. I mean, Dakota, for me, has impressed me this whole event. First year on the Challenger Series, he's made it all the way through to the quarters. He's put together really smart heats, but he's coming up against Mikey, who I think today has really found his form. I feel like earlier on in the event, he was kind of struggling. He had a couple of hard heats, but got the job done. So that one for me, quarter two, is really exciting. But, I mean, they all look
half of the draw is hard to go past, though, isn't it, Rich?
100%. You know, Sammy Pupo, defending champ, up against Ian Gouveia, who was lightning fast today. But for me, Georgie Pitter and Michael Rodriguez, this is going to be the biggest test for George, I think. Michael Rodriguez was only second to Sammy Pupo today in terms of speed and just connection to the wave. So that's going to be a big one coming up.
Yeah, three of the real form surfers are in that bottom half of the draw. Only one of them can make the final. So it's going to be fun to see who that is because, you know, for me, Sammy Pupo and Michael Rodriguez are a level above the field at the moment. So everyone else is going to have to lift on finals day, and some people often do. So it'll be a lot of fun to watch. The women's side gave us great highlights today, and we saw some upset results too.
Yeah, we did. We saw big results. For me, obviously, that heat with Sammy was incredible against Jacob. But I think the women, for me, put on the best show, had great conditions this morning. Macy's 10. I mean, that was unbelievable. First 10 on the Women's Challenger Series that we've seen so far. And Sally, the barrel that she got as well, they really just rose to the occasion. It made me super stoked.
They had great waves for sure, but let's have a look at Heat 5. Luana Silva bumped off the championship tour. A tough draw for her up against Vahine, but she dropped a great score earlier on. She looks really composed, has paced herself well through the contest so far and had excellent numbers in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And just have a look at the waves that we got this morning. Just groomed, snapper rocks, offering barrels, offering turns. And Luana Silva, just again, one of these surfers that was just in a really nice rhythm down the line, mixing things up, showing great variety of manoeuvres here. But picked off 2 gems, and you can tell when a surfer's not holding back. You can tell when they're really just digging in and putting their best foot forward, putting all that energy and power into every turn. Just a committed approach. Great to see from Luana.
Yeah, I think the real positive for Luana is she got an 8.07 on this wave. she can surf so much harder and better than that.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, she came up against Vahine. This is her on her backhand. And Vahine in the round previous to this, I mean, she was on fire, dropping 9-point rides. And I mean, Vahine in this heat dropped a 7.87, backed it up with a 6.1. But I mean, beautiful surfing on the backhand from the Tahitian. But I mean, it's just so hard that they matched up so early in that round of 16 because I feel like they could be both into that final stage. But obviously, Lulu got the jump.
Quite a bit of that in the round of 16, and always a little bit of it at most events you're at. But yeah, make no mistakes about it. Luana Silva's on a tear here, and another one of those championship tour competitors recently relegated that's really turned things around and got a positive mindset going into this first stop.
Yeah, definitely. It's well, they either go two ways. They,
Yeah.
they crumble in a heap, or they lift themselves up and, get the upper lip and wipe it off and let's go again. And she's done just that. So, taking the first steps and making the quarterfinals for the women, I still feel like, for the men, I think it's almost a keeper result, but for the women, it's semi-finals, isn't it? Semi-finals and finals.
Yeah, you have to be cracking the semi-finals. You have to have that consistency there. We've seen it so many times in the last couple of years, women making those quarters, and consistency in quarters, still not qualifying. But if I look at these breakdowns here, I mean, I can't go past quarter 3. Luana, Bronte. They have been putting on a show. Bronte, for me, on her backhand at the moment is almost looking untouchable. But then you got a dark horse in quarter 2, Macy, who dropped a 10 today, coming up against Isabella, who surfs this wave and point breaks so incredibly well.
Yeah, when you look at that Bailey Ladders bracket, you've got from quarterfinal number 2 down, it's all championship tour surfers.
Yep.
So they've all been there. They're all trying to get back there. It's only in that first heat you've got the young campaigners. So it's going to be very difficult for Nadia Aristabe and Erin Brooks as they move through. One of them moves through to the semi-finals, obviously, to overcome the experience that's in those 3 other quarters.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be a big ask, but it's doable. More often than not, we see someone rise up and come through as a newcomer to the sport. So, perhaps it'll come from the top side of the draw.
Let's get into the Boost Mobile heat of the day, and it had to go Macy Callahan's way. She just had an absolute ball out there, and she is competing at her home break, really, but she was up against last year's champion.
Yeah, and India came out of the gates absolutely firing. I was actually, I was watching this heat and I thought, oh, wow, India's got this in the bag. But then Macy just turned around and said, thank you very much. Air drops out of this one, and Macy 8.67 on this one. So this was her first excellent score, and just beautiful. I think she surprised herself on this wave. I think she came out of this one and this backed it up with this one. This travel time right here, that super late drop, first 10-point ride on the Women's Challenger Series that we've seen so far. I mean, with a massive heat total, 18.67. I mean, it's going to be hard to replicate that tomorrow because it was so amazing and the conditions were so good, but wow, Macy just absolutely lit it up.
Yeah, she's calling it one of the heat performances of her life so far, and she's had some huge moments, but 10-point ride here at Snapper is massive, and we knew it was going to go there just based on what she did earlier on, the 8.67. I mean, she fell out of the sky on that thing, and we didn't see too much of that earlier on in that round for the women.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and you only get so many chances in your whole career to get a perfect score, and just the stars aligned for Macy. And I wonder whether that's the best barrel she's ever had out here at Snapper Rocks. It probably is, and she's done it with the jersey on.
Yeah, that was a real highlight moment for her. Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast. We know that we're going to be on tomorrow. It will be finals day, but let's have a look at what the conditions might be doing out there, Flick.
Yeah, so as we look here, we're going to see increase in this south to southeast swell. This is that was on Thursday, right? So we're Friday here. We obviously saw it still stuck around. Today we were greeted with beautiful waves this morning. It was groomed and it was perfection out there today. I mean, this morning was incredible. This afternoon, obviously, we saw that wind kick up a bit. But good news is that a bit of that swell is going to be hanging around for tomorrow. So I think we're going to see great waves for finals day.
Yeah, it could be nice and wally too, Rich, with a bit more of an easterly direction in that swell.
Yeah, I went pretty deep on the charts this morning, and it does tick around more to the east. The wind's going to be a little bit lighter and variable, more south tomorrow as well. So we should have just beautiful conditions all day. And I think as it ticks round to the east, we're going to see those lines stack up down into the bay a little bit more. There's going to be barrels. There's going to be manoeuvres. There's going to be everything. We're in for a smorgasbord, and we know it's finals day.
It's finals day. Then Fisher in the afternoon over at Coolangatta. Dimity Stoiled. Shimmy Disco is going to be playing over there as well. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Looking forward to it. But we're now going to get stuck into the BioGland Daily Dose, having a look at our top 5 moments from another ripper day of competition here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Bronte Macaulay lit it up. Brilliant on the back end.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. Doing WA proud once again and making these highlights once again. Every post show that every day that she's surfed, she's making this post show with excellent scores. And every heat, she's basically dropping 9s. For me, there's a real difference with her. She's really powering out of the lip and not just placing her turns. It's been really good to watch. Obviously working with Maddie Cattle there, and that's her boyfriend Will down there supporting. So Bronte powering on through to finals day.
Yeah, looking really sharp. Coming in at number 4, Sally Fitzgibbons gets absolutely slotted out here at Snapper.
Oh, just tube time for Sal. And the veteran just showing that she wants more. Job not done yet. This is a revitalised Sally Fitzgibbons, and you know, she's sharpened up for the Challenger Series here. She's gone back to the books and gone, okay, what have I got to do? And her performances, more flair, more speed, more power. The timing, it's crisper. And I like what I'm seeing here. Sal's starting to really just lay into some really good surfing, and I think we're seeing the best of Sally Fitzgibbons. Look out, she could be right there on finals day.
Yeah, a smiling Sally Fitzgibbons is a dangerous Sally Fitzgibbons. Number 3, Sammy Pupo goes big, huge numbers.
Massive heat total for Sammy, and you know, 9.17, 9.53. He's literally, the trophy is his right now. It's if someone else is going to try and wrestle that thing off him, because he's a defending champ. And I don't know, you know, someone's going to have to do something pretty bloody special to take it off him, because with surfing like this, he just looks so connected. His board looks amazing. He's got such a great read on this wave, and he's surfing at a different speed. And I mean, we say it so much, but it's just CT surfing at this level, and he's getting a lot of good practice in if he's going to crack that CT for next year, and with Snapper returning.
He's surfing like the world champ.
Yeah,
is what he is. There's so much of Felipe in there with a little bit more height and perhaps a little bit more power, but yeah, brilliant stuff.
Fisher and friends coming in at number 2. And it was, again, just a performance or a spectacle that lit this beach up.
Yeah, loved seeing all my old tour buddies, basically, and some of my heroes as well. And vintage stuff from Mick Fanning, just on point. Put the jersey, enter another contest, mate. We want to see you win something. And, of course, Paul Fisher, the fish. Just, well, the board looked a little stiff, but he got a couple of good turns off. Just riding some unique equipment, and always the entertainer. And this here, just on fire. Taking it back to the 90s when the boys were doing laybacks in the tube.
Wow, and look, how can you go past the ding? Getting kitted, and then, I mean, all the hard work was done. I mean, but for me, it was this man. It was this man right here, just Joel, and then here we go, ding, getting another shot. Crowd went mental for this one, but that was just a shampoo, but all the damage was done with this layback hack there under the lip. And wow, Kelly. Oh, my goodness. Oh.
That was dangerous.
It was.
Yeah, it was just awesome to watch, and can't get enough of these highlights. All our champions having highlight moments, and coming in at number 1. It was always going to be Macy Callahan. A perfect 10-point ride, the first 10 we've ever seen on the Women's Challenger Series.
Oh, this was incredible to watch. This got me so excited for Mace, and I think what you said, Rich, this is probably the best barrel she's ever had out here at Snapper, and she did it in a rashie, which is absolutely incredible. We heard her say today with Ron during that Friends with Fisher heat that she feels like she's already won the event with a wave like that, so probably highlight of her career.
Well, she's only got 3 more heats to go, as do all our competitors that have cracked finals day, and they're going to fight in a big way to get that trophy. Let's make some predictions now for you two. Give me a... I know who you think's going to win the men's event, because you've already made that pretty clear through the highlights. Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, well, I have. Sammy Pupo, women's, Bronte Macaulay.
I'll go with Sally Fitz on the women's side, and I'd love to see my boy Georgie Pitter win the men's.
Oh, good picks. Looking forward to watching it go down. 7:40, 5 a.m. we'll be making the call for a likely 8 a.m. start. Don't miss a second of it. If you missed those matchups, check them out on worldsurfleague.com. We'll leave you with the highlights now and see you tomorrow morning.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.